Good morning. This is Live Now from Fox, 5:06 on the East Coast, 2:06 on the West Coast. Charges against former President Donald Trump are still pending in New York after a grand jury session was canceled on Wednesday. The postponement delayed a possible indictment vote against the former president for his role in hush money payments to an adult film star. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy is going to have the very latest for us right now.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is facing intense scrutiny after canceling grand jury proceedings on Wednesday ahead of a possible indictment vote against former President Donald Trump. This means possible charges against Trump for his alleged role in 2016 hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels are still up in the air. While the DA hasn't said why he postponed the session, sources tell Fox News Digital the cancellation comes amid, quote, a major dissension within the district attorney's office.
It only amplifies the view of many of us that this is an extraordinarily weak and flawed case.
A source also tells Fox News the grand jury will reconvene Thursday at noon, but it's unclear what they're coming in for. They could be voting on the possible indictment or hearing from a final witness who was set to testify on Wednesday. The proceedings come as Bragg faces intense pressure to drop the case.
I think there's a lot of questions being raised as to whether or not this engagement is partisan in nature.
Trump and many Republicans call this a politically motivated attack aimed to derail Trump's 2024 campaign. Meanwhile, some Democrats say the case isn't strong enough and its outcome could undermine other legal cases that Trump is facing. Some Democrats also worry it will elevate Trump politically.
Some people are saying it's just a misdemeanor. Don't worry about this. It's not a big deal. But if you think about it for a second, what is at stake is fairness in the democracy.
If Trump is indicted, law enforcement sources tell Fox his arraignment in a Manhattan criminal court could take place next week. In New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Thank you for that report. Nate Foy with Fox News reporting for us there. Meanwhile, we're heading over to Capitol Hill, where Congress this morning is expected to weigh the possible banning of the social media app TikTok. That's after privacy concerns are being raised over the app, such as what information do those platforms harvest when you download their app. Congress is not only concerned about what TikTok collects on government phones, but the information gathered from average Americans. The CEO of TikTok is expected again to defend the Chinese-owned social media app before Congress later this morning on Capitol Hill. That app has grown immensely in popularity here in the United States, with a reported 100 million active users in the United States alone. We'll have more on that here on Live Now from Fox this morning on live coverage. And despite peace efforts for peace talks by China and Ukraine, Russia is still showing no mercy in its drone attacks. Ukrainian officials say Russia's latest missile attacks injured dozens of people just hours after Chinese President Xi headed home following a diplomatic visit to Moscow. We'll continue to have more reporting on that, but moving on right now to the financial markets. The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 25 basis points. There is concern, however, that the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on that.
Took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 0.25 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you for that reporting for us, Lauren, with Fox there at the on Capitol Hill for us. They're moving on right now. We are continuing the coverage of the Federal Reserve increasing their interest rate hikes. And President Biden and his administration was on Capitol Hill just yesterday working on defending their new budget proposal. We'll have more from Lauren Blanchard right now.
My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing.
After weeks of speculation, the Federal Reserve is once again raising interest rates by 0.25 percentage point, the highest since 2007, as it tries to bring down inflation to its 2% target. Powell also said what he thinks they'll do with future rate hike decisions.
We will closely monitor incoming data and carefully assess the actual and expected effects of tighter credit conditions.
Some economists called for the Fed to pause the hikes after the collapse of 2 U.S. banks earlier this month.
Maybe we get a soft landing, but either way, I think we end up in the same spot where the consumer pulls back a little bit, growth slows down. It's what the Fed wants to see.
Amid the economic uncertainty, Biden cabinet officials arrived on Capitol Hill to defend the president's 2024 budget proposal.
We, the United States, have a positive vision for the future, a world that is free, that is secure, that is open, that is prosperous. And it's our belief that the budget that we put forward will help advance that vision.
The plan calls for $6.8 trillion in spending and would raise taxes on corporations and the wealthy in order to help strengthen Medicare and Social Security. Republicans oppose the plan.
We'll probably run out of digits at some point under the Biden administration, but we're going to ignore it.
House Republicans have yet to put forward their own budget plan. A proposal could be made public next month. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you for that reporting. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have a look at how the markets are responding to the latest decision by the Federal Reserve. See you back here. I'm Giacomo Luca, and this is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, continuing our reporting on the latest from the fallout after the Federal Reserve yesterday decided to raise interest rate hikes. Fox News correspondent David Asman is following the latest on the markets today.
Stocks walloped on Wall Street on Wednesday. The market's closing lower after a volatile session, and the Federal Reserve was the big reason why. Policymakers raised key interest rates by another 1/4 percentage point. This is the 9th hike in the past year. The Fed also hinted there could be more to come to help bring down inflation more. And this latest hike is going to cost you more to borrow money, as interest rates for things like credit cards, new car loans, and mortgages will go up again. Those higher rates and inflation are creating a financial strain on Americans. A new study by the company Achieve shows more than 1 in 4 have considered or are already missing a payment or paying less than the minimum on their credit cards, loans, and other debts. And a lot of kleptos are taking advantage of crypto investors. A new survey by the company Kaspersky shows 1/3 of them have been victims of theft, including their digital currency or other crypto assets, with the average loss topping $97,000. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And thank you for that reporting right now. We appreciate that, David. Moving on, we're learning that a growing number of Democrats and Republicans are calling for tougher regulations, that all in the banking industry, with a new poll highlighting a significant drop in Americans' confidence in our financial institutions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
And that concern about underregulation is bipartisan.
The reported decline follows this month's banking crisis, with the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the second and third largest banking failures in history.
Despite the turmoil of the past month in the banking industry, the poll shows that Americans' already grim assessments of the U.S. economy have stayed the same. 3/4 say economic conditions are bad.
Meanwhile, in an effort to help further reduce inflation, the Federal Reserve announced yet another hike in interest rates on Wednesday, which some financial analysts worry may only weaken banks.
Isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks. Our banking system is sound and resilient, with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe.
While the poll did find 57% of people have at least some confidence in banks, roughly half of adults in the U.S. believe the economy will become progressively worse over the next year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you for that reporting, Kevin. Moving on now to Utah, where Gwyneth Paltrow, the Hollywood actress, is expected to appear again for the 3rd day in court in her trial that is following allegations over an alleged ski crash. She's being sued there for that, with different medical experts giving their takes on accident and subsequent purported injuries. Fox's Mithili Gubi has more on that story.
Actress and celebrity Gwyneth Paltrow facing a lawsuit from Terry Sanderson for negligent behavior on the slopes of Deer Valley and crashing into him 7 years ago.
Enough force to have persisting cranial symptoms that are documented in the record, and enough force to break 4 of the ribs on the right side of his chest.
2 medical experts took to the stand to explain the extent of Sanderson's injuries, all to help the jury determine if it was Paltrow who crashed into Sanderson or the other way around. One was neuroradiologist Dr. Wendell Gibby.
And based upon my analysis of the x-rays and the reports from the witness, Craig, who was there, I think it's very unlikely that this would have been caused by Terry running into Gwyneth Paltrow.
Documents from the suit filed in 2019 show Sanderson is suing Paltrow for $300,000 in damages because he suffered from permanent brain damage, broken ribs, and emotional distress.
Many of the things that gave him pleasure in life and many of those friendships and relationships seem to have been abruptly diminished by this injury.
In the cross-examination, the defense went over Dr. Gibby's deposition previously given.
The jury has heard Mr. Ramon testify that the blow that he saw was directly from behind. So you disagree with that?
I don't think that the blow that broke the ribs came directly from behind. I think that if he was hit from behind, the subsequent collision to the ground would have been what broke the ribs.
The other expert was Salt Lake City neuropsychologist Dr. Sam Goldstein. In part of his testimony, he explained that he believes Sanderson's rapid downturn in his mood and brain function are not explained by problems he had before the collision.
Were it not for that particular accident, the life he was living in the 6 months to a year before, that I think the jury has heard about, would be the life he would continue to be living.
Sanderson's daughters were expected to take the stand today, but the court ran out of time, so they'll probably testify tomorrow. Gwyneth Paltrow is also supposed to take the stand soon. In Park City, I am Maitali Gobi, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Thank you for that reporting. We're going to take our second break of the hour. We'll be back here right now in just 2 minutes. This is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. This is Live Now from Fox. Wet weather is impacting folks across the West. In California, folks are really being hit by those severe storms. More than 13 atmospheric rivers hitting California since the beginning of January. Fox's Jeannie Nguyen has more on how businesses across the state are holding up.
It's raining, it's pouring, and business is snoring over at Pizzasaurus Rex in Midtown.
There is definitely like a quieting down of things.
With back-to-back storms since the start of the year, Naima Genovese Davis says there's been a huge impact on the amount of business the restaurant has seen.
We all really rely on tips. So if people aren't coming in as much, then like labor costs go up and people aren't getting as much money as they should be.
What would typically be a lunchtime rush today is a lot more slow than usual.
On a sunny day, it's absolutely booming.
But this weather didn't stop Niall Maloney from stopping by today.
Today I craved some pizza.
Over the past few years with the COVID-19 pandemic, Maloney says he saw a lot of his favorite eateries close. Even though this weather does impact his decisions on where to go for lunch most days,
Still got to keep, living your life.
he says days like today give him an extra incentive to spend money at his favorite local businesses.
I feel almost obligated to, try and at least help and, have a nice piece of pizza.
It's raining.
Thank you for that report. Meanwhile, Congress is talking to Moderna's CEO about the possible cost of its new shot. Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel reporting on that from Washington.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna is being accused of corporate greed. They'll hike the cost of their COVID shot to $130 a dose once the government stockpile runs dry later this year. At a Senate help hearing Wednesday, there was bipartisan outrage.
Quadrupling the price is huge, and I would hope very much that you will reconsider that decision.
A 400% price increase is preposterous.
The federal government paid just $26 per shot. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel defended the price bump.
This is not the same product. We're expecting a 90% reduction in demand. As you can see, we're losing economies of scale. We must deal with supply chain complexity.
Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders went after Moderna and its leadership for making billions during the pandemic on the backs of Americans. U.S. taxpayers have shelled out billions to fund the vaccine.
You became a multi-billionaire overnight.
I've heard people say, well, that's corporate greed. Yeah, that's kind of how the free enterprise system works.
Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is a medical doctor, also grilled the CEO on whether the vaccine is safe for young people.
You have children.
I do.
Have you vaccinated your children?
I have.
How many times?
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Moderna's CEO said he plans to work with hospitals and homeless shelters to expand access to the vaccine to the uninsured. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Thanks for that reporting, Mike. Moving on, Congress is also looking at the issue of the American military and not having enough recruits. We're continuing with our reporting. Jennifer Griffin has that story for us now on Capitol Hill.
The Army is in a fierce competition for talent with the private sector.
In testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee, the undersecretaries from the Army, Air Force, and Navy spoke to a new battle they are facing, a historic decline in military recruits.
We need decisive action today to meet our recruiting goals.
This month, the Air Force projected it's on track to miss its 2023 recruiting goal by 10%. Last year, the U.S. Army set a goal of 60,000 recruits. It fell short by 15,000 soldiers.
Even in the best of times, a strong economy and low national unemployment have always made military recruiting difficult.
Military leaders say their challenge to recruit has been made tougher by an increase in civilian opportunities, topped by a decrease in interest among Americans.
To be all you can be.
In an effort to boost recruitment, the Army this month relaunched its popular 1981 ad campaign, Be All You Can Be.
Like businesses, we continually adjust our recruiting strategies to attain success.
Meantime, top Republican Senator Roger Wicker took aim at the Defense Department's attempt to address the role that a small number of active duty military played in storming the Capitol on January 6th.
The military has decided to address a problem that doesn't exist, military extremism.
To help boost recruitment, the Biden administration has proposed its largest military pay increase in more than 20 years. Yet critics argue the proposal still lags behind inflation. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Thank you for that report for us, Jennifer. Moving on, House lawmakers are considering Republican-led legislation they say will increase transparency in the classroom. Democrats are pushing back with a countermeasure of their own. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner following that story for us right now.
This was simply a case of moms and dads saying we've had it with the woke curriculum.
Amid concerns over lesson plans, spending priorities, and campus violence, House Republicans are proposing what they call the Parents' Bill of Rights, meant to give parents more insight into what happens inside public school classrooms.
To consider H.R. 5.
On Capitol Hill today, Republicans and Democrats clashed in a hearing.
I've heard some of my colleagues say that this is not about banning books, but give me a break. Look what's happening in this country. Republican-led legislatures are going on a censorship spree that would make the Chinese Communist Party blush.
A separate interim report Republicans released earlier blames Democrats for hostilities between parents and teachers.
I think it could be a hot-button issue if the Democrats continue to jam their policies like this down Americans' throats.
In that report, Republicans accused the Biden administration of colluding with the National School Board Association to use law enforcement and counterterrorism resources against parents in 2021. That same year, Attorney General Merrick Garland outlined alleged threats of violence against school board members amid protests about school policies. Democrats are proposing a countermeasure. They say their alternative fosters collaboration between parents and their children's educators. They insist GOP attacks on public schools make them a less welcoming place for black students and other students of color, students with disabilities, and LGBTQI+ students. There are multiple House proposals targeting how public schools are run circulating on Capitol Hill. Most are destined for the ash heap of history, but political analysts say the GOP push for parental rights could give them a leg up in 2024 elections. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Thank you for that reporting, Jillian. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have so much more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. The charges against former President Donald Trump are still pending after a New York grand jury session was canceled on Wednesday. The postponement delayed the possible indictment vote against the former president for his role in hush money payments to an adult film star. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy is following the latest for us on the case.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is facing intense scrutiny after canceling grand jury proceedings on Wednesday ahead of a possible indictment vote against former President Donald Trump. This means possible charges against Trump for his alleged role in 2016 hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels are still up in the air. While the DA hasn't said why he postponed the session, sources tell Fox News Digital the cancellation comes amid, quote, a major dissension within the district attorney's office.
it only amplifies the view of many of us that this is an extraordinarily weak and flawed case.
A source also tells Fox News the grand jury will reconvene Thursday at noon, but it's unclear what they're coming in for. They could be voting on the possible indictment or hearing from a final witness who was set to testify on Wednesday. The proceedings come as Bragg faces intense pressure to drop the case.
I think there's a lot of questions being raised as to whether or not this engagement is partisan in nature.
Trump and many Republicans call this a politically motivated attack aimed to derail Trump's 2024 campaign. Meanwhile, some Democrats say the case isn't strong enough and its outcome could undermine other legal cases that Trump is facing. Some Democrats also worry it will elevate Trump politically.
Some people are saying it's just a misdemeanor. Don't worry about this. It's not a big deal. But if you think about it for a second, what is at stake is fairness in the democracy.
If Trump is indicted, law enforcement sources tell Fox his arraignment in a Manhattan criminal court could take place next week. In New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that report, Nate. We're going to move on to our own LiveNOW's very own Andrew Kraft, who spoke with a legal expert about the potential fallout from this case, breaking all this down for all the context. Let's take a listen in on that.
Andrew, good to see you. You and I have talked about this extensively. So, and I want to put up this tweet here. This is from Fox News New York producer Moderna. She's been covering this. So, the DA's office has, quote, canceled the grand jury proceedings for today. The grand jurors were notified this morning, and they are, quote, on standby for tomorrow. The source did not know the reason for the cancellation. We have not gotten the reason either. What do you think this portends for the overall case? I just spoke with Brian Yennis on the ground there in Lower Manhattan. Fox is reporting there's some dissension amongst grand jury members, and so this is posing quite the problem for Bragg, is it not?
It certainly doesn't look good, but what we're hearing through the grapevine is the last witness on Monday was Robert Costello, who is the former attorney for Michael Cohen, and purportedly is who Trump wanted to be testifying to, maybe even exonerate him. And what we're hearing is that there's a rebuttal witness that Alvin Bragg, the DA, wants to bring in, who was unavailable today. So if that's all it is, availability of witness to rebut this person, it doesn't seem so crazy that they're going to delay a day. Oftentimes when I want to have dinner with my friends, they're not available on the day I want them to have dinner, so we have to move it to the next day. So it could be as benign as that, or it could be a real big deal that really there is this dissension that you're mentioning.
Yeah, but from my understanding, having read up now on grand juries, special ones, they don't meet every day of the week. They meet on certain days of the week. I thought this one only met on Mondays and Wednesdays, but they could potentially be coming back. Does that mean this is urgent?
Well, we know that they've been meeting Monday, Wednesday, and sometimes Thursday. That's actually been how it's been going.
Okay.
So they may be coming tomorrow. I don't know if it's an urgent thing. Like, it doesn't change the crime. It doesn't change the indictment. The timeline of the grand jury doesn't expire if they go into next week. So I don't know if it's an urgent thing. I think it's a producing witness this thing. And like to your last package, it's very important. The prosecutor could withdraw this. He could ask them to dismiss it, or he could ask for the jury, the grand jury, to come back and have those members, those 12 members to agree and say, hey, there's reasonable cause that we have a crime, we have to indict, and then Trump gets that perp walk that he's purportedly really wanting. I'm hearing he wants to be in the cuffs.
Yeah, Andrew, and I think it's important to kind of parse these two words here, indict and arrest. They cannot be used interchangeably. One comes before the other. Help us work through that.
Yeah, just in very simple terms, is the indictment is the decision to charge, the decision to go forward, the feeling that there's reasonable cause. So you can't just put someone up on charges. You have to say, hey, well, you're going to face the charges. That's the indictment. And in New York, when we're dealing with this felony, according to Trump, this Trump situation, of those 23 grand jurors, 12 of them have to vote. They're not saying he's guilty. They're not saying he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All they're saying is that there's reasonable cause to believe that they should pursue this. The rest is more law and order. They put the handcuffs on, they fingerprint you, they make you take the walk, They say, hey, we're going to get a mugshot, and eventually get to the arraignment. That's the third one. You didn't ask, but the third one is when you get to plead not guilty, you waive the public charge, and then we go on with the show, and that's when Trump really could prove that he's innocent, if he is.
Yeah, but does all of that, still stand with such a high-profile would-be defendant here, or will they make modifications, arrangements? We're getting some reporting that any type of arraignment might happen next week, but it might be virtual.
It's no doubt that there's going to be special arrangements because Trump walks with the Secret Service. Bill Clinton walks with the Secret Service. George W. Bush walks with the Secret Service. When you're a former president, you have your own people surrounding you for security. Trump can't be in a regular Manhattan courtroom unless major security protocols are taking place. So it's not just for the benefit of Trump, it's the benefit of everyone in the courtroom and the danger that a former president poses if they don't secure the area. Now, let's be clear again, though. Trump gets a say in what's going on. Perhaps he could avoid the handcuffs if he wanted to. No one thinks he's going to go escape to another country. Anyway, any reasonable person doesn't think that. But at the end of the day, maybe he wants that perp walk. So there's negotiations, and that's how we know this is happening in the first place. That's why Trump tweeted the arrest was going to happen this week. His Secret Service have been in contact with the police, making arrangements so everyone could do this safely, efficiently, and effectively for all involved.
Okay, Andrew, while I have you here, obviously we've been reporting there's several investigations in several jurisdictions surrounding the former President Trump for a number of different cases. One, of course, is the special counsel that was appointed by Merrick Garland. Jack Smith, he's looking into Trump's potential role in January 6th, also into the classified document scandal there at Mar-a-Lago. Let's leave it there. There was a very, very big development in that case in D.C. just this morning. I want to put this tweet up from New York Times reporter Alan Feuer. He says, with a screen grab there of the filing, the D.C. Circuit Court orders Trump lawyer Evan Corcoran to hand over documents in special counsel's classified records investigation. The appeals court denied Trump's efforts to stay a lower court's order from Friday, compelling the handover of documents. Now, Andrew, why did Trump's legal team go to such great lengths to not hand over these attorney-client documents?
Oh, well, that's an easy one. You gave me a softball there, Andrew. No one wants their attorney to testify about the private conversations. We think when you hire an attorney, you have confidentiality. They call that attorney-client privilege. But what the judge decided, the district court judge, is Corcoran, his attorney, was complicit. It's called the crime fraud exception. If you're acting as a co-conspirator or helping perpetrate the crime, you're no longer the attorney. There's no longer a privilege. And Trump went marching immediately to the D.C. Circuit, and he said, appellate court, overturn this district court judge, put in a stay. And they gave him a breathing room of about, 8 hours or something like that. And then this morning they ruled, hey, guess what? Corcoran's got to turn over all his notes, all his records, and he's got to testify to special counsel Jack Smith.
Yeah. This is a huge win, though, for Jack Smith and his team with this today. But this does not bode well if an appellate court judge, ruled on this, thinking that possibly these, communications between Trump and his attorneys include, references or allusions to the committing of a crime. Remember, that is what the former president is up on, potentially withholding information, obfuscating the investigation, to getting these classified documents back into the custody of the National Archives. That doesn't bode well for former President Trump, does it not?
I think bode well is the most delicate way to say it's a terrible day for Trump. You see, Trump loves walls, and the walls are caving in on him. And this is the biggest wall to fall. It's the greatest wall, the most amazing wall, the biggest wall. Trump would love this wall. It is falling on him because Corcoran now has to testify against him. And just to be clear, it wasn't just one judge. It was a panel of 3 judges in the D.C. Circuit, and they made this decision lickety-split. It was not a hotly contested thing, and lawyers everywhere are saying they doubt Trump is even going to bother going to the Supreme Court. He may, but they doubt he's going to do it because of how certain the D.C. court went swiftly in saying Corcoran can testify to special counsel Jack Smith, and more importantly, Jack Smith gets all those records, all those papers, all those thoughts about Trump potentially committing a crime.
Okay, so Andrew, I always ask you this. What will you be looking for next? Obviously, these are all very, very fast moving. What's going on?
You know, I think you got to look at them all in concert. I think it's like chess. It's not a game of checkers. And you have to realize that Jack Smith, the federal prosecutor, the special prosecutor, he's watching Georgia, and Georgia's watching New York. Everyone's trying to say, oh, hey, Alvin Bragg, this might be a weak case. The ADAs are against him, and it's not a strong case. They all go together, and they all are tied together. And I think as soon as tomorrow, we could be hearing leaking, an indictment coming down against Trump. And once that happens, the dominoes are going to fall. And yes, New York is not the most serious crime, but it's the one that's going to start the dominoes. And once they start, you know dominoes don't stop until they all fall down.
Okay, so dire language there. Andrew Lieb, as always, we appreciate your insight into these really, really heavy legal matters. And we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And they did not meet the grand jury, and we'll go into why that could be with legal analysts and friend of the program.
Thank you so much for that reporting, Andrew Kraft there with Live Now. We're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered. This is Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 0.25%. There is concern, however, the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard's in Washington with more on this.
Stocks took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 0.25 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%.
The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that report, Lauren Blanchard there on Capitol Hill for us. Now, continuing with our coverage of that decision by the Federal Reserve to raise those interest rates by 0.25%. Lauren Blanchard's also following the Biden administration on Capitol Hill this week, defending their latest budget proposal.
My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing.
After weeks of speculation, the Federal Reserve is once again raising interest rates by 0.25 percentage point, the highest since 2007, as it tries to bring down inflation to its 2% target. Powell also said what he thinks they'll do with future rate hike decisions.
We will closely monitor incoming data and carefully assess the actual and expected effects of tighter credit conditions.
Some economists called for the Fed to pause the hikes after the collapse of 2 U.S. banks earlier this month.
Maybe we get a soft landing, but either way, I think we end up in the same spot where the consumer pulls back a little bit, growth slows down. It's what the Fed wants to see.
Amid the economic uncertainty, Biden cabinet officials arrived on Capitol Hill to defend the president's 2024 budget proposal.
We, the United States, have a positive vision for the future, a world that is free, that is secure, that is open, that is prosperous. And it's our belief that the budget that we put forward will help advance that vision.
The plan calls for $6.8 trillion in spending and would raise taxes on corporations and the wealthy in order to help strengthen Medicare and Social Security. Republicans oppose the plan.
We'll probably run out of digits at some point under the Biden administration, but we're going to ignore it.
House Republicans have yet to put forward their own budget plan. A proposal could be made public next month. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that reporting. Our LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft also following that story on that federal interest rate hike and the impact and potential fallout from that. Let's take a listen.
How did the market respond to this? Not very favorably.
It looks like the market didn't like the comments from from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She was on the Hill, and she sort of dismissed this idea that the government would kind of insure all bank deposits. That idea had been floating around. So the market kind of closed down sharply. That it looked like Yellen might have superseded Powell's comments today. Although they didn't really like Powell's comments. A lot of uncertainty about how the banking stress is going to impact the economy.
Yeah, and of course, that's what we were all waiting to see. You know, how would some of that banking stress factor into this announcement today? 25 basis points. Jerome Powell is well aware of now how much harder his job is to navigate inflation with these credit risks to these banks. How do you think he did?
I mean, he's on the hot seat. It's, it was a kind of a tough press conference. I don't think it was not his best press conference, I think, but he's not playing very strong cards. And there's not a lot, we don't know a lot. The banks have just started 2 weeks ago. The trouble hit the banking sector. It's going to take some time to see how severe that is and how much that slows the economy. So, you know, it's a tough thing for them. They decided to go ahead because, as we all know, inflation is so much above their 2% target.
Yeah, that's right. It stands right now overall at 6%. He said, we remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, though he cautioned there could be some, tightening of credit in the economy for people who want to buy a home, people who want to buy a car, and so many other American consumers. How do you think he's going to, I guess, thread that needle as well? Because that's a big concern.
Well, the Fed has been trying to slow the economy. That's the best way to get inflation down. They've been trying to gradually slow the economy. So in some sense, these bank pulling back will kind of aid that effort if it just slows things a little bit. It could be the equivalent of 1 rate hike or 2 rate hikes. And in that sense, the Fed won't have to do as much. And they did signal that today, that they're thinking about maybe only doing 1 more rate hike, taking the rates up to like 5.25%. And then pausing for a long time while the markets think they're going to have to cut. So, he's trying to thread the needle, like you said, and we all know that's a hard job.
Yeah, but if the federal funds rate gets up to, what, 5.25%, we have not seen that number, at least at that level, in so long. And so we have been in this really period, for the last 20 years, interest rates were at almost zero. And that's kind of how some of the banks got into these problems. So how is the Fed responding to that?
Well, 2 weeks ago, they put in place an emergency lending program.
Okay.
So that if banks have to raise cash quickly, they can bring them to the Fed, and the Fed will loan them cash, and they won't have to mark those securities to market. So they won't have to they won't have to take a haircut. That's a great thing. So it should stop these runs on banks that we've seen, the quick one at Silicon Valley. Fed thinks that's going to be enough. There might be 1 or 2 more banks in trouble, but we're going to be watching. There's a lot of things we don't know.
Yeah, you said that, but do you think we're not out of this banking crisis just yet? You noted that, some of the kind of run scares have tampered a little bit, but they're still there.
It looks like the trouble is in the regional bank sector.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it's over yet. It looks like things had settled down this week, but we're just going to have to keep watching that sector. There's a lot of questions people are asking. How big, if the regional banks are in trouble, will that hurt the economy? The big banks, which look like they're ring-fenced and still lending. So it's not a system-wide financial crisis. Economists are now talking about it like it was like the savings and loan crisis, which hit the economy hard, but wasn't like the Great Recession in the 2008, which really was the big one. So that's kind of where people are seeing it now, but nobody's calling this over.
Okay. Just lastly, Greg, I wanted to get your thoughts, your reporting. How is Powell's announcement today faring on Capitol Hill with, reporters, your contemporaries? Is he getting good marks or bad marks?
Well, I think it's fair to say that he's in a tough spot with Congress.
Okay.
The Democrats don't want him to hike rates anymore. They think that it's going to hurt, working people. And then the fact that inflation is out of control, everybody's unsettled by that. Today, Elizabeth Warren and Tim Scott, I think from South Carolina, Republican. So Democrat and Republican introduced new legislation to put some tougher regulations on the Fed, oversight on the Fed. So, the Fed's going to have to, it's not going to be easy days for them coming forward.
Yeah, we've seen Elizabeth Warren really go after Jerome Powell for these interest rate hikes, the 9th consecutive one overall. What?
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is a bit of a reception here with President Joe Biden and the First Lady hosting a reception celebrating Women's History Month. So I want to play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Well, not live, this is pre-recorded, but raw and unfiltered it is. Take a listen.
I'll wait. I'm ready. Okay, we ready? Good evening, everyone. Mr. President, First Lady Dr. Biden, thank you so much for hosting all of us here at the White House.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Joe Biden, accompanied by
my wife, Vice President Kamala Harris is here. The first woman vice president. All right, we know this is a celebration, and we're here to celebrate Women's History Month, to highlight the accomplishments of women all across our nation, to pay tribute to the trailblazers who paved the way for future generations.
And really it is that the intermeeting data on inflation and the labor market came in stronger than expected, and really before the recent events, we were clearly on track to continue with ongoing rate hikes. In fact, as of a couple of weeks ago, it looked like we'd need to raise rates over the course of the year more than we'd expected at the time of the SCP in December, the time of the December meeting. We are committed to restoring price stability, and all of the evidence says that the public has confidence that we will do so, that we'll bring inflation down to 2% over time. It is important that we sustain that confidence with our actions as well as our words. So we also assess, as I mentioned, that the events of the last 2 weeks are likely to result in some tightening of credit conditions for households and businesses, and thereby weigh on demand, on the labor market, and on inflation. Such a tightening in financial conditions would work in the same direction as rate tightening. In principle, as a matter of fact, you can think of it as being the equivalent of a rate hike, or perhaps more than that. Of course, it's not possible to make that assessment today with any precision whatsoever. So our decision was to move ahead with a 25 basis point hike and to change our guidance, as I mentioned, from ongoing hikes to some additional hikes, maybe some policy firming may be appropriate. So going forward, as I mentioned, in assessing the need for further hikes, we'll be focused, as always, on the incoming data and the evolving outlook, and in particular on our assessment of the actual and expected effects of credit tightening.
Mr. Chairman, can you explain the difference between ongoing rate increases and firming? Does firming imply a rate increase per se, or could policy firm without you increasing rates?
No, I think it's meant to refer to our policy rate. Really, I would focus on the words may and some, as opposed to ongoing. So we clearly were, what we were doing there was taking on board trying to reflect the uncertainty about what will happen. I mean, it's possible that this will turn out to have very modest effects. These events will turn out to be very, very modest effects on the economy, in which case, and inflation will continue to be strong, in which case, the path will might look different. It's also possible that this potential tightening will contribute significant tightening in credit conditions over time, and in principle, if that means that monetary policy may have less work to do. We simply don't know. So,
do you have concerns that the hike you did today could further exacerbate the problem in the banks?
No, I mean, with our monetary policy, we're really focused on macroeconomic outcomes. In particular, we're focused on this potential credit tightening and what can that produce in the way of tighter credit conditions. I think when we think about the situation in the banks, we're focused on our financial stability tools, in particular our lending facilities, the discount window, and also the new facility.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, in your testimony 2 weeks ago, you had indicated you thought the terminal rate would be higher. Obviously, that was before the stress in the banking sector. And I realize there's a lot of uncertainty, but can you explain at all to what extent your forecasts or those of your colleagues or those of the board staff incorporated today a material tightening of credit availability because of the stress in the banking sector, or are you waiting to see it in the data before you incorporate that potential tightening into your forecasts?
So, we've just come from an FOMC meeting, and the people who write the minutes will be very carefully counting, but I'll tell you what I heard. What I heard was a significant number of people saying that they anticipated there would be some tightening of credit conditions, and that would really have the same effects as our policies do. and that therefore they were including that in their assessment, and that if that turned out not to be the case, that in principle you'd need more rate hikes. So some people did reflect that in their SEP forecasts. I think there may also just have been, remember, this is 12 days ago. You know, we're trying to assess something that just is so recent, and it's people, you know, it's very difficult. There's so much uncertainty. So December was a good place to start, and we wound up with very similar outcomes for December. And you know, in a way, the data in the first part, the first 5 weeks of the intermeeting period, pointed to stronger inflation and stronger labor market. So that pointed to higher rates, and then this latter part, kind of the possibility of credit conditions tightening, really offset that effectively.
To follow up, have you considered at all whether your primary tool, the funds rate, is going to be enough to sustain the kind of tighter financial conditions that you believe will be necessary without doing significant damage to the banking sector? Have you, for example, considered changing reserve requirements, selling assets out of the system, open market account, as a way to better achieve tighter financial conditions that don't accelerate deposit erosion, for example, from banks?
You know, we know that we have other tools in effect, but no, we think our monetary policy tool works, and we think, you know, many banks, our rate hikes were well telegraphed to the market, and many banks have managed to handle them.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you, along with the FDIC and the Treasury, the Fed Board decided to invoke the systemic risk exception to allow uninsured depositors to be protected at these two banks. And I was just wondering if you could speak to why that decision was made. Was it purely a confidence issue, or was there a concern that there would be some sort of economic contagion or financial contagion from the failure of these banks?
The issue was really not about those specific banks, but about the risk of a contagion to other banks and to the financial markets more broadly. That was the issue.
Okay, and then can you also, just to follow up, can you speak to the role that you will be playing in the Fed's internal investigation on its supervision and regulation? So
Vice Chair Barr is of course leading that review, and he's responsible for it in his capacity as Vice Chair for Supervision. I realized, you know, right away that there was going to be a need for a review. I mean, the question we were all asking ourselves over that first weekend was, how did this happen? And so what we did was early Monday morning we sat down and said, let's do this, and he was obviously going to lead it in his capacity. So I don't, you know, my role was to announce it, and I get briefed on it, but I'm not involved in the work of it.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We apologize for a little technical difficulties there. We had to sort of re-rack things and get things back in order, but we got everything working, and we're taking a live look outside at New York City. That's outside the Fox Corporation building there, looking towards Radio City Music Hall. So the big news that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox, and we're waiting on word on this. Focus remains laser sharp on New York City, as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting former President Donald Trump. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney prevented the jury from meeting yesterday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
TikTok CEO will testify on the Hill this morning, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. He needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could face a full-blown ban in the United States. Fox's Mark Meredith reports from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data? What facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
It is 6:12 on the East Coast, 3:12 over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Take a live look outside at New York City. You can't see a whole lot because it's still dark early in the morning there, but that is looking towards the Empire State Building. Kind of a lovely shot as they start the day there in New York City. But we're going to take a quick commercial break, our first one of the hour here, and then turn our attention to New York City as we wait to see if former President Donald Trump will be facing charges today or at some point this week, or will it go to next week? It remains to be seen, but we've got a team on scene there that we're going to go live to here in just a bit. But like I said, we're going to take that 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Kind of switched our shots there abruptly, but a couple from New York City we have here, looking at the Empire State Building once again. And actually, when we switch to this shot right here, taking a look at the kind of the wide view there of New York City. A beautiful start to the day as they get rolling there on the East Coast. But we do have a lot of news to get into today as we continue to follow the latest with former President Donald Trump, trying to see if he will be indicted today or will he not be. That does remain to be seen. We have a live report on this. We actually have Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York. He is live with the latest details on this. And Robert, what are you seeing out there? Are they still making preps for any kind of protests? We know there's a lot of talk about that at some point, but right now we don't even know if it's going to happen or when it's going to happen.
Yeah, Zach, yesterday's cancellation of the grand jury proceedings highlights the fact that grand juries are fluid things. They operate in secret, and we're all just hazarding a guess about a timeline since the DA here in Manhattan has not commented. But with all that being said, the grand jury is poised to come back today as it nears the end of its work.
A source tells Fox News that the grand jury investigating the hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels is expected to reconvene this afternoon. The grand jurors were supposed to hear from at least one more witness yesterday, but the Manhattan DA's office unexpectedly canceled the meeting. Reports suggest yesterday's session may have been called off because the witness was unable to appear. Since the grand jury has only been meeting on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, today appears to be the final chance this week for the grand jury to hand up an indictment. Two sources told Fox News Digital that there is, quote, major dissension in DA Alvin Bragg's office about whether to charge former President Donald Trump.
There appears to be chaos in that office right now, as there should be.
The former president's attorney, Joe Tacopina, seized on this 2018 letter from a lawyer for Michael Cohen, the prosecution's star witness, to the Federal Election Commission. In it, Cohen's attorney says that neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the $130,000 payout to Daniels, who claims she had an affair with Donald Trump in 2006, which he denies. Prosecutors are expected to allege that the former president oversaw the false recording of his monthly reimbursement checks to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen served prison time for crimes connected to the Daniels payout.
He's either going to have to say he committed another felony for which he was not prosecuted for, or he's going to have to say this was truthful. And if it's truthful, what it says is Donald Trump and the Trump organization knew nothing about his deal he struck with Stormy Daniels.
Former President Trump's potential legal woes do not end in Manhattan. Yesterday, a federal appeals court ruled that another of the former president's attorneys, Evan Corcoran, must hand over documents and answer questions from a grand jury looking into the mishandling of classified materials found at Mar-a-Lago. Corcoran claimed in one note in question that no more classified material was at the former president's club. That turned out to be false. Back here in Manhattan, Tacopina stands ready to defend his client.
They're going to lose this case, and I think it's going to catapult President Trump back to the White House.
Tacopina also said in that interview last night that his co-counsel last spoke to the DA's office about a week ago. And Zach, the waiting game here continues. Back to you.
All right, we'll wait and see where things go from here, if he will face charges or if he won't. But we got Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on the scene there, keeping us updated. Robert, thank you so much. It is 6:19 over on the East Coast, 3:19 over on the West Coast. We're going to take our second commercial break of the hour here, but stay with us. We've got plenty more to get into right here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Warner. It's 6:21 over on the East Coast and 3:21 in the AM over on the West Coast. We appreciate all you joining us as we go through all the big stories. We got a lot of them to follow today from all around the country and keeping an eye on international events as well. And as live events happen, or as they do happen, we'll check into those live, raw, and unfiltered. I don't see anything on my feeds right now showing any live events, but if something pops up that we do deem to be newsworthy, we'll show the whole thing to you and dip right into that. But like I said, so far I'm not seeing a whole lot of action in that regard. So we'll take a live look outside here. How about this? It might be dark across the United States, but this is a look at the British Virgin Islands. You see that cruise boat there? Pretty beautiful shot there. Who wouldn't want to be sitting next to that at this time? But, you know, maybe for a later time. But that's from our Fox 35 Orlando team, one of their cameras there. So let's get into some of the news of the day. We played this just before the break. We checked in with Robert Moses on the latest on former President Donald Trump. Will he be indicted? Will he not be? That remains the question right now. And focus remains laser sharp on New York City as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting former President Donald Trump. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney prevented the jury from meeting yesterday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she's in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
TikTok CEO will testify on the Hill this morning, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. He needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could face a full-blown ban in the U.S. Fox's Mark Meredith reports from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app's CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data, what facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
A growing number of Democrats and Republicans are calling for tighter regulations on the banking industry, with a new poll highlighting a significant drop in Americans' confidence in our financial institutions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork, he has the story.
Faith in our country's financial institutions is dropping. A new Associated Press NORC poll finds only 10% of adults have a high level of confidence in our nation's banks. That's actually down from 22% in 2020.
The poll shows a majority say they want to see the U.S. government do more to regulate banks and other financial institutions. And that concern about underregulation is bipartisan.
The reported decline follows this month's banking crisis, with the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the second and third largest banking failures in history.
Despite the turmoil of the past month in the banking industry, the poll shows that Americans' already grim assessments of the U.S. economy have stayed the same. 3/4 say economic conditions are bad.
Meanwhile, in an effort to help further reduce inflation, the Federal Reserve announced yet another hike in interest rates on Wednesday, which some financial analysts worry may only weaken banks.
Isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks. Our banking system is sound and resilient, with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe.
While the poll did find 57% of people have at least some confidence in banks, roughly half of adults in the U.S. believe the economy will become progressively worse over the next year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 25 basis points. There is concern, however, the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Stocks took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 1/4 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or a pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Some lawmakers are asking Moderna to rethink their plans to boost the cost of the COVID shot. The company's CEO was on the hot seat at a Senate hearing on Wednesday, fielding questions ranging from the planned price bump to the safety of the vaccine. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports from Washington.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna is being accused of corporate greed. They'll hike the cost of their COVID shot to $130 a dose once the government stockpile runs dry later this year. At a Senate help hearing Wednesday, there was bipartisan outrage.
Quadrupling the price is huge, and I would hope very much that you will reconsider that decision.
A 400% price increase is preposterous.
The federal government paid just $26 per shot. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel defended the price bump.
This is not the same product. We're expecting a 90% reduction in demand. As you can see, we're losing economies of scale. We must deal with supply chain complexity.
Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders went after Moderna and its leadership for making billions during the pandemic on the backs of Americans. U.S. taxpayers have shelled out billions to fund the vaccine.
You became a multi-billionaire overnight.
I've heard people say, well, that's corporate greed. Yeah, that's kind of how the free enterprise system works.
Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is a medical doctor, also grilled the CEO on whether the vaccine is safe for young people.
You have children.
I do.
Have you vaccinated your children?
I have.
How many times?
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Moderna's CEO said he plans to work with hospitals and homeless shelters to expand access to the vaccine to the uninsured. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Now here's some surprising news for officials in New Orleans. A massive drainage pump, which is crucial to getting water out of the city during hurricanes, has corroded just 5 years after being installed. With hurricane season less than 3 months away, crews are working to ensure the city is ready. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor reports.
The good news is the Army Corps of Engineers, which designed this system, says if a storm were to come today, this pump station still has enough power to keep nearby neighborhoods from flooding. But they're still investigating to ensure this is not a systemic problem that could cause pumps to fail across the city.
When we designed these had to be 35-year pumps, meaning that with just regular maintenance and operation, they wouldn't need any significant work for 35 years. We're 5 years in, so it's pretty significant, and it's pretty concerning.
It's a major setback for New Orleans' intricate flood protection system.
The big thing is to find out why exactly these pumps are corroding at a rate unlike, where we're seeing elsewhere. Once we know why, then we can determine the fix. Our focus short term is let's make sure everything is good for this 2023 hurricane season.
The pumps are vital to getting rainwater out of the city when the floodgates are closed during hurricanes, part of a $730 million project after Hurricane Katrina. In 2018, the Army Corps finished installing the pumps and storm surge barriers at 3 vulnerable canals. Without them, the next big storm could submerge hundreds of nearby homes and businesses.
Today, we have all the capacity we need, and the gates are working. What we have a commitment to is not only ensuring that the pumps are going to work for this hurricane season, but ensuring that they're going to get the stations that are going to work for every hurricane season after that.
Engineers will be inspecting all of the pumps ahead of that June 1st start to hurricane season. This is going to take some time, but for the ones inspectors have been able to look at so far, they say they have found some more corrosion, but it's not nearly as severe as what they found on the one taken out of service. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And Fox News taking to the sand in Florida, along with a mobile medical crew to warn and educate spring breakers about the dangers of fentanyl. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating is in Fort Lauderdale with the story.
Do you guys all know what Narcan is? Yeah. Okay, Narcan reverses overdoses.
Dr. Tom Smith with the Spot Outreach Team is working the sand this spring break, talking with college guys and gals, and he hopes saving lives. Drinking and doing drugs are often a rite of passage during spring break. The DEA says fentanyl is the #1 cause of accidental ODs in the U.S. and the deadliest drug ever encountered.
You put it up the nose and you push it, and then you can save a life.
The Spot team has passed out 2,500 free Narcan doses this month, which can temporarily reverse an overdose.
Spring breakers are coming down on spring break. They're having fun. They're partying. They might be using drugs they bought in a club, and the drugs are laced with fentanyl.
On Panama City Beach, police dogs are being used to sniff out and take out fentanyl. On the southern border, Customs and Border Protection has shared many examples of fentanyl being smuggled into the country from Mexico, hidden in everything you can think of. The CDC says about 67,000 Americans die from the drug each year. College spring breakers tell us they are aware of the fentanyl issue, danger, and risk, with some saying their parents even warned them about it before they flew to Florida for their week of fun in the sun.
Someone we know actually did just OD, unfortunately, on spring break. So from here on out, just you don't want to mess with any cocaine, any ecstasy, any pills. Just stay away. Stick to booze, honestly.
And you may recall last year a group of West Point cadets spring breaking.
House lawmakers are considering Republican-led legislation they say will increase transparency in the classroom. Democrats are pushing back with a countermeasure of their own. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has the story.
This was simply a case of moms and dads saying we've had it with the woke curriculum.
Amid concerns over lesson plans, spending priorities, and campus violence, House Republicans are proposing what they call the Parents' Bill of Rights, meant to give parents more insight into what happens inside public school classrooms.
To consider H.R. 5.
On Capitol Hill today, Republicans and Democrats clashed in a hearing.
I've heard some of my colleagues say that this is not about banning books, but give me a break. Look what's happening in this country. Republican-led legislatures are going on a censorship spree that would make the Chinese Communist Party blush.
A separate interim report Republicans released earlier blames Democrats for hostilities between parents and teachers.
I think it could be a hot button issue if the Democrats continue to jam their policies like this down Americans' throats.
In that report, Republicans accused the Biden administration of colluding with the National School Board Association to use law enforcement and counterterrorism resources against parents in 2021. That same year, Attorney General Merrick Garland outlined alleged threats of violence against school board members amid protests about school policies. Democrats are proposing a countermeasure. They say their alternative fosters collaboration between parents and their children's educators. They insist GOP attacks on public schools make them a less welcoming place for black students and other students of color, students with disabilities, and LGBTQI+ students. There are multiple House proposals targeting how public schools are run circulating on Capitol Hill. Most are destined for the ash heap of history, but political analysts say the GOP push for parental rights could give them a leg up in 2024 elections. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
And I want to play this for you here. This is actually the Relativity Space 3D rocket that was launched last night. It did have some issues that delayed the blast off there of the Terran 1 rocket, and then it finally got cleared to take off. This is pre-recorded, what you're watching right now, and it had a bit of an issues before actually hitting space. So I believe it actually ended up hitting the water at some point. So yeah, lifted off, went into the water. It was just kind of a test launch to see if they could pull something like this off using a mostly 3D printed rocket. I believe around 83% is 3D printed on that particular rocket. Again, the Terran 1 there. So I want to play this for you here, and we'll kind of watch and see what happened. This was last night's launch, so let's check it out.
Range green.
That was confirmation. The range is green for launch.
Propellant closing out. Flight computer configured for launch.
Under 1 minute.
LD, are you go for launch? LD, go for launch.
There's that final go for launch. We are just over 30 seconds away until the maiden launch of this vehicle. Good luck, Terran 1, and have fun. Here we go.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1. Lift off.
Terran 1 has cleared the tower.
Control maneuver starting. Launch pad facing.
Look at that blue fire! Direction over the Atlantic Ocean. Our next ascent milestone is max Q around 80 seconds.
Terran 1 is supersonic.
And if you are just joining us here, this is pre-recorded. This launch actually happened last night, and I guess you could say third time's the charm for Relativity Space. It's the 3D rocket launched from the Space Coast in Florida last night. It wasn't a perfect run. An anomaly during the second stage separation, which you're probably going to see here in a second, means the rocket did not make it to orbit. space experts and fans say they understand how monumental this launch is, and the company says the launch allows them to troubleshoot data and make sure the rocket is safe and secure for future missions. So kind of testing their hypothesis rather, on whether this rocket would work or not. So it looks like there's a little more commentary here. I'm going to pull up the audio. Let's take a listen.
And proving to the world that 3D printed rockets are structurally viable. Up next, we'll be looking for a call out that stage 1 performance is nominal.
And again, this is the launch from last night from Relativity Space, the Terran 1 3D rocket launch. They considered it a success. You heard them talking there. It didn't quite make it into orbit, but again, this shows that 3D rockets can be used. So kind of testing their hypothesis from earlier as to whether this would work or not. They got a little data on that this time. Not perfect, but looks like they're pretty happy with those results. I do want to take a quick commercial break here. This will be our third one of the hour, and we'll be right back in just 2 short minutes, where we'll switch gears to Florida and talk about some other news, not space-related, coming out of there. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at Orlando, Florida. You can see that sunrise starting to come up there along the coast. A beautiful start to the day in Florida there. And that's where we stay for this next story here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis proposes expanding the parental rights in education law from pre-K through 12th grade. This means students would not be able to discuss sexual orientation or gender identity in the classroom until they reach college. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth, she joins us live with more on this. And Randy, the way this is being proposed, the governor would not need approval from the legislature. Is that correct?
Good morning to you. So when the original bill was filed and passed and moved forward, state lawmakers tackled that. What is being proposed now with this expansion would present this before state education leaders or state school board leaders, and they would vote on this expansion. And so that is expected, and most folks think it will likely pass because the leaders of the school board, the commissioner of education, was appointed by the governor. So most folks, again, believe that there's a strong possibility that this will continue to move forward. In terms of the changes, you kind of broke it down. The rule would now also ban lessons on sexual orientation and gender gender identity from 4th grade to 12th grade, so adding more grades. And the topics could only be discussed if required by existing state standards or as part of reproductive health instruction, and students can choose not to participate with that. Governor DeSantis and other Republicans have repeatedly said the measure is reasonable and that parents should be the ones having conversations about these topics with their children. But critics of the current law and this expansion say the language like developmentally appropriate is broad and teachers might avoid subjects entirely for fear of being sued.
This expansion absolutely affirms that and further demonstrates that Governor DeSantis does not think that LGBTQ plus children and people are worthy or deserving of having their identities acknowledged.
And they may not like the policy because they believe in having this sort of depraved stuff taught to our children. But you know what? Elections, as Barack Obama liked to say, elections have consequences. The voters gave us a mandate and we're using it.
School board members are expected to take up this expansion proposal at their next board meeting, and that is set for next month. Live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, we'll see where things go from here. Randy, we really appreciate you joining us this morning and giving us all the latest details. Thank you so much. It is 6:47 on the East Coast and 3:47 over on the West Coast. We're going to take our last commercial break of the hour here, but stay with us. We've got a lot more to get into, plenty of events that we're tracking and big news of the day. We'll get into all of it right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take another live look outside, as we do. That is the skyline there of New York City. Looks kind of hazy, but a beautiful start to the day on the East Coast. Hopefully everyone on the West Coast having a great start to their day as well, as we go through all the big stories of the day, which we'll do that now. We'll talk about something we've been covering pretty extensively here on Live Now from Fox. That, of course, Donald Trump, the former president, is still waiting to see if he will be indicted, and everyone is focused laser sharp on New York City. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney prevented the jury, the grand jury, from meeting on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
Now let's talk about TikTok. Big news today. TikTok CEO will testify on the Hill this morning, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. He needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could face a full-blown ban in the United States. Fox's Mark Meredith reports from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app's CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data, what facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
A growing number of Democrats and Republicans are calling for tighter regulations on the banking industry, with a new poll highlighting a significant drop in Americans' confidence in our financial institutions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
Faith in our country's financial institutions is dropping. A new Associated Press NORC poll finds only 10% of adults have a high level of confidence in our nation's banks. That's actually down from 22% in 2020.
The poll shows a majority say they want to see the U.S. government do more to regulate banks and other financial institutions. And that concern about underregulation is bipartisan.
The reported decline follows this month's banking crisis, with the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the second and third largest banking failures in history.
Despite the turmoil of the past month in the banking industry, the poll shows that Americans' already grim assessments of the U.S. economy have stayed the same. 3/4 say economic conditions are bad.
Meanwhile, in an effort to help further reduce inflation, the Federal Reserve announced yet another hike in interest rates on Wednesday, which some financial analysts worry may only weaken banks.
Isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks. Our banking system is sound and resilient with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe.
While the poll did find 57% of people have at least some confidence in banks, Roughly half of adults in the U.S. believe the economy will become progressively worse over the next year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 25 basis points. There is concern, however, the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she's got this story for us, and she is in Washington with the latest.
Stocks took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 0.25 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Some lawmakers are asking Moderna to rethink their plans to boost the cost of their COVID shot. The company's CEO was on the hot seat at a Senate hearing. That happened yesterday, fielding questions ranging from the planned price bump to the safety of the vaccine. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna is being accused of corporate greed. They'll hike the cost of their COVID shot to $130 a dose once the government stockpile runs dry later this year. At a Senate help hearing Wednesday, there was bipartisan outrage.
Quadrupling the price is huge, and I would hope very much that you will reconsider that decision.
A 400% price increase is preposterous.
The federal government paid just $26 per shot. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel defended the price bump.
This is not the same product. We're expecting a 90% reduction in demand. As you can see, we're losing economies of scale. We must deal with supply chain complexity.
Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders went after Moderna and its leadership for making billions during the pandemic on the backs of Americans. U.S. taxpayers have shelled out billions to fund the vaccine.
You became a multi-billionaire overnight.
I've heard people say, well, that's corporate greed. Yeah, that's kind of how the free enterprise system works.
Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is a medical doctor, also grilled the CEO on whether the vaccine is safe for young people.
You have children.
I do.
Have you vaccinated your children?
I have.
How many times?
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Moderna's CEO said he plans to work with hospitals and homeless shelters to expand access to the vaccine to the uninsured. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
It's surprising news for officials in New Orleans. A massive drainage pump, which is crucial to getting water out of the city during hurricanes, has corroded just 5 years after it got installed. With hurricane season less than 3 months away, crews are working to ensure the city is ready. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor reports.
The good news is the Army Corps of Engineers, which designed this system, says if a storm were to come today, this pump station still has enough power to keep nearby neighborhoods from flooding. But they're still investigating to ensure this is not a systemic problem that could cause pumps to fail across the city.
When we designed these had to be 35-year pumps, meaning that with just regular maintenance and operation, they wouldn't need any significant work for 35 years. We're 5 years in, so it's pretty significant, and it's pretty concerning.
It's a major setback for New Orleans' intricate flood protection system.
The big thing is to find out why exactly these pumps are corroding at a rate unlike where we're seeing elsewhere. Once we know why, then we can determine the fix. Our focus short term is let's make sure everything is good for this 2023 hurricane season.
The pumps are vital to getting rainwater out of the city when the floodgates are closed during hurricanes, part of a $730 million project after Hurricane Katrina. In 2018, the Army Corps finished installing the pumps and storm surge barriers at 3 vulnerable canals. Without them, the next big storm could submerge hundreds of nearby homes and businesses.
Today, we have all the capacity we need and the gates are working. What we have a commitment to is not only ensuring that the pumps are going to work for this hurricane season, but ensuring that they're going to get the stations that are going to work for every hurricane season after that.
Engineers will be inspecting all of the pumps ahead of that June 1st start to hurricane season. This is going to take some time, but for the ones inspectors have been able to look at so far, they say they have found some more corrosion, but it's not nearly as severe as what they found on the one taken out of service. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Fox News taking to the sand in Florida, along with a mobile medical crew, to warn and educate spring breakers about the dangers of fentanyl. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating, he's in Fort Lauderdale with that story.
Do you guys all know what Narcan is? Yeah. Okay, Narcan reverses overdoses.
Dr. Tom Smith with the Spot Outreach Team is working the sand this spring break, talking with college guys and gals, and he hopes saving lives. Drinking and doing drugs are often a rite of passage during spring break. The DEA says fentanyl is the #1 cause of accidental ODs in the U.S. and the deadliest drug ever encountered.
You put it up their nose and you push it, and then you can save a life.
The SPOT team has passed out 2,500 free Narcan doses this month, which can temporarily reverse an overdose.
Spring breakers are coming down on spring break. They're having fun. They're partying. They might be using drugs they bought in a club, and the drugs are laced with fentanyl.
On Panama City Beach, police dogs.
And turning now to interest rates, we know the Federal Reserve raised the interest rates yesterday, but what does it mean for you? Well, our LiveNOW team spoke with an expert on this who knows all about it, the economy as well as interest rates. So let's listen to what he had to say. Here you go.
Let's talk about this even further. We're going to be joined right now by the head of Potomac Core Association Consulting, Dan Veroni, friend of the program. And Dan, thanks so much for being with us. We were all eagerly anticipating what this would be. Would it be 25? Would it be 50? Would it be 75? 25 basis points today. Did Powell make the right move in your estimation?
You know, the answer is whatever Jerome Powell decided to do today, somebody was going to be unhappy and said he did the wrong thing. Okay. It's a tough job. At the end of the day, we've got inflation. You know, when you look at the measurement that the Federal Reserve utilizes, right, the PCE is about 6%, which is 3 times the Fed target rate for inflation. You've got costs still going up. The cost of shelter is still unusually high. The cost of food is unusually high. The cost of eggs is outrageously high. And the Fed's responsibility is price stability. So they did what they believed was right, given the data and the facts that they had at hand. Now, do some of us wish they had started this a year sooner? And the answer is yes. I mean, I, for one, wish they would have started a year sooner instead of saying inflation was transitory. Inflation might have been better under control. It just is what it is. The Fed made this decision today.
So, Dan, obviously, since you and I last spoke, there was quite the wrinkle in all of this to the Fed's plans with these steady interest rate hikes. Piecemeal, that, of course, the collapse of several regional banks, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank of New York, some vulnerabilities in other regional banks. And so, you know, Jerome Powell, and you watched the announcement today, he was very forthcoming about those pressures now involved in this decision-making. So much so, he said the events of the last 2 weeks are likely to result in some tightening of credit conditions for households and businesses, and thereby weigh on demand on the labor market and on inflation. So he knows how much trouble that has presented his job at the Fed, right?
Without a doubt. You know, monetary policy is risky business. It's never quite, we're going to do this and we'll get that. So essentially what you have is you've got spending and deficits at historic numbers. You've got inflation at historic numbers. And then you've got the Federal Reserve trying to rein all of this in terms of inflation. So when you look at where we are with these regional banks, let me just share this with you, Andrew, because I've been thinking about this all day, actually for the last several days. When I think of the U.S. economy today, it strikes me that on one side you've got the U.S. economy, and then you've got this slow-moving iceberg headed for the U.S. economy. And it's causing me great concern. So when you look at these credit drawdowns, right? So in other words, when he talked about tightening today, that means a tightening of loans, meaning less access to credit, and small businesses in particular that need loans and need capital and need credit aren't going to be able to get it. Same with individuals. Yeah. And it just seems that the economy is under greater stress than many of us thought it might be 6 months ago at this time. And I think this additional wrinkle is not just a wrinkle, it's just another shoe that dropped in what is an era of chronic uncertainty. It's this now the sense of financial instability. And look, while Jerome Powell, to his credit, said, I've asked the vice chair to look into this and to report back in a transparent way to me and to Congress and the American people as to where the failures were, I think that's a good sign. Okay. But let me say this is important. You've got regional Federal Reserve boards that are responsible and accountable for what is happening at these banks. So the question that we all need to be asking is, what was the regional bank in San Francisco doing or thinking while the Silicon Valley Bank was engaging in loans in the manner in which they were? Yeah. So a lot of questions yet to be answered, and we need to get these questions answered. Yeah. Yeah, Dan, you're alluding to the fact that, the Fed has some explaining to do. What did they know about some of these potential vulnerabilities in banks like Silicon Valley Bank, like First Republic Bank as well, to which Powell says about the actions both the Treasury, the Fed, and the FDIC have taken. These actions demonstrate that all depositors' savings and the banking system are safe with the support of the Treasury. I want to go back, though, to what you said, Dan, about chronic uncertainty. Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House press briefing today at the podium said, and I'm paraphrasing, no indications of a pre-recession, she said pre-session, or recession that they have seen at that level. Now, inflation overall still at 6%. They want to get it down to 2%. But there's a lot of factors at play here. Overall, you're saying chronic uncertainty. So let's look at where things are. So I understand Karine Jean-Pierre's responsibility as the White House press secretary and her need to deliver a message. But here are the facts on the ground. These are the realities. You've got credit card utilization at an all-time high. You've got auto default. You've got almost, actually over 60% of the American people having a hard time making ends meet. You've got corporate defaults on loans on historic increase, and none of this is good news. None of this is good news, and you've got high inflation, people having a hard time making ends meet. So when I talk about chronic uncertainty, you've got consumers like you and I and many, many others that are saying, how are we going to pay all of our bills? How are we going to buy food? How are we going to pay rent? How are we going to pay the mortgage? How are we going to pay our car loans? And now, when I look at the economy, again, I look at the U.S. economy on one side with a slow-moving iceberg, and I think that this economy is in jeopardy. Okay. I think we've seen it coming, and I don't think it's reasonable for the White House to think that the signs aren't there. Yeah. I always ask at the end of our conversations if you still have confidence in Jerome Powell, and I want to play out a scenario and pretend right now we're Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts. She has been one of the most vehement opposers of Jerome Powell and these interest rate hikes, to which she said today to Fox Business, quote, Powell has failed to supervise and regulate, talking about some of these banks and the subsequent collapses. So much so, she said, there's got to be a cap somewhere. Somebody can't, quote, deposit $1 billion, get a special deal from the bank, and still get backed up by the taxpayers, that they'll get their money back if the bank fails. Now, do you agree with Senator Warren somewhat? Does she have a point? Well, so this started with Treasury Secretary Yellen indicating yesterday that these shortfalls would be covered. Now she covered her tracks today and moved in the other direction. The FDIC doesn't have trillions of dollars of cash sitting around, and neither does the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve would have to print the money to cover all of these deposits. Here's the challenge with that, Andrew. If you think we got bad inflation now, let them start printing money to cover all these deposits, and we'll be in an inflation hole that we will never get out of. So at the end of the day, one of the Federal Reserve's key responsibilities is oversight and supervisory responsibility. The fact that the regional Fed in San Francisco and the other regional Feds have taken their eye off the ball is a big problem. And there must be transparency to figure out what happened. But at the end of the day, he's accountable. The entire Fed Board of Governors is accountable.
Yeah. All right, Dan Veroni, always a lively conversation. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll speak again.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
So let's talk about this.
It is 7:12 on the East Coast, 4:12 over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. We take a live look outside right now. That's in Washington, D.C. We've been showing this the past few days. You see those cherry blossom trees there blooming up and looking beautiful. And you see a lot of people out there walking around taking it all in. But I have heard these late blooms actually cause for a longer allergy season. We spoke to Fox 5 D.C. the other day, giving us the lowdown on that. But still, a beautiful shot nonetheless. I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour. We'll come back. We'll talk about the latest on the possible indictment of President Trump, former President Donald Trump, and also talk about the latest on TikTok. Big news happening today on Capitol Hill. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 7:14 on the East Coast, 4:15 actually, just changed on, it's the morning there on the West Coast. We're glad you're here, getting you caught up on all the top stories of the day as we take a live look outside at the nation's capital. Big news there today as the TikTok CEO will testify on Capitol Hill. That's happening at around 10 a.m. this morning Eastern time, I do believe, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen. But I want to switch gears to this story here, as we've been covering this pretty extensively. The focus remains laser sharp on New York City, as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting former President Donald Trump. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney prevented the grand jury there, from meeting on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York with the latest.
he does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
And now moving on to the latest on TikTok. TikTok's CEO, like I mentioned, will testify on the Hill this morning around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. He needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could face a full-blown ban in the United States. Fox's Mark Meredith reports from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app's CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data? What facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
A growing number of Democrats and Republicans are calling for tighter regulations on the banking industry, with a new poll highlighting a significant drop in Americans' confidence in our financial institutions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
Faith in our country's financial institutions is dropping. A new Associated Press NORC poll finds only 10% of adults have a high level of confidence in our nation's banks. That's actually down from 22% in 2020.
The poll shows a majority say they want to see the U.S. government do more to regulate banks and other financial institutions. And that concern about underregulation is bipartisan.
The reported decline follows this month's banking crisis, with the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the second and third largest banking failures in history.
Despite the turmoil of the past month in the banking industry, the poll shows that Americans' already grim assessments of the U.S. economy have stayed the same. 3/4 say economic conditions are bad.
Meanwhile, in an effort to help further reduce inflation, the Federal Reserve announced yet another hike in interest rates on Wednesday, which some financial analysts worry may only weaken banks.
Isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks. Our banking system is sound and resilient, with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools, as needed, to keep it safe.
While the poll did find 57% of people have at least some confidence in banks, roughly half of adults in the U.S. believe the economy will become progressively worse over the next year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 25 basis points. And there is concern, however, the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is in fact doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with that story.
Stocks took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 0.25 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Some lawmakers are asking Moderna to rethink their plans to boost the cost of their COVID shot. The company's CEO was on the hot seat at a Senate hearing on Wednesday, fielding questions ranging from the planned price bump to the safety of the vaccine. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna is being accused of corporate greed. They'll hike the cost of their COVID shot to $130 a dose once the government stockpile runs dry later this year. At a Senate help hearing Wednesday, there was bipartisan outrage.
Quadrupling the price is huge, and I would hope very much that you will reconsider that decision.
A 400% price increase is preposterous.
The federal government paid just $26 per shot. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel defended the price bump.
This is not the same product. We're expecting a 90% reduction in demand. As you can see, we're losing economies of scale. We must deal with supply chain complexity.
Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders went after Moderna and its leadership for making billions during the pandemic on the backs of Americans. U.S. taxpayers have shelled out billions to fund the vaccine.
You became a multi-billionaire overnight.
I've heard people say, well, that's corporate greed. Yeah, that's kind of how the free enterprise system works.
Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is a medical doctor, also grilled the CEO on whether the vaccine is safe for young people.
You have children.
I do.
Have you vaccinated your children?
I have.
How many times?
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Moderna's CEO said he plans to work with hospitals and homeless shelters to expand access to the vaccine to the uninsured. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
It's surprising news for officials in New Orleans. A massive drainage pump, which is crucial to getting water out of the city during hurricanes, has corroded just 5 years after being installed. With hurricane season less than 3 months away, crews are working to ensure the city is ready. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor reports.
The good news is the Army Corps of Engineers, which designed this system, says if a storm were to come today, this pump station still has enough power to keep nearby neighborhoods from flooding. But they're still investigating to ensure this is not a systemic problem that could cause pumps to fail across the city.
When we designed these had to be 35-year pumps, meaning that with just regular maintenance and operation, they wouldn't need any significant work for 35 years. We're 5 years in, so it's pretty significant, and it's pretty concerning.
It's a major setback for New Orleans' intricate flood protection system.
The big thing is to find out why exactly these pumps are corroding at a rate unlike, where we're seeing elsewhere. Once we know why, then we can determine the fix. Our focus short term is let's make sure everything is good for this 2023 hurricane season.
The pumps are vital to getting rainwater out of the city when the floodgates are closed during hurricanes, part of a $730 million project after Hurricane Katrina. In 2018, the Army Corps finished installing the pumps and storm surge barriers at 3 vulnerable canals. Without them, the next big storm could submerge hundreds of nearby homes and businesses.
Today, we have all the capacity we need and the gates are working. What we have a commitment to is not only ensuring that the pumps are going to work for this hurricane season, but ensuring that they're going to get the stations that are going to work for every hurricane season after that.
Engineers will be inspecting all of the pumps ahead of that June 1st start to hurricane season. This is going to take some time, but for the ones inspectors have been able to look at so far, they say they have found some more corrosion, but it's not nearly as severe as what they found on the one taken out of service. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And sticking to the latest on former President Donald Trump, we wait to see, will he be indicted? Will he not be indicted? That remains to be seen, if it'll happen this week or next week. We do know that grand jury hearing was shut down yesterday, and we're working to learn more about that. But in the meantime, our LiveNOW team spoke with an attorney on the latest on former President Donald Trump, trying to see where things might go from here. So more analysis on this particular topic. Take a listen.
And they did not meet the grand jury, and we'll go into why that could be with legal analyst and friend of the program, Andrew Lieb. Andrew, good to see you. You and I have talked about this extensively. So, and I want to put up this tweet here. This is from Fox News New York producer Moderna. She's been covering this. So, the DA's office has, quote, canceled the grand jury proceedings for today. The grand jurors were notified this morning, and they are, quote, on standby for tomorrow. The source did not know the reason for the cancellation. We have not gotten the reason either. What do you think this portends for the overall case? I just spoke with Brian Yennis on the ground there in Lower Manhattan. Fox is reporting there's some dissension amongst grand jury members, and so this is posing quite the problem for Bragg, is it not?
But what we're hearing through the grapevine is the last witness on Monday was Robert Costello, who is the former attorney for Michael Cohen, and purportedly is who Trump wanted to be testifying to, maybe even exonerate him. And what we're hearing is that there's a rebuttal witness that Alvin Bragg, the DA, wants to bring in, who was unavailable today. So if that's all it is, availability of witness to rebut this person, it doesn't seem so crazy that they're going to delay a day. Oftentimes when I want to have dinner with my friends, they're not available on the day I want them to have dinner, so we have to move it to the next day. So it could be as benign as that, or it could be a real big deal that really there is this dissension that you're mentioning.
Yeah, but from my understanding, having read up now on grand juries, special ones, they don't meet every day of the week. They meet on certain days of the week. I thought this one only met on Mondays and Wednesdays, but they could potentially be coming back. Does that mean this is urgent?
Well, we know that they've been meeting Monday, Wednesday, and sometimes Thursday. That's actually been how it's been going.
Okay.
So they may be coming tomorrow. I don't know if it's an urgent thing. Like, it doesn't change the crime. It doesn't change the indictment. The timeline of the grand jury doesn't expire if they go into next week. So I don't know if it's an urgent thing. I think it's a producing witness this thing. And like to your last package, it's very important. The prosecutor could withdraw this. He could ask them to dismiss it, or he could ask for the jury, the grand jury, to come back and have those members, those 12 members to agree and say, hey, there's reasonable cause that we have a crime, we have to indict, and then Trump gets that perp walk that he's purportedly really wanting. I'm hearing he wants to be in the cuffs.
Yeah, Andrew, and I think it's important to kind of parse these two words here, indict and arrest. They cannot be used interchangeably. One comes before the other. Help us work through that.
Yeah, just in very simple terms, is the indictment is the decision to charge, the decision to go forward, the feeling that there's reasonable cause. So you can't just put someone up on charges. You have to say, hey, were you going to face the charges? That's the indictment. And in New York, when we're dealing with this felony, according to Trump, this Trump situation, of those 23 grand jurors, 12 of them have to vote. They're not saying he's guilty. They're not saying he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All they're saying is that there's reasonable cause to believe that they should pursue this. The rest is more law and order. They put the handcuffs on, they fingerprint you, they make you take the walk, they say, hey, we're going to get a mugshot, and eventually you get to the arraignment. That's the third one. You didn't ask, but the third one is when you get to plead not guilty, you waive the public charge, and then we go on with the show, and that's when Trump really could prove that he's innocent, if he is.
Yeah, but does all of that, still stand with such a high-profile would-be defendant here, or will they make modifications, arrangements? We're getting some reporting that any type of arraignment might happen next week, but it might be virtual.
It's no doubt that there's going to be special arrangements because Trump walks with the Secret Service. Bill Clinton walks with the Secret Service. George W. Bush walks with the Secret Service. When you're a former president, you have your own people surrounding you for security. Trump can't be in a regular Manhattan courtroom unless major security protocols are taking place. So it's not just for the benefit of Trump, it's the benefit of everyone in the courtroom and the danger that a former president poses if they don't secure the area. Now, let's be clear again, though. Trump gets a say in what's going on. Perhaps he could avoid the handcuffs if he wanted to. No one thinks he's going to go escape to another country. Anyway, any reasonable person doesn't think that. But at the end of the day, maybe he wants that perp walk. So there's negotiations, and that's how we know this is happening in the first place. That's why Trump tweeted the arrest was going to happen this week. His Secret Service have been in contact with the police, making arrangements so everyone could do this safely, efficiently, and effectively for all involved.
Okay, Andrew, while I have you here, obviously we've been reporting there's several investigations in several jurisdictions surrounding the former President Trump for a number of different cases. One, of course, is the special counsel that was appointed by Merrick Garland. Jack Smith, he's looking into Trump's potential role in January 6th, also into the classified document scandal there at Mar-a-Lago. Let's leave it there. There was a very, very big development in that case in D.C. just this morning. I want to put this tweet up from New York Times reporter Alan Feuer. He says, with a screen grab there of the filing, the D.C. Circuit Court orders Trump lawyer Evan Corcoran to hand over documents in special counsel's classified records investigation. The appeals court denied Trump's efforts to stay a lower court's order from Friday, compelling the handover of documents. Now, Andrew, why did Trump's legal team go to such great lengths to not hand over these attorney-client documents?
Oh, well, that's an easy one. You gave me a softball there, Andrew. No one wants their attorney to testify about the private conversations. We think when you hire an attorney, you have confidentiality. They call that attorney-client privilege. But what the judge decided, the district court judge, is Corcoran, his attorney, was complicit. It's called the crime fraud exception. If you're acting as a co-conspirator or helping perpetrate the crime, you're no longer the attorney. There's no longer a privilege. And Trump went marching immediately to the D.C. Circuit, and he said, appellate court, overturn this district court judge, put in a stay. And they gave him a breathing room of about, 8 hours or something like that. And then this morning they ruled, hey, guess what? Corcoran's got to turn over all his notes, all his records, and he's got to testify to special counsel Jack Smith.
Yeah, this is a huge win, though, for Jack Smith and his team with this today. But this does not bode well if an appellate court judge, ruled on this, thinking that possibly these, communications between Trump and his attorneys include, references or allusions to the committing of a crime. Remember, that is what the former president is up on, potentially withholding information, obfuscating the investigation, to getting these classified documents back into the custody of the National Archives. That doesn't bode well for former president.
And if you are just joining us here, that is the latest, a little bit of analysis there on former President Donald Trump and whether he will be indicted or won't he be indicted. Actually, that remains to be seen. We're certainly staying on top of that today. So we're turning to this story here. This is another big story happening. Of course, TikTok In the news, as it often is, and joining us now to talk about the congressional hearing on TikTok is Lindsey Gorman. She works with the Alliance for Securing Democracy, head of technology there. She leads their work on U.S.-China technology competition and most recently served as a senior advisor to the Biden White House. Lindsey, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
All right, so when the CEO of TikTok takes the stand later today, what exactly does he need to say to kind of make his case? Well, TikTok should stay. There shouldn't be a ban. What do you expect to hear? What does he need to do?
Well, this is really a make or break day for TikTok and its future operations in the United States. And in particular, whether its Chinese parent company ByteDance will retain ownership and control over TikTok. So the TikTok CEO is making his first appearance before Congress today, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and he's going to try to downplay ties with the Chinese Communist Party and isolate TikTok and segregate it from China and its operations there. But he's going to meet sort of a tough environment because lawmakers for the better part of the last year have been raising national security concerns that are due about TikTok's links because it is owned by ByteDance, which is based in China. And so I think we'll see the CEO really try to stress their independence and also a new argument for TikTok in its attempt to assuage these concerns. It may rely on sort of the more traditional pork barrel politics lines of appealing to TikTok's creator base in the United States, the number of people that it employs, particularly in certain states, and its effects on the U.S. economy were action to be taken against TikTok.
And let's talk real basic here for our viewers, kind of get the lowdown. So TikTok, obviously one of the many social media platforms available out there, but what makes it different in this case with regard to, comparing it to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram? Why is it taking so much heat? Is it just really that China connection?
It really is that China connection. And look, all the social media platforms collect massive amounts of data on us as we're using them. That's sort of a fact of life that is existing in our current reality. And now there are efforts to try to regulate some of that and institute better data privacy practices and oversight over how algorithms are showing content to users and when. But really what makes TikTok unique among social media platforms in the United States and in other democracies is the fact that at the end of the day, its company is based in China. And what that means is that in China, there isn't this separation between the public and private sector that I think we're used to in the United States and in other democratic countries. And the real concern here is twofold. First, that the data that all social media platforms are collecting, in the case of TikTok, can end up in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party at a time when we know it is already trying to collect data on citizens around the world, as well as steal intellectual property. So we're talking businesses, in addition to normal sort of espionage that governments would collect. And then the second real concern here is that this is not just a data vacuum, but it's also a producer of content. It's also a platform, and algorithms decide how content is shown. And so there's a real concern here that if this platform is ultimately accountable to China, that TikTok could preferentially censor or uprank or downrank content based on what the Chinese Communist Party wants Americans to see. And we already know that the Chinese Communist Party does have a strong interest in what the discourse is like in America. And this gives them just another tool to do that, to reach millions.
And if this ban happens, if there is a ban, which economy is going to be hurt more? Is the U.S. economy going to take a big hit from this? Or do you anticipate China also taking a big hit? Is it about the same? What do you think?
So I don't think we're there yet in terms of talking about a ban. The option that's really on the table right now is, can we force a divestiture of TikTok from its parent company, ByteDance? I think there are few who really want to see a true ban of TikTok in the United States, in part because it is so incredibly popular. So I actually think when you talk about the blowback and the impacts, if we do end up in a ban, it's going to be more, I think, on the political level of there are, as the TikTok CEO will say in his testimony today, 100 million Americans, that's almost half the country, who use TikTok. Many of our youth are on it and are fans of the platform. So I really think the political blowback, more so than the economic blowback, will be the strongest. Of course, for China, it would be a big hit because this is the first really, truly extraordinarily successful platform to come out of China and the sort of global standard bearer for China's technology influence on social media.
And so not quite talking about a ban at this point, but talking about some possible legislation to maybe mix things up, maybe separate ByteDance and TikTok a little bit there. So appreciate that understanding. That's kind of all the questions I had, but of course I always want to turn it over to the guests before I let you go. Anything we're missing or anything you want to add before we disconnect here?
I would just add that I think it's important to keep in mind that there are two problems here. One is that we absolutely need better regulations and better policies and laws around data more generally, a federal data privacy law to protect our data from all social media platforms. And I think the TikTok CEO will try to make that case that TikTok is not unique. But the second problem is that we are in an era of strategic competition when it comes to China. China is an authoritarian state, and it seeks to supplant the United States as the global leader. So that piece of the equation can't really be extracted, despite the fact that there are problems that are common across social media platforms. In some ways, TikTok truly is unique.
And of course, that CEO will be taking the stand there on Capitol Hill around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have it right here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we bring experts like Lindsay Gorman on to break it all down for us ahead of that testimony. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. All right, it's 7:41 on the East Coast. It's 4:41 over on the West Coast. I want to take another quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll switch gears, head to Tampa, Florida for a report down there with our Fox team. So stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside in New York City. Just always like to throw that shot up there because it is a beautiful one. But we're going to switch gears here and go towards Tampa, Florida. Some big changes are coming to the millions of Americans waiting on a life-saving organ transplant. President Joe Biden is proposing major reforms to the way donated organs are distributed. Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan, he joins us live with more details. And Matt, what can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. Certainly tens of thousands of people on that waiting list. The White House on Wednesday announcing that as part of a broader modernization effort, it wants to break up the network that runs the nation's organ transplant system. And as we take you to the video here, we know that more people than ever are getting new organs, with a record nearly 43,000 transplants last year. But that is not nearly enough to meet the demand. More than 100,000 patients are on the national transplant list. Thousands die waiting, and for a long time, critics have been urging an overhaul in order to save more lives. The same nonprofit group has been running the transplant system for nearly 4 decades. This includes overseeing the groups that retrieve organs, helping set policies for how organs get distributed and how patients get prioritized, as well as running the massive computer system that matches organs with patients. The government is now aiming to end this monopoly and divide these duties among more than one group. It's not clear exactly how this is going to work. The Health Resources and Services Administration will put out bids for new contracts in the fall, but not saying how many. We know that one top focus is to modernize that organ matching technology and to improve accountability in the complex transplant system. We spoke Wednesday with the Tampa Bay family, hoping the overhaul will eventually make it easier to find a kidney donor for their 12-year-old daughter.
Anything to expedite this process, I would be 100% for. I mean, it kills me seeing any kid, let alone my daughter, being on dialysis, having to do it every day to stay alive. I mean, if we didn't have dialysis, if I'm being real, like, she wouldn't be alive.
On the accountability piece of this overhaul, that includes greater independence of the boards that set organ policies. Officials say patients will be better served by ensuring there's competition in this process. Also on Wednesday, the HRSA taking initial steps to translate some of the government's organ donations data into an easier to understand website for patients and families. It's data that can help them decide how to pursue care. The Biden administration also asking Congress to more than double the funding for transplant oversight to $67 million next year. Wednesday's announcement, though, as we come back out here live, not directly addressing some of the underlying persistent problems around organ donation. One of them, for example, is that all too often potentially usable organs don't get retrieved from would-be donors. Another is that sometimes less than perfect organ donations, which could still be put to use, don't get matched to the right patients. And just last year, a very influential science panel urging the government to set performance goals to address this and other challenges. So this move by the White House really an important step in that direction of making sure that the right patients are getting matched with organ donations.
Yeah, such a crucial service there. People got to get those organs a lot of times to stay alive. So a very interesting life-saving measure. We'll see what sort of changes happen with regard to organ donation. Fox 13 Tampa, Matt McClellan reporting for us this morning. Matt, thank you so much.
Anytime.
All right, it's 7:48 on the East Coast, 4:48 over on the West Coast. I do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Want to get into a little bit of breaking news here. This is just coming down. This news is from the Fox News channel. They're reporting this in that Colorado high school shooting yesterday. The suspect in that shooting, Fox News is reporting, is dead as of this morning, and the coroner has confirmed this. A body found in the woods near an abandoned car was that of a 17-year-old student accused of wounding two administrators on Wednesday at East High School in Denver, Colorado there. Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw said the body was And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look outside here. This is in Denver, Colorado, and that's where I was just reading a little breaking news. We're just learning this morning before we had to take a quick break there. But a 17-year-old gunman, the alleged gunman here in a shooting at a Colorado high school, that person has been found dead as of this morning, and the coroner has confirmed that. A body found in the woods near an abandoned car was that of a 17-year-old student accused of wounding two administrators Wednesday at East High School in Denver. Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw said the body was discovered Wednesday not far from the student's car in a remote mountain area about 50 miles southwest of Denver near the small town of Bailey. That is in Park County, and this is according to the Associated Press there. So some breaking news on that shooting that happened yesterday at East High School in Colorado, the Denver area. We're following that and bringing you the latest details. So wanted to go ahead and put that out there for you before we get into the other news of the day here. Of course, talking about President Donald Trump, former president there. The focus remains laser sharp on New York City, as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting the former president. We haven't seen that yet. And this comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney that prevented the grand jury from meeting on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
TikTok CEO will testify on the Hill this morning, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. He needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could face a full-blown ban in the United States. Fox's Mark Meredith reports from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app's CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data? What facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
A growing number of Democrats and Republicans are calling for tighter regulations on the banking industry, with a new poll highlighting a significant drop in Americans' confidence in our financial institutions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
Faith in our country's financial institutions is dropping. A new Associated Press NORC poll finds only 10% of adults have a high level of confidence in our nation's banks. That's actually down from 22% in 2020.
The poll shows a majority say they want to see the U.S. government do more to regulate banks and other financial institutions. And that concern about underregulation is bipartisan.
The reported decline follows this month's banking crisis, with the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the second and third largest banking failures in history.
Despite the turmoil of the past month in the banking industry, the poll shows that Americans' already grim assessments of the U.S. economy have stayed the same. 3/4 say economic conditions are bad.
Meanwhile, in an effort to help further reduce inflation, the Federal Reserve announced yet another hike in interest rates on Wednesday, which some financial analysts worry may only weaken banks.
Isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks. Our banking system is sound and resilient, with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe.
While the poll did find 57% of people have at least some confidence in banks, roughly half of adults in the U.S. believe the economy will become progressively worse over the next year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates yet again by 25 basis points. There is concern, however, the aggressive hikes are straining a fragile system, even as the White House says the economy is doing well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Stocks took a dive Wednesday despite the Federal Reserve chairman assuring the banks were strong. But on Capitol Hill, the Treasury Secretary said the administration is not considering blanket insurance or guarantees of deposits if there are more bank runs.
It's important to be clear. Shareholders and debt holders of the failed banks are not being protected by the government.
Shares of First Republic Bank dipped again as it struggles to remain afloat. Despite the recent meltdowns of Silicon Valley and Signature banks, the Federal Reserve is pushing ahead with another 0.25 percentage point interest rate increase.
We have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher.
There are also Democratic concerns. The chairman's policies are not working.
The Fed, under Chair Powell, has failed to supervise and regulate those banks as they are required to do.
Investors are nervous. Even so, the White House remains optimistic.
We do not see a recession or a pre-recession. We see a strong economy.
But not all analysts share that sentiment.
Banks are going to continue to lose money and lose deposits. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The interest rate hikes could be slowing. Powell says there is likely just one more left for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Some lawmakers are asking Moderna to rethink their plans to boost the cost of their COVID shot. The company's CEO was on the hot seat at a Senate hearing on Wednesday, fielding questions ranging from the planned price bump to the safety of the vaccine. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna is being accused of corporate greed. They'll hike the cost of their COVID shot to $130 a dose once the government stockpile runs dry later this year. At a Senate help hearing Wednesday, there was bipartisan outrage.
Quadrupling the price is huge, and I would hope very much that you will reconsider that decision.
A 400% price increase is preposterous.
The federal government paid just $26 per shot. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel defended the price bump.
This is not the same product. We're expecting a 90% reduction in demand. As you can see, we're losing economies of scale. We must deal with supply chain complexity.
Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders went after Moderna and its leadership for making billions during the pandemic on the backs of Americans. U.S. taxpayers have shelled out billions to fund the vaccine.
You became a multi-billionaire overnight.
I've heard people say, well, that's corporate greed. Yeah, that's kind of how the free enterprise system works.
Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is a medical doctor, also grilled the CEO on whether the vaccine is safe for young people.
You have children.
I do.
Have you vaccinated your children?
I have.
How many times?
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Moderna's CEO said he plans to work with hospitals and homeless shelters to expand access to the vaccine to the uninsured. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
It's surprising news for officials in New Orleans. A massive drainage pump, which is crucial to getting water out of the city during hurricanes, has corroded. You see it right there on your screen, just 5 years after being installed. With hurricane season less than 3 months away, crews are working to ensure the city is ready. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor reports.
The good news is the Army Corps of Engineers, which designed this system, says if a storm were to come today, this pump station still has enough power to keep nearby neighborhoods from flooding. But they're still investigating to ensure this is not a systemic problem that could cause pumps to fail across the city.
When we designed these had to be 35-year pumps, meaning that with just regular maintenance and operation, they wouldn't need any significant work for 35 years. We're 5 years in, so it's pretty significant, and it's pretty concerning.
It's a major setback for New Orleans' intricate flood protection system.
The big thing is to find out why exactly these pumps are corroding at a rate unlike where we're seeing elsewhere. Once we know why, then we can determine the fix. Our focus short term is let's make sure everything is good for this 2023 hurricane season.
The pumps are vital to getting rainwater out of the city when the floodgates are closed during hurricanes, part of a $730 million project after Hurricane Katrina. In 2018, the Army Corps finished installing the pumps and storm surge barriers at 3 vulnerable canals. Without them, the next big storm could submerge hundreds of nearby homes and businesses.
Today, we have all the capacity we need, and the gates are working. What we have a commitment to is not only ensuring that the pumps are going to work for this hurricane season,
but ensuring that they're going to get the stations that are going to work for every hurricane season after that.
Engineers will be inspecting all of the pumps ahead of that June 1st start to hurricane season. This is going to take some time, but for the ones that inspectors have been able to look at so far, they say they have found some more corrosion, but it's not nearly as severe as what they found on the one taken out of service. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Fox News taking to the sand in Florida, along with a mobile medical crew to warn and educate spring breakers about the dangers of fentanyl. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating is in Fort Lauderdale with the story.
Do you guys all know what Narcan is? Yeah. Okay, Narcan reverses overdoses.
Dr. Tom Smith with the Spot Outreach Team is working the sand this spring break, talking with college guys and gals, and he hopes saving lives. Drinking and doing drugs are often a rite of passage during spring break. The DEA says fentanyl is the #1 cause of accidental ODs in the U.S. and the deadliest drug ever encountered.
You put it up their nose and you push it, and then you can save a life.
The Spot team has passed out 2,500 free Narcan doses this month, which can temporarily reverse an overdose.
Spring breakers are coming down on spring break. They're having fun. They're partying. They might be using drugs they bought in a club, and the drugs are laced with fentanyl.
On Panama City Beach, police dogs are being used to sniff out and take out fentanyl. On the southern border, Customs and Border Protection has shared many examples of fentanyl being smuggled into the country from Mexico, hidden in everything you can think of. The CDC says about 67,000 Americans die from the drug each year. College spring breakers tell us they are aware of the fentanyl issue, danger, and risk, with some saying their parents even warned them about it before they flew to Florida for their week of fun in the sun.
Someone we know actually did just OD, unfortunately, on spring break. So from here on out, just you don't want to mess with any cocaine, any ecstasy, any pills. Just stay away. Stick to booze, honestly.
And you may recall last year, a group of West Point cadets spring breaking here accidentally overdosed and had to be rushed to the hospital after buying and taking cocaine laced with fentanyl. In Fort Lauderdale Beach, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And we'll switch gears here and take a live look outside. That is at New York City. And we're going to talk about the latest with former President Donald Trump, who could be facing an indictment. Originally was said to be this week, could be next week, but we haven't heard much. We do know the grand jury didn't happen yesterday after a little bit of action in the DA's office there. We're working to learn more about that, but we've got a guest on this particular topic that's going to break it all down for us. We have Michael F. Bachner, former assistant DA in Manhattan and an attorney in private practice. We're bringing him on for the latest on everything with regard to former President Trump. Michael, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm quite well, thank you. I wanted to ask you this. So we're waiting for that indictment to possibly come down. I just want to get your general impressions here. What do you think about the idea of just a former president being indicted on these charges? Because we know former President Trump and his attorneys have said the statute of limitations on this alleged hush money payment that happened may have passed. But what do you make of all that?
Well, as far as indicting a former president, Donald Trump will be the first if it does occur. I'm sure Mr. Bragg has been giving this an enormous amount of thought. It's weighed heavily. There's no doubt. You can tell on The Office. There's been a lot of pressure exerted in a lot of ways. And knowing that office, having been there and still doing a lot of work as a defense lawyer there, they try to be extremely careful. As far as the statute of limitations issues are concerned, I don't think that that's going to get Mr. Trump or his defense team anywhere. The statute of limitations in New York for felony is 5 years from the date of the last act. Arguably speaking, the last act was December 17th, was December of 2017, excuse me, at which time a final check, I believe, was cut. So arguably the 5 years would have passed. However, under New York state law, the statute of limitations is told. That means it stops running where a putative defendant is no longer in the state. So the cases say that for every day a person is out of the state, the statute stops running. Donald Trump, as far as I understand it, was out of the state of New York almost continuously from 2017. And in addition, as I understand it, he gave up his residency in the state of New York in 2019. So the calculations that have been done in the case show that enough time has stopped that the statute of limitations of 5 years for the felony and 2 years for the misdemeanor is not going to be a problem.
Well, I wanted to ask you too, with yesterday, there was supposed to be the grand jury meeting. They're trying to wrap things up with all that, but it didn't happen. It sounded like something might have come down from District Attorney there, Alvin Bragg. What do you make of that? What could have actually happened to cause a grand jury to just not meet?
Well, the easiest answer is that the witness who was supposed to appear didn't show up or got delayed or his lawyer got sick. There are a lot of just administrative things that occur in a grand jury presentation. In addition, it could be, and I don't know if this is a fact, that some of the grand jurors may have been asking for sick. You have to have a certain quorum of grand jurors present in order to hear evidence. So it could be something as easily administrative as that. Or it could be a little bit more problematic. That is, perhaps Mr. Bragg is beginning to feel concerned about the quality of the case. There are rumors circulating that there are substantial number, or certainly a number of DAs in the office who have some sway, who are uncomfortable with this case, not because they don't think Donald Trump committed the offense, but they think there's provability issues. There are defenses that Trump can raise. And, there's the old line, when you're going to try to kill the king, make sure you kill the king. And at the end of the day, if they're not going to be successful, this is going to be a serious problem for Bragg. And I think he may have had concerns about that. When Robert Costello, Cohen's former lawyer, testified in the grand jury the other day, apparently he may have raised some serious concerns in the minds of the grand jury about the efficacy and the truthfulness of Michael Cohen. And that may have caused problems. Interestingly, Bragg at that time did not recall Cohen to the grand jury, even though he was present to rebut that testimony. He just let Costello go. What I've heard, and I have no idea if this is accurate, I just heard it, is that there was another witness that they expected to call to rebut what Costello had said about Cohen. And just to remind your viewers, Costello said that when he was speaking with Cohen as counsel, and Cohen has waived his attorney-client privilege with Costello, that he told Costello that he made the payment personally, and that Trump had no idea about it, and that the campaign had no idea about it, etc. And in addition to that, I'm sorry for speaking too long. In addition to that, when Cohen was being investigated by the Fed, his lawyer at the time, from a very, very reputable law firm and a very good lawyer, he wrote a letter to the federal election committee saying that the payment made by Cohen was done by him personally, and the Trump organization and Donald Trump had no idea. Well, the Trump organization and the entity had no idea that he made that payment. So there are issues that Costello has raised as far as Cohen's credibility that may be worrying Mr. Bragg.
And there's been a lot of debate about how this might actually play out. Let's say the former president gets charged with something. He's got to go in, got to get booked, the whole 9 yards. Would there ever be any special provisions for something like that to happen? Or have you heard a lot of, I guess, sensationalization about this, that the president's going to be in cuffs, there could be a perp walk, but we're not going to see anything like that if he gets charged, correct? You've been in Manhattan as an assistant DA. Just wondering your take on that.
Yeah, I think because of the security-related issues, they're going to treat Mr. Trump a little bit differently than they treat others. I represented some high-profile notoriety-type individuals, both celebrities and athletes. So I represented Bernard Kerik, who was the former police commissioner for the city of New York when he got arrested, even though that was a federal arrest. But I can tell you, in the state areas, they're going to Trump is going to be called, or his lawyers are going to be notified a day or two before. And they're going to say, look, we're not going to ask Donald to surrender to the local precinct. I don't think this will happen. Generally, that's exactly what happens. And then from the precinct, he's booked there. Then he's brought from the precinct in a police car, handcuffed, over to 1 Hogan Place, which is where the Manhattan DA's office is. He's then brought upstairs and held in the detective squad holding area. And then he's then brought over to court. He's generally processed, that is, fingerprinted, and pictures are taken while at the precinct. I think what will happen is, and this has happened in some of the cases I've had with people with some notoriety, they ask you to surrender very early in the morning, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, directly to the DA's office, skipping the precinct. And he then walks into the DA's office with his lawyer, and he is then generally held in a holding cell in the detective squad, where there's no other defendants, no other alleged, no other quote-unquote perpetrators. And Trump will be held in there, and then he'll be brought to court. I think he will be handcuffed, and not because anyone's trying to treat him any worse than anyone else, but it's NYPD and internal security policy at the Manhattan DA's office for security risks. Generally, defendants are handcuffed. The issue is going to be, am I handcuffed behind my back or in front of my back? But they may just do it as a courtesy in front. But I think he'll be handcuffed and he'll be treated like anyone else, and he'll be in cuffs for 5, 10 minutes, whatever it may be. And he'll have to endure the same indignity that all other defendants do in the state of New York, despite who they may be. Harvey Weinstein was a fairly notorious individual, well-known, wealthy. He was treated no differently than any other defendant, and I don't expect Trump will be either.
And right now we're looking at some video of the NYPD there setting up some barricades. They were planning on some protests there at one point. But I'm just curious, since you've had some experience in that Manhattan office, how much does something like a call for protest that President Trump had said on Truth Social, calling on his followers there to protest and take the country back, does that really influence a DA? Like, what goes through their mind when they hear something like this? Does it influence their decision making at all?
It does not. It will have absolutely no impact on the decision to go forward. It will only impact on the level of security necessary to secure him there. And look, frankly, if things go badly there, if any demonstrators, like everyone's got a right to demonstrate, and if they think Mr. Trump has been improperly impugned or indicted, and I understand those arguments. I personally don't agree with them, but I certainly understand them, and they have to be respected. At the end of the day, they have a right to demonstrate. But if they demonstrate violently, if they demonstrate improperly in some ways, Donald Trump knows, and his lawyers know, and Susan Neckles, who's his lead counsel, is a wonderful lawyer. I've tried cases with her. She's very smart and very tenacious. I think she's really the top lawyer on that squad of defense lawyers. She knows that she has to pick a jury, and that jury is going to be comprised of people from Manhattan. It's not going to be comprised from people all over the state of New York. Manhattan's a fairly liberal town. They're a fair town. The jurors really try to do their job no matter who they are. They really do give you serious consideration. But, if violence occurs, these jurors are going to think to themselves, Donald Trump, they already have this perception, certainly from the January 6th situation, that Trump can be thuggish, quote unquote. People during the Mueller investigation compared him to, a crime boss in the way he treated people. I think that could cause him a problem in the selection of a fair jury if his protesters that he's asked to come out act in the same way some of the protesters did on January 6th, where they're alleging that Donald Trump either asked them to come out, enabled them to come out, or certainly didn't prevent them from coming out or try to prevent them. So he's got to be careful about this.
Well, Michael, that's all the questions I had for you. I appreciate your insight. That's a lot of great information there. But as always, I want to turn it over to you. Is there anything I missed or anything you want to add that I didn't ask you about?
Well, that's a great question. I often ask that of jurors once I've selected them. They look at me the way I'm looking at you. The answer to that is, it's going to be a very interesting scenario here. Donald Trump is going to have some interesting defenses. I think this is not an easy case for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Whether they should bring it or not is another question. I think it's a hot button. But other than the statute of limitations arguments, he's going to argue something called the irrespective test. And so your viewers understand, in order for there to be a violation of the election law, the payment had to have been made, to further the campaign, essentially. They're going to argue that irrespective of the payment, it would have been made regardless, irrespective of the campaign, because Trump wanted to hide the relationship from his wife, wanted to hide it from the public, wanted to make sure that it didn't hurt his business, etc. So it's not to further the campaign, it was to just protect him personally. There are a lot of very serious problems with that argument, including the fact that the payment was made at a very suspicious time. That is right after the Access Hollywood interview with Mr. The Bush relative, where he made those very disparaging comments Trump did about how he deals with women and where he can grab them. A day later, they settled the Stormy Daniels situation. And the argument is that this was clearly done because of the concern for the campaign. It had nothing to do with trying to hide anything from Melania, because apparently the information is Melania was aware of his affair with with Stormy Daniels. There was nothing to hide. So there are going to be defenses, but look, you don't need to get an acquittal in this case either, even though Trump would like it. A hung jury will do him very well. That is, if one juror just says not guilty, then the question is the DA's office going to retry this case? Probably not. So I don't know if they have to go for an acquittal. They can go for a hung jury in a case like this. But that's kind of my views on this, and I'm hopeful this was educational for your viewers. And if any other questions?
No, that's excellent information. Michael F. Bachner joining us this morning with a lot of good info and some inside knowledge there. He's a former assistant DA district attorney there in Manhattan. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. You take care.
My pleasure, Zach.
All right, it's 8:20 on the East Coast, 5:20 over on the West Coast. I do want to take a quick commercial break, as we need to do here. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes, so stay with us.
I'm happy it went well. And don't hesitate to give me a shout.
Yeah, good get, Giacomo, by the way, on that. Yeah. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Also keeping an eye out for any live events that happen, as if they are newsworthy. We'll dip into those and bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We know at 10 a.m. Eastern Time today, the CEO of TikTok will be testifying on Capitol Hill. So we'll certainly be bringing that to you, see what developments come out of that. Maybe not at the point of a ban so much yet, but certainly looking at some possible legislation there with regard to the TikTok app. Let's take a live look outside, shall we? That's the Empire State Building in New York City. Taken this a couple times this morning, but this is the first time with the sun out and the beautiful sky between those two buildings there, looking at the Empire State Building. As we start to go through all the other big stories of the day, and we just heard from an expert on this particular topic right here. Focus remains laser sharp on New York City, as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting former President Donald Trump. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney that prevented the grand jury from meeting on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
TikTok CEO will testify on the Hill this morning, covering topics from safety to data privacy concerns. And he needs to make a strong case for his platform, or else the Chinese-based app could at some point face a full-blown ban in the U.S. But not quite yet, though. That's what we heard from an expert on earlier today. For now, though, we've got Fox's Mark Meredith. He reports on the latest on TikTok from Washington.
TikTok is good for the economy. That's the pitch the social media app's CEO will make to Congress Thursday. Shou Zishu will tell lawmakers TikTok offers more than viral trends and instead helps small businesses. Through prepared remarks, the company's CEO is expected to highlight a soap shop in Mississippi, which saw a surge in business after exposure on the app. With some nearly 70,000 followers, the sensation helped its owner turn a hobby into a job. TikTok is pleading with U.S. lawmakers not to ban the Chinese-owned app over concerns of privacy and national security risks.
Do they collect passwords? What data, what facial recognition data and voice data are they collecting? And is that going to the Chinese Communist Party? So we need to get the answers on that.
The White House is pressuring the app's parent company, ByteDance, to sell its stake or face a potential ban. TikTok insists it's not a security risk and that U.S. user data remains safe.
You're not the user, you are being used. It is harvesting your data among much else.
Despite the controversy, TikTok remains one of the most popular apps in America, with 150 million monthly users.
What's up, everyone?
That popularity, one reason why New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman is against a ban. He's even embracing the app himself.
Peace and love, everyone.
A flood of TikTok influencers are here in Washington, expected to rally on Capitol Hill only hours before Thursday's closely watched hearing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Mark, for that report as we take another live look outside again. Same shot I showed you earlier, but it's so nice, just wanted to put it up there again, looking at the Empire State Building there in New York City. I do want to sneak in another quick commercial break. I believe this is our second one of the hour here, so we'll get that out of the way. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we've got a lot more of the top stories to get to from all around the country and around the world as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we take a look there on Capitol Hill. That's a beautiful shot with that kind of orange hue to the sky there in the background. Almost looks like a painting, but it's a really beautiful shot. A lot of action there in the nation's capital today. Like I mentioned earlier, at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be hearing from the CEO of TikTok, talking about some possible legislation or maybe changes. Who knows which direction that testimony will go, but we'll certainly bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're still acknowledging Women's History Month here at Live Now from Fox, and one of our producers, Tania Sims, spoke to an expert on issues women face in the military. This is with Stephanie Bonas. She's an assistant professor and assistant dean of criminal justice at the University of New Haven. So I want to play that for you. Take a listen.
Women in the military experience unique challenges that some may not be aware of. This topic may be sensitive to some viewers, but today I have here with me Dr. Stephanie Bonas, Assistant Professor and Assistant Dean of Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Awesome. So first off, I want to talk about the newest data that was released from the United States Department of Defense's Sexual Assault Prevention and Response. The data indicates that sexual harassment and violence at military service academies increased significantly in the past academic year. And, the U.S. Department of Defense says the numbers are disappointing and unsettling. What were your thoughts when that report came out, and were you surprised by it?
I really appreciate this question because the Department of Defense does a great job of tracking these numbers and statistics. And so you're talking about the military academy reports, which showed an estimated increase in prevalence of sexual assault. The same has been found across active duty women over the last several years. So in 2016, the estimated prevalence of sexual assault was 4.3. In 2018, it was 6.2% for women. And in 2021, it was 8.4% for women in the fiscal year of 2021. And so we see the trends are similar across the service academies, which is the report that you just mentioned, and across the armed forces more broadly. And so I'm glad that the Department of Defense keeps this data. It's really important data to keep, but it indicates that this is an ongoing issue, despite the fact that the Department of Defense has targeted sexual assault prevention and education programs, essentially since 2005. So what's going on here isn't about military policy, and it isn't about the military not addressing the issue through their various, advocacy and reporting streams. To me, it's a cultural problem. And it's a cultural problem that relates to the interactions that are encouraged among service members and the interactions that are not really monitored by other service members. So if someone says a harassing comment, how is that treated within the unit? Do people let it go and slip by? Do people stand up for the victim of that harassing experience? And the answer is ultimately usually not. People aren't standing up for victims of harassment in those interactional instances. And what ends up happening is people see, both victims and individuals who are perpetrating harassment, see that there's no real action against it, right? That's a climate that's supporting harassment. And there is statistical evidence outside of the Department of Defense data, but certainly the DoD does recognize that there's a link between harassment and assault. They say so in their own reports, but there is quantitative data that suggests that women in units where harassment is tolerated are up to 3 times more likely to be assaulted in those units than in units where harassment is sort of taken care of and handled in those interactions, where someone says a comment that shuts that harassment down. So to me, the problem is cultural. I think the military has great reporting streams. I think they have a lot of resources for victims. Now, access to those resources might be something different. In a unit where the culture is clearly we support harassment, a victim is going to feel less comfortable coming forward. And we're also seeing that data in these reports as well. In the most recent SAPR report for active duty armed forces, we saw a decrease in the rate of reporting, right? So in 2021, one out of 5 victims is estimated to have reported, whereas in 2018, it was 1 in 3. That's a pretty sharp decline in reporting, especially when we're putting that in context of an increase in sexual assault prevalence. And so what's happening is the climate and the culture is just not supportive of coming forward about victimization, while at the same time supporting people or ignoring the presence of harassment and other sexual violence issues.
So let's talk a little bit about what you had just mentioned. The reports are indicating that reporting of these assaults decrease. So I know you mentioned a little bit about the culture of, that specific, military base, and then essentially the military in general. So in your opinion, why do you think that those reports decreased? Has the culture gotten more violent in the military, or has there been more of kind of intimidation tactics or anything like that? Have you heard or know anything in your experience?
In my own research, I looked at the way in which military bureaucracy, because it does have all these great rules and policies that are available to victims, I look at the way those policies can be activated and used against victims. And I use the term bureaucratic harassment to explain this process. So the military has so many different rules and regulations that can be cited at any point as disciplinary action or as, punitive action against service members from higher ups or, NCOs or commanders. And they can use these variety of rules to, maintain good order and discipline in the military, but they can also use them. They have a lot of discretion in how they use these rules and policies, and even small infractions. And what I found in my own research, over half of the women that I interviewed, which is 50 women I spoke to, they experienced what I call bureaucratic harassment, where these policies are used against them, either to intimidate them out of reporting sexual assault or harassment, or to harass them in discriminatory ways. And so the way that can happen is that if someone's trying to file a report of sexual harassment or sexual assault, they might then receive a negative evaluation for their next annual evaluation. In the military, again, they have great policies. They try to address this. They have a retaliation. They say, do you think you've been retaliated against in your unit based on your reporting of sexual assault? So they have mechanisms that try to catch these things. But again, if the culture is supporting harassment, the bureaucracy is going to then lend itself to being used in harassing and discriminatory ways rather than in stopping harassment.
Absolutely. And so this kind of brings me into my next question. Unfortunately, there was another woman found dead at Fort Hood, the same Army base in Texas where Vanessa Guillen was murdered. This woman, Ana Balsuda Ruiz, she was also 20 years old, was found dead. She did share with her family that, she may have experienced sexual abuse, sexual assault, and, then they had found her. So in your research, in your experience, how common is something like this? And again, is this part of the culture, and is this something that women in the military should be, worried about, or is this just something to kind of keep in mind and educate ourselves on?
I think this is a great question, and I think this speaks to that statistic I gave before about where in units where there is harassment, there's more likely to be sexual assault. I don't think it's a coincidence that someone who had experienced sexual harassment and shared about that and then was subsequently murdered, happened from the same base, right? That's speaking to the culture of what's going on the base. And I think that, that could be a command climate issue, that could be a climate issue. And I also just think it becomes really difficult when we think about the role of the military, which is, in many ways training a fighting force, which includes violence, right? How do you separate out violence that you're supposed to be perpetrating against foreign enemies versus, violence within the institution? And I think that the organization needs to do a better job of addressing the fact that violence within the organization is not tolerated, despite the fact that this is something that they're training for in other realms. And I think that building up the fact that sexual violence in particular is not tolerated within the institution. I think the fact that these two young women were murdered also reveals a lot about the vulnerability based on rank, right? They're both an age and race. And we see that the statistics show that within that women of color who are young and enlisted are at elevated rates of unwanted sexual attention. The research indicates that white women who are at enlisted ranks are at elevated risk for gender discrimination, which would be more workplace discrimination based on things like pregnancy, but for young women of color, we're seeing elevated rates of unwanted sexual attention, sexual assault, and unwanted groping. That's not from my own research, that's from other statistical analysis. But in my own research, I do see that women of color are more likely to be harassed, not only from men who outrank them, but also from men of their same rank and men who they outrank, a form of harassment we call contra-power harassment. So it's sort of they're fielding it from all realms. And so that also speaks to the vulnerability of these two young women, right? That they are kind of facing constant harassment, no matter what unit that they're in. And I don't necessarily think harassment and assault and murder are extremely common, but this is alarming that this has happened within, a 3-year time span at the same base.
Right, right. And so, for those who may have friends or sisters or mothers who, served in the military or are serving, and who may have experienced some sort of assault or discrimination, what advice can you give them in terms of being there for, that person? And, if someone themselves who may have experienced it, who may not feel comfortable speaking up about what may have happened to them?
That's a really important question, and I appreciate you asking it. I think that there's a couple of different ways to respond. One is that ultimately, if you're a family member of someone who's being sexually harassed or sexually victimized in the military, just be as supportive as you can be. Be a listening ear. Don't try to insert yourself into the experience. Just listen and listen to what they need, but then also have prepared a list of resources that you can get them from within the military. Because the reality is these people may be very far from their home and they can't just visit you. They need permission from their commanding officer in order to take leave to visit you. And in instances in my own research, people who were trying to report sexual harassment or sexual assault had their leave taken away from them because then they had to investigate, and they made the victim stay on base while they investigated. And some people ended up dropping their cases because they're like, all I wanted was the support of my friends and family. So in instances like that, just try and be there, be as supportive as you can. But then also be prepared for them, because if you're a victim of sexual assault, you're not always able to think, oh, these are all the resources I need to report or to get the services I need. But just be aware that the military has, for example, the Marine Corps has something called a victim legal counselor. That is a separate military lawyer assigned to victims that is there to help them navigate the criminal legal system. So it's not the military prosecutor. That person is there to just represent the victim and their needs. Know that position exists. Know that there are victim advocates that you can speak to. Know that there are 2 separate reporting streams. You can do restricted reporting, where the victim is eligible to get services like medical or therapeutic services, and they don't have to involve the criminal legal system. If they're truly afraid of that retaliation, a mechanism exists. So just equip them with those resources. And then honestly, document things that they say to you in case they do want to pursue that legal action, right? And even if it's not to take the person to a court-martial, the military has other mechanisms to remove individuals that they see as problematic. So it's still an employment organization, right? So they still have an option to kick that person out. And so if that's your ultimate goal, you want to be documenting things. But really, the mental health and the support of the victim and that person's emotions are what are the most important.
Absolutely. And so any final words as we wrap up this conversation, anything that I may have forgotten to ask you or anything that you would like to share?
I think that we're going to continue to see these trends until the military addresses that interactional level. I think that the military does an excellent job at the institutional level of with these policies and with trying to educate, but really it comes down to the climate that is being produced. The denigration of femininity, I would argue, is widespread in the military. The assumption that an ideal service member is this sort of hyper-masculine warrior image. These are things that contribute to not only women experiencing more harassment in the military workplace compared to civilian workplaces, but it also contributes to the idea that a victim, right, is something that is not a military service member. So these are sort of these oppositional identities in the military, which I think also contributes to discouraging reporting. If you want to be seen as an ultimate service member, it's really hard to come forward and say oh, I'm a victim of something. So sort of saying that this is a part of building in the acceptance of reporting for victims would be very key as well to encourage reporting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Dr. Stephanie Bonez, Assistant Professor and Assistant Dean of Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking to you again.
Thank you so much.
Women in
All right, a lot of great information there. Well, let's take a live look outside again on Capitol Hill as we see that beautiful shot there, the golden sky in the background. Love to see that. A lot going on Capitol Hill today. As I mentioned, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the CEO of TikTok will be talking there, testifying about the future of TikTok, stating his case to avoid a possible future ban. We're not quite at the point of getting to a ban. That's what an expert told me earlier today, but we'll see where things go. We'll, of course, have that for you around at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. I want to take another quick commercial break, and after this commercial break, we'll switch gears and turn to Southern California. That's where we have Fox Weather's Max Gordon. He is there for a rare tornado that occurred in Southern California, caused some damage there. We'll have all the details coming up after this short 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we take a live look outside here. This is in the U.S. Capitol there, Washington, D.C., taking a look at those cherry blossoms. We've had a bit of coverage on that from our Fox 5 D.C. team as they take a look at all the beautiful blooming trees out there in Washington, D.C. Do love to take a gander at those cherry blossom trees. So we'll take that shot when we can, maybe get some close-up shots eventually, but that will certainly do for now. But let's get into the big news of the day here. Focus remains laser sharp on New York City as a grand jury could be getting closer to indicting former President Donald Trump. This comes after a controversial call from the Manhattan District Attorney that prevented the grand jury from meeting on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
And we're taking a live look outside here. This is actually in Santa Monica, California, very close to where we're going in the neck of the woods for this next story here. Pretty wild weather hitting the West Coast as a tornado actually hitting the Southern California area, something that doesn't typically happen. So we're getting all the coverage we can on this. That rare tornado left a line of damage across roofs and commercial buildings in the LA suburb of Montebello. And that's where we find Fox Weather's Max Gordon this morning. And Max, how common are these tornadoes? I said it's pretty rare, but that is accurate, right? They just don't see that sort of thing in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, tornadoes do happen in California. They aren't very common, and this one was definitely a surprise to folks here in Montebello. We're only about 10 miles to the southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Not exactly what you would call Tornado Alley, but this is where this EF1 tornado struck. Winds of around 110 miles per hour. It ripped apart roofs and toppled trees. This is some video from the incident taken by workers nearby working at one of the warehouses in this area. Now, a spokesperson for the city of Montebello says that calls to 911 started coming in at around 11:20 in the morning. In the immediate aftermath of the tornado, street signs were bent over from the force of the winds and heavy metal gates had been toppled over. Thankfully, no one died, and firefighters say only one person was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Still, 11 buildings here have had to be red tagged by city inspectors because they've been so heavily damaged. I spoke to one man here who found himself inside his sporting goods business as the twister destroyed his warehouse.
I ran to the back of the warehouse and asking them, "Are you guys okay?" And they said, "Yes, we are okay." Okay, that's the most important thing, man. To survive, to be alive, and we'll be all right.
Obviously, just a very emotional time for that man there. You know, I spoke to him a little bit further, and he said that just the most important thing was that he, his family members, and his workers were all okay. Now, this EF1 tornado comes in the wake of an EF0 tornado. It hit in Carpinteria, California on Tuesday. That's a little ways outside of Santa Barbara. That tornado had winds of around 75 miles per hour and destroyed several mobile homes. Back to you.
I'll tell you one thing, hopefully the folks on the West Coast can get a break from all this wild weather. Now a tornado, just really intense stuff there. We hope the best for everybody out there. But Fox Weather's Max Gordon bringing us all the details there from Montebello, California. Max, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, it's 8:53 on the East Coast and 5:53 over on the West Coast. We're going to take our last commercial break of the hour here, but stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes.
Let's bring the car around, dude. Hey, thank you. Dude, that car.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, let's talk about the interest rate hike that just happened from the Federal Reserve yesterday, kind of talking about the fallout from that and what that means for you. So our Live Now team spoke with an expert on this topic to give us all the latest. So let's take a listen.
Let's talk about this even further. We're going to be joined right now by the head of Potomac Core Association Consulting, Dan Veroni, friend of the program. And Dan, thanks so much for being with us. We were all eagerly anticipating what this would be. Would it be 25? Would it be 50? Would it be 75, 25 basis points today? Did Powell make the right move in your estimation?
You know, the answer is whatever Jerome Powell decided to do today, somebody was going to be unhappy and said he did the wrong thing.
Okay.
It's a tough job. At the end of the day, we've got inflation. You know, when you look at the measurement that the Federal Reserve utilizes, right, the PCE is about 6%, which is 3 times the Fed target rate for inflation. You've got costs still going up. The cost of shelter is still unusually high. The cost of food is unusually high. The cost of eggs is outrageously high. And the Fed's responsibility is price stability. So they did what they believed was right, given the data and the facts that they had at hand. Now, do some of us wish they had started this a year sooner? And the answer is yes. I mean, I, for one, wish they would have started a year sooner instead of saying inflation was transitory. Inflation might have been better under control. It just is what it is. The Fed made this decision today.
So, Dan, obviously, since you and I last spoke, there was quite the wrinkle in all of this to the Fed's plans with these steady interest rate hikes. Piecemeal, that, of course, the collapse of several regional banks, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank of New York, some vulnerabilities in other regional banks. And so, you know, Jerome Powell, and you watched the announcement today, he was very forthcoming about those pressures now involved in this decision-making. So much so, he said, the events of the last 2 weeks are likely to result in some tightening of credit conditions for households and businesses, and thereby weigh on demand on the labor market and on inflation. So he knows how much trouble that has presented his job at the Fed, right?
Without a doubt. You know, monetary policy is risky business. It's never quite, we're going to do this and we'll get that. So essentially what you have is you've got spending and deficits at historic numbers. You've got inflation at historic numbers. And then you've got the Federal Reserve trying to rein all of this in terms of inflation. So when you look at where we are with these regional banks, let me just share this with you, Andrew, because I've been thinking about this all day, actually for the last several days. When I think of the U.S. economy today, it strikes me that on one side you've got the U.S. economy, and then you've got this slow-moving iceberg headed for the U.S. economy. And it's causing me great concern. So when you look at these credit drawdowns, right? So in other words, when he talked about tightening today, that means a tightening of loans, meaning less access to credit, and small businesses in particular that need loans and need capital and need credit aren't going to be able to get it. Same with individuals.
Yeah.
And it just seems that the economy is under greater stress than many of us thought it might be 6 months ago at this time. And I think this additional wrinkle is not just a wrinkle. It's just another shoe that dropped in what is an era of chronic uncertainty. It's this now the sense of financial instability. And look, while Jerome Powell, to his credit, said, I've asked the vice chair to look into this and to report back in a transparent way to me and to Congress and the American people as to where the failures were, I think that's a good sign.
Okay.
But let me say this is important. You've got regional Federal Reserve boards that are responsible and accountable for what is happening at these banks. So the question that we all need to be asking is, what was the regional bank in San Francisco doing or thinking while the Silicon Valley Bank was engaging in loans in the manner in which they were?
Yeah.
So a lot of questions yet to be answered, and we need to get these questions answered.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan, you're alluding to the fact that, the Fed has some explaining to do. What did they know about some of these potential vulnerabilities in banks like Silicon Valley Bank, like First Republic Bank as well, to which Powell says about the actions both the Treasury, the Fed, and the FDIC have taken. These actions demonstrate that all depositors' savings and the banking system are safe with the support of the Treasury. I want to go back, though, to what you said, Dan, about chronic uncertainty. Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House press briefing today at the podium said, and I'm paraphrasing, no indications of a pre-recession, she said pre-session, or recession that they have seen at that level. Now, inflation overall still at 6%. They want to get it down to 2%. But there's a lot of factors at play here. Overall, you're saying chronic uncertainty.
So let's look at where things are. So I understand Karine Jean-Pierre's responsibility as the White House press secretary and her need to deliver a message. But here are the facts on the ground. These are the realities. You've got credit card utilization at an all-time high. You've got auto default. You've got actually over 60% of the American people having a hard time making ends meet. You've got corporate defaults on loans on historic increase, and none of this is good news. None of this is good news, and you've got high inflation, people having a hard time making ends meet. So when I talk about chronic uncertainty, you've got consumers like you and I and many, many others that are saying, how are we going to pay all of our bills? How are we going to buy food? How are we going to pay rent? How are we going to pay the mortgage? How are we going to pay our car loans? And now, when I look at the economy, again, I look at the U.S. economy on one side with a slow-moving iceberg, and I think that this economy is in jeopardy.
Okay.
I think we've seen it coming, and I don't think it's reasonable for the White House to think that the signs aren't there.
Yeah. I always ask at the end of our conversations if you still have confidence in Jerome Powell. And I want to play out a scenario and pretend right now we're Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts. She has been one of the most, vehement opposers of Jerome Powell and these interest rate hikes, to which she said today to Fox Business, quote, Powell has failed to supervise and regulate, talking about some of these banks and the subsequent collapses. So much so, she said, there's got to be a cap somewhere. Somebody can't, quote, deposit $1 billion, get a special deal from the bank, and still get backed up by the taxpayers, that they'll get their money back if the bank fails. Now, do you agree with Senator Warren somewhat? Does she have a point?
Well, so this started with Treasury Secretary Yellen indicating yesterday that these shortfalls would be covered. Now she covered her tracks today and moved in the other direction. The FDIC doesn't have trillions of dollars of cash sitting around, and neither does the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve would have to print the money to cover all of these deposits. Here's the challenge with that, Andrew. If you think we got bad inflation now, let them start printing money to cover all these deposits, and we'll be in an inflation hole that we will never get out of. So at the end of the day, one of the Federal Reserve's key responsibilities is oversight and supervisory responsibility. The fact that the regional Fed in San Francisco and the other regional Feds have taken their eye off the ball is a big problem. And there must be transparency to figure out what happened. But at the end of the day, he's accountable. The entire Fed Board of Governors is accountable.
Yeah. All right, Dan Verone.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much to our very own Andrew Kraft for providing that information there on a story that we will continue to follow. I do want to get you back to this breaking news that we have been following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. A body found in the Colorado woods near an abandoned car was that of a 17-year-old student accused of wounding 2 administrators in a shooting at his Denver high school. That information from the coroner's office released not too long ago. The Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw said the body was discovered Wednesday not far from the student's car in a remote mountain area about 50 miles southwest of Denver near the small town of Bailey that is over in Park County. The town had been ordered to shelter in place while officers from a number of agencies, including the FBI, combed that forest. Now, earlier in the day, Denver police identified that suspect as Austin Lyle. The Park County Coroner's Office did confirm in a Facebook post that the body was that of Lyle. The cause of death not yet released, pending the completion of an autopsy. So the shooting itself, as you see in that video, occurred at East High School in Denver, not far from downtown, while two administrators searched Lyle for weapons, a daily requirement because of the boy's behavioral issues. The information from authorities, we are told that Lyle fled after the shooting and again has now been found dead in the Colorado woods there. We'll keep you updated as we do get more information from investigators. It is now 9:06 on the East Coast and 6:06 on the West Coast. Let's head to our first commercial break of the hour, and we'll be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, as we do continue to cover all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you are looking at right now is a live view of the Manhattan courthouse. We have had this shot up for a while as the New York grand jury investigating former President Donald Trump and that alleged hush money payment during his 2016 presidential campaign expected to reconvene today around noon, and they could hear from at least one more witness if that meeting does happen. Wednesday's scheduled grand jury session was postponed by Manhattan prosecutors. That, according to the Associated Press, however, a reason for that postponement has not been provided at this point. Probing Trump's involvement in a $130,000 payment made in 2016 to adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels to keep her from going public about a sexual encounter that she had with Trump years earlier. Trump did claim over the weekend on social media that an indictment was, quote, imminent. Trump has denied the claim and insists that he did nothing wrong, saying the investigation by the Manhattan DA is politically motivated. Our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this around the clock as it is going on in their backyard. Robert Moses filing this report this morning with the latest known so far.
A source tells Fox News that the grand jury investigating the hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels is expected to reconvene this afternoon. The grand jurors were supposed to hear from at least one more witness yesterday, but the Manhattan DA's office unexpectedly canceled the meeting. Reports suggest yesterday's session may have been called off because the witness was unable to appear. Since the grand jury has only been meeting on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, today appears to be the final chance this week for the grand jury to hand up an indictment. Two sources told Fox News Digital that there is, quote, major dissension in DA Alvin Bragg's office about whether to charge former President Donald Trump.
There appears to be chaos in that office right now, as there should be.
The former president's attorney, Joe Tacopina, seized on this 2018 letter from a lawyer for Michael Cohen, the prosecution's star witness, to the Federal Election Commission. In it, Cohen's attorney says that neither the Trump Organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the $130,000 payout to Daniels, who claims she had an affair with Donald Trump in 2006, which he denies. Prosecutors are expected to allege that the former president oversaw the false recording of his monthly reimbursement checks to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen served prison time for crimes connected to the Daniels payout.
He's either going to have to say he committed another felony for which he was not prosecuted for, or he's going to have to say this was truthful. And if it's truthful, what it says is Donald Trump and the Trump Organization knew nothing about his deal he struck with Stormy Daniels.
Former President Trump's potential legal woes do not end in Manhattan. Yesterday, a federal appeals court ruled that another of the former president's attorneys, Evan Corcoran,
All right, it appears that we lost that video right there, but I do want to continue to cover this as we not just have our Fox 5 New York team that's covering this, but also our Fox News team. Madeline Rivera just filing this report with more.
A Manhattan grand jury is expected to meet today after being canceled yesterday. The move raising speculation of dissension in the district attorney's office.
He does believe they're trying to ruin his life.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies calling the looming indictment a politically motivated attack.
It's all about destroying him.
This comes as Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a surprise call Wednesday, telling the grand jury to stay home. The exact reason is unclear, but Bragg is facing pressure to not pursue the case over hush money payments allegedly made on Trump's behalf to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
I think crime around the streets is probably more of a problem than prosecuting Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 to remain quiet over an alleged affair with the former president. The grand jury is deciding whether the Trump Organization falsified business documents when it logged the repayments to Cohen as legal expenses. Cohen says Trump was aware of the allegedly falsified papers. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing.
It's premature to comment on what's happening.
Meanwhile, if Trump is indicted or even convicted of a crime, there's nothing preventing him from still running for president in 2024.
I don't think that it's in any Republican's best interest right now to speculate about what might happen.
A witness was expected to testify yesterday before deliberations begin. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that report there. Now, it is 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. The strongest tornado to hit the Los Angeles metro area in 4 decades ripped through parts of Montebello on Wednesday, causing damage to several buildings in the area. Take a look at that video right there on your screen. Images from Sky Fox showed multiple cars damaged, fences destroyed, and roofs of buildings literally torn off. Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette is on the ground there in LA County and joins us live with the latest on what she is seeing out there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. What's it looking like?
Well, good morning, Josh. Good morning, everyone. You know, last month in Los Angeles, we had blizzard warnings and snow in parts where it never snows. This month, we actually had a tornado. And take a look at some of the damage done. We're here in Montebello. This is a city just outside of downtown Los Angeles. You can see this fence here. This is part of an industrial area, and this is where the tornado touched down yesterday. We're going to pan around and show you this building here. It actually lost its roof. You'll have video of that later. But take a look at this, Josh. This is a tree, and wedged in the tree, a piece of very heavy plywood, and also a piece of that roof that flew off. Now, you can just imagine, thankfully, the tree stopped it, but if that had kept going, it could have hit somebody, and God forbid, it could have killed somebody. This is just some of the damage. Take a look at the video. The National Weather Service did confirm that Montebello did indeed have a tornado touchdown around 11:30 yesterday morning. They rated it in EF1. That's fairly weak in their rating system, but that still had winds of up to 110 miles an hour. The tornado affecting a swath half a mile long, 50 yards wide of this small city. Folks could not believe what they were seeing. They were incredulous at first, and then they started seeking shelter as things were flying. That collapsed roof sent an air conditioning unit flying through the air. It was just amazing for the folks, and obviously very, very scary moments for those people here. One high school teacher, they lost power in class. They didn't know what was happening. They heard what sounded like banging on the walls. So the teacher opened the door of the classroom, and she was literally sucked out, thrown onto the ground. She had some minor injuries on her hands. Students were shooting it all on their cell phones. Nobody could believe what they were seeing, Josh. But a tornado did indeed touch down in Montebello, a city just outside downtown Los Angeles here in Southern California. Just part of our wacky winter, spring storm season. Josh?
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like there's been all kinds of different weather going on there. You've had those atmospheric rivers that keep on coming through. Now you have a tornado, and it's pretty rare to have a tornado in that area in LA, right?
We haven't had one as strong as this since 1983. There was a minor one, more of a land spout, which is also a tornado back in 2000, but nothing like this. And, you know, now they can't say that LA doesn't have weather, because we have seen our share of weather. You mentioned those atmospheric rivers, those storm systems that have caused so much damage up and down the entire state. Here in Southern California, we have now seen a dozen of them. It has been one of the rainiest seasons ever.
Very hard to believe there. All right, Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and provide us the latest information there.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, everyone, the time is now 9:17 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to take a live look at the Capitol in D.C. That is right there on your screen, because coming up in just about 42 minutes, that is when we expect to hear from the CEO of TikTok. He is going to be testifying there before Congress, and you can watch it live right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one here is going to be this testimony by the CEO of TikTok. I want to go over some of the basics here ahead of that. So the CEO will appear before congressional leaders this morning, where he's going to be grilled about the company's privacy and data security practices, as well as TikTok's relationship with the Chinese government. TikTok rolled out some updates on the rules and standards for content earlier this week ahead of that testimony. A growing number of national and international governments have banned TikTok from devices that are used for official business over concerns that it does pose risks to cybersecurity and data privacy. So far, there is no evidence to suggest that TikTok has actually turned over user data to the Chinese government. At this point, it is a concern. The social media network CEO, again, expected to square off with lawmakers coming up here in a little more than 30 minutes. Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning and explains what we can expect.
A look for TikTok's CEO to offer some assurances to Congress today that U.S. data is safe, but there is no shortage of critics here on both sides of the aisle.
Make some noise!
Ahead of today's hearing, TikTok has been lobbying hard. TikTok creators came to Capitol Hill, and the company's CEO has been stirring the pot.
Some politicians have started talking about banning TikTok. Let me know in the comments what you want your elected representatives to know about what you love about TikTok.
But what many of those elected representatives say they already know about TikTok is troubling. And this is coming from Democrats and Republicans.
We now have recordings of employees at TikTok that say that everything is seen by China.
We suspect that the owners are mostly Chinese Communist Party oligarchs. There's no transparency about any of this because they're not a public corporation.
And TikTok has made assurances about the security of its data and its independence from China. But Congress is considering giving the president power to institute a nationwide ban. The White House has expressed concerns about TikTok as well, even banning it on government devices. But as recently as St. Patrick's Day, President Biden has appeared on TikTok videos, something the administration struggled to explain.
It's not for use on government devices, and I don't have anything more for you on that.
And TikTok does have defenders on Capitol Hill.
Let's not be racist towards China and express our xenophobia when it comes to TikTok, because American companies have done tremendous harm to American people.
And while there is a lot of talk about a possible ban, TikTok loves to point out that the app has some 150 million users here in the U.S. alone. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that report here. So that is a live look over at the Capitol, because as we mentioned, in just over 30 minutes, we will hear that testimony from the CEO of TikTok, and we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to stick with that topic, though, and bring you more about China and Russia. We've talked a lot about this throughout the week here. Despite efforts for peace talks by China, Ukraine says that Russia is still showing no mercy in its drone attacks. Ukrainian officials say Russia's latest missile strikes injured dozens of people just hours after the Chinese president headed home there following that diplomatic visit to Moscow. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has the latest on the war from Kyiv.
Ukraine accuses Russia of targeting civilians and residential areas in a slew of drone attacks Wednesday. President Volodymyr Zelensky posting this video online of what he says is a Russian missile hitting a 9-story apartment building in Zaporizhia. The attack left more than 24 people hurt, including children. A similar attack in a city south of Kyiv also killed at least one person when a missile partially destroyed a high school and 2 dormitories.
Everything was on fire and burning, and people were screaming. Then another 10 minutes later, a third explosion rang out.
The attacks came just hours after China's president wrapped up a state visit to Moscow to push for peace talks, a trip China has fiercely defended as friendly and diplomatic amid U.S. concerns China may be sending weapons to Russia to help with the war effort. It's a concern U.S. lawmakers grilled Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on Wednesday during a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee hearing. Blinken told lawmakers he doesn't believe China has been providing Russia with any amount of lethal aid.
As we speak today, we have not seen them cross that line.
He did warn, however, that China is closely watching how the world is responding to the war.
I think if China is looking at this, and they are looking at it very carefully, they will draw lessons for how the world comes together or doesn't to stand up to this aggression.
Blinken also said the war could have a deep impact in Asia, where South Korea and Japan have pledged to support Ukraine. In Kyiv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. So we are going to keep an eye on all of that, and you can see the reminders here off to the left side of your screen as we approach 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. Coming up here in about 30 minutes, the CEO of TikTok will testify before Congress amid all those claims that the platform is a security risk. And coming up at about 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we won't have video of this, but it is important to note that the grand jury that's investigating that Trump hush money probe is expected to reconvene here. They are also expected to hear from one more witness at least. So a lot of information about whether that meeting today will happen or not, but we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are covering. Take a look at your screen here because we spoke live with our Gigi Graciette over with our Fox 11 LA team moments ago, but this is just some of the video of the strongest tornado to hit the Los Angeles metro area in 40 years as it ripped through parts of Montebello late Wednesday morning, causing damage to multiple buildings in that area. The tornado, confirmed by the National Weather Service, did touch down in the area of South Maple Avenue and Date Street, if you are familiar with that area. This happened just after 11:20 a.m. Wednesday local time. The images from Skyfox did show multiple cars that were damaged, fences destroyed, and roofs of buildings that were ripped apart. In the meantime, we are learning more about a California man killed earlier this week when yet another atmospheric river brought trees down around the San Francisco area. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team spoke with that man's family.
Probably the most vivacious, absolutely engaging, wonderful person.
Beth Rowans tells me she's stunned that her father, Thomas Huster of Walnut Creek, was killed by a fallen tree in Tuesday's storm.
I keep liking it to a lightning strike. People who die from a lightning strike, it's a 1 in a million.
Rowan says just after 7 p.m., Huster was riding in the Tesla his wife Sunny was driving. Suddenly, a eucalyptus tree came crashing down, crushing the car on Stanley Dollard Drive in the Rossmore retirement community in Walnut Creek, where the couple had just finished dinner at a restaurant. Rowan says she received a frantic call from his wife and she rushed to the scene.
That tree split that car in half. That tree was enormous, and the car was maybe this high.
Huster's family describes him as a successful attorney who handled a wide range of cases. His accomplishments included shutting down a company for defective IUDs and pro bono work to help AIDS patients.
I helped him with, so we did litigation together over the last 30 years.
Son John says he was inspired by his father to become a lawyer and that the 79-year-old worked until the day he died.
But kept his law practice in San Francisco and still rode BART to the city every day through the pandemic, through everything, until just a few months ago.
This is video of Huster dancing with his wife of 30 years. Rowans tells me the couple was talking and laughing in the moments before he was killed.
I'm glad that you were in the middle of telling a joke and you didn't get to the punchline. And when I get to see you next time, tell me the punchline.
Rowan says it's a miracle her father's wife survived with a large bruise on her forehead. The family was planning a huge celebration for his 80th birthday on May 30th. Now they're planning to hold a memorial service for him on that date. In Walnut Creek, Amber Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, so what you're looking at right there is just some of the video out of Los Angeles. This is a live look from Skyfox where you can see the trees that have been brought down by that storm. The entire state of California, as Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette said just moments ago, seeing all kinds of weather over the past several weeks. So the 12th atmospheric river that moved through the San Francisco area, again, brought down so many trees that at least one man was killed, but there is also other damage that is essentially all over the place at this point.
Looks like a disaster zone is really the front yard of Shelley Mack's home. When the wind whipped up Tuesday, 7 giant trees in the yard toppled. She rushed to find her landlord.
We're standing on the porch and they just start falling and rolling toward us.
And while Mack and her landlord were not hurt, it's hard to look at this and feel lucky.
That's my car that I just got out of the shop Thursday for a little small scratch.
Maria Vishnevetskia is the homeowner. Her car was also buried in branches. The path to the structures in the back completely blocked. And she and Mac are now worried the other trees planted by the former homeowner might fall. In total, about 30 eucalyptus trees, known for toppling, surround their house.
I had an arborist come out because I was worried, and he certified that they're all healthy. They're not diseased, but they need maintenance.
And those estimated maintenance costs as sky high as the eucalyptus branches.
$70,000 is just to trim them.
She says one estimate was $7,500 to remove each tree. And with 30 trees, that would total $225,000. Money they say they don't have. Max says after a storm in January, they reached out to get help.
The city managers, the council members, FEMA declined us twice. Red Cross declined us. Everybody declined us.
We've gotten a lot of phone calls with down fences, down trees.
Tim McGallion is a Concord insurance agent and former mayor. He says insurance companies will pay, but only after a tree falls.
Especially if it's on your car, if it's on your house, most insurance companies will pay for that type of damage to remove the tree and then, of course, fix the home.
And with little funds or priority put on prevention, he says that is a gray area.
It becomes a little bit of an issue for everyone involved, including the city, because it's a private property issue. It's really you maintaining your trees that are on your property that you're personally responsible for.
All right, everyone, taking a look at the Dow board right now, you can see we are on the up. We are in the green as the market has just opened, not up quite a lot, but 0.6% there. We are going to continue to bring you this stock board throughout the day and all of your economic news. What you are taking a look at right now is a live look at Mar-a-Lago. That is Trump's home there in the distance as we wait to see what happens with this possible indictment. We know that the New York grand jury investigating the former president and the alleged hush money payments during his 2016 campaign expected to reconvene today around noon, and they could possibly hear from at least one more witness. There are questions as to whether that is going to happen or not. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into our coverage here of that possible indictment. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:35 on the East Coast and 6:35 on the West Coast. Taking a live look there at a shot of Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach County, Florida. The New York grand jury investigating former President Trump and alleged hush money payments during his 2016 campaign expected to reconvene today around noon, and they could hear from at least one more witness. A lot of questions about this. We know that Wednesday's scheduled grand jury session was postponed by Manhattan prosecutors. That is according to the Associated Press, but a reason for that postponement not provided. I do want to talk more about all of this, so let's bring in former Republican Congressman Rick Keller to discuss the possible indictment and the future of the Republican Party. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Good to be with you, Josh.
So first off, just kind of give me your overall thoughts on this probe into former President Trump and those possible hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels.
We got two issues. You got the factual PR issue, and then you have the legal issue. So in terms of the factual PR issue, obviously, when you're talking about indicting a former president of the United States, it's going to be on the front page of every paper. It's going to lead the cable news. So it's going to have a great deal of publicity there, for sure. But on the legal issue, of all the things that are pending, this is by far the weakest case. And the reason is this is a private transaction. This doesn't deal with campaign money. And so you've already had the FEC look at this and pass. You've had the prior U.S. attorney from the Southern District look at this and pass. And so now we have this attorney looking at it. And it's going to be a very tough case. I'm not saying that you won't see an indictment and there won't be a lot of publicity, but exceedingly unlikely you would have a legal conviction in this case.
And so we've heard from a lot of high-profile folks, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Elon Musk, who have said that if Trump is indicted here, it could actually help his 2024 presidential campaign. What are your thoughts about that?
I don't know what Congresswoman Greene has said, but I do know Elon Musk is a pretty bright guy and has a pretty good sense of what's going on here in Central Florida, as I think I do. I think what you're going to see with a traditional politician, maybe it would hurt, but not with Trump. I think you're going to see the base rallying around him quite a bit. I think you're going to see him raise millions and millions of dollars from this. And so politically, I don't think it's going to have a lot of damage, although it may with a typical candidate, not with President Trump, it's not.
And why is that exactly? Do you think it's because his following is, they're so dedicated to him? Do you think that's part of it at all?
I think he's built his brand on you can't trust the mainstream media and they're coming after you and things are slanted and I'm going to stand up for you. And people who go to Cracker Barrel and Bass Pro Shop and are regular folks relate to him and they see a lot of the bias that he sees. And so those are the folks that are his base. Those are the folks that are going to probably be more likely to be energized by this and helpful than if it didn't happen.
We know that Trump has denied the claims against him. He calls that investigation, quote, politically motivated. What do you say about that?
Well, factually, I don't know. I wasn't in the room. Doesn't sound good. It's not the thing you want to be on the front page, obviously. But in terms of politically motivated, he may be right on that. And I say may because I'm speculating. But the fact that you've had two other federal agencies look at this and pass, and we're looking at the key witness against him as somebody who's got a little bit of a vendetta, and there's bad blood there. I don't see it as a great case legally. I just don't, and that's nothing. I'm not disparaging any of the witnesses or anyone else, but just from a pure legal point of view, as a lawyer, I see this as a pretty weak case.
So, as a Republican here, what do you think, or who do you think would be the best GOP candidate for president in 2024? Because we know Trump is planning to run again. You have several different folks that have been talked about, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You have Nikki Haley. What are your thoughts?
Well, if you look just at the polls right now, and of course that's just a snapshot on time, you have Trump overwhelmingly ahead, and then you have DeSantis next, and a huge drop to everyone else before you get to former Vice President Mike Pence and Mike Pompeo and Nikki Haley and others. And so they are certainly the front runners. In terms of who the best one is, yet to be determined. They both have a lot of strengths. Ron DeSantis was the only guy that won in this wave that didn't happen and won by 19 points. That's a lot of positives for him. A lot of popularity in Florida. You also have what many people perceive to be a misstep with respect to his position on Ukraine and not supporting them. A lot of the more conservative Republicans don't think that was the brightest idea. And so with President Trump, you have a guy who most people agree with in terms of the policies and a very strong base and has a lot of achievements to be proud of in the private sector and public life. But then there's also the issue that some feel like, hey, this is maybe a time that we don't need some divisiveness. This may be a time that we need civility and lifting people up and bringing people together. And so is this the right candidate? With respect to Mike Pence, now I'm a little biased there because I served with Mike for 8 years and know what he's like on camera and off camera. And I can tell you he's a great guy, somebody that you'd be proud of to be in that role and is a nice person when no one else is looking. With that said, you have a lot of the base who's upset with the way he handled what happened on January 6th. And although I personally think he handled it the right way, he's alienated a lot of folks there. And then the other people you really just don't know on a basis yet. And so it's not a national election. Obviously, we have little elections in Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina that will determine the momentum in this race. But at this point, it's wide open. We know what the polls say, but we don't know what's going to happen a year from now.
And I'm going to ask you a very loaded question here for my last question. What is the future of the Republican Party, in your opinion, overall?
I think the future of the Republican Party is to be successful in the polls anyway, is to get a little bit more libertarian. You know, we have an agreement on most things like low taxes and strong military. I think a lot of people in the middle and in the pub are divided on some of the social issues. And I think the more we get back to a libertarian sense where we have a big tent and say, here are the things we agree on. And if you don't agree with me on certain of the controversial social issues, that's fine. Doesn't make you a bad person. There's room for everybody in heaven and in this party. And the more we get back to those consensus issues, away from the personal, loaded social issues, moving toward a more libertarian view, I think it's going to be a lot more attractive to people who aren't Republicans, who may be independents and that sort of thing.
All right, Rick Keller, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, it's interesting times. Having President Trump makes things interesting. Like him or hate him, the one thing you're not is he's not boring, and so it keeps us tuned in.
That's a fair way to look at it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, everyone, so you are taking a live look here at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's home there in the distance. The question is whether this grand jury will actually convene today and discuss a possible indictment against former President Trump. Nate Foy with Fox News has kind of a breakdown for us on what we can expect.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is facing intense scrutiny after canceling grand jury proceedings on Wednesday, ahead of a possible indictment vote against former President Donald Trump. This means possible charges against Trump for his alleged role in 2016 hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels are still up in the air. While the DA hasn't said why he postponed the session, sources tell Fox News Digital the cancellation comes amid, quote, a major dissension within the district attorney's office.
It only amplifies the view of many of us that this is an extraordinarily weak and flawed case.
A source also tells Fox News the grand jury will reconvene Thursday at noon, but it's unclear what they're coming in for. They could be voting on the possible indictment or hearing from a final witness who was set to testify on Wednesday. The proceedings come as Bragg faces intense pressure to drop the case.
I think there's a lot of questions being raised as to whether or not this engagement is partisan in nature.
Trump and many Republicans call this a politically motivated attack aimed to derail Trump's 2024 campaign. Meanwhile, some Democrats say the case isn't strong enough and its outcome could undermine other legal cases that Trump is facing. Some Democrats also worry it will elevate Trump politically.
Some people are saying it's just a misdemeanor. Don't worry about this. It's not a big deal. But if you think about it for a second, what is at stake is fairness in the democracy.
If Trump is indicted, law enforcement sources tell Fox his arraignment in a Manhattan criminal court could take place next week. In New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
All right, Nate, thank you so much. We're going to continue to check in with our Fox 5 New York team and, of course, our Fox News teams to help break down the latest information, as it does appear right now that Manhattan grand jury will reconvene around noon today Eastern time. Not clear, though, if they will be discussing this Trump hush money probe, but we'll keep you updated right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, coming up in about 14 minutes, we do expect to go live to D.C. as this hearing will get underway with the CEO of TikTok. We're going to bring you those comments here, live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to bring in an expert to help break down what we can expect today from that TikTok testimony and what the concerns are overall here in the U.S. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over here in D.C. That's the Capitol building right there. And we know coming up in just about 11 minutes, that is when we expect to hear that testimony begin from the CEO of TikTok. We're going to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen. In the meantime, I do want to discuss a little bit more about the background here, what we can expect to actually hear as that testimony does get underway. Let's bring in Skye Whitley, a privacy and data security reporter at Bloomberg Law, to talk more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Josh.
So first off, what is the concern that the U.S. does have with TikTok? We've heard proposed bans now for several weeks, several months. What is the issue at hand here?
Yeah, so we've seen bans enacted at the federal level. Congress passed a bill in December 2020 to ban Congress on government-issued devices and Wi-Fi networks. Over half of the states in the U.S. have done the same. And everyone that is banning this app or considering a even further ban that expands beyond just government-issued devices points to national security concerns. They are concerned that TikTok, which is based in Beijing, owned by ByteDance, could be accessed by the Chinese government. In other words, Chinese law allows the Chinese government to access data from companies. So there is concern that American user data could be accessed by the Chinese government. And some officials have also cited reports that TikTok heats or promotes some content more in its recommended feed. And there are concerns there around propaganda potentially spreading on the platform.
So a big question here, why do you think that the CEO has chosen to actually go before Congress? I mean, he knows that he's going to get grilled today, but I'm sure he wants to defend the company.
Yeah, so TikTok CEO is coming to testify to Congress today on the tail end of an ad campaign. Anecdotally, I've seen TikTok ads across the metro stations here in DC. And I think what you're going to expect to hear TikTok CEO really emphasize today is the measures that TikTok has taken to improve data security and also safety on the app. In recent months, TikTok has increased parental controls and also introduced a time limit for users under 18 scrolling on the app. And TikTok also has proposed, when it comes to data security, moving all of its American user data to a US-based company in Texas called Oracle. Those proposals have not really been accepted by the Biden administration or lawmakers. So this will definitely be his attempt to convince lawmakers and the general public that TikTok is safe and it's that American user data will not be shared with the Chinese government.
So as someone who has reported on this here and has, talked about this topic, what do you actually hope to hear from the CEO? What do you hope that he is going to say? What topics do you hope that he is going to discuss?
Yeah, that's a great question. Again, I think him pointing to this data transfer project, moving the data to Oracle will be a big emphasis. That's called Project Texas. But again, that has not been accepted by the Biden administration or lawmakers. So I think that's a point that he will really nail down on. And I think what you'll see from him is really just trying to respond to the questions and the concerns that lawmakers are asking and posing about the app, primarily around the data security access by the Chinese government. And these there are also mental health concerns that may come up in the hearing. Lawmakers have expressed concern that TikTok and also other social media apps can be damaging to the mental health of young users. So you may see TikTok CEO address those as well and talk about measures that TikTok has taken to make TikTok a safer app for young users.
So the big question, is a total U.S. ban on TikTok honestly even possible?
That's a great question, and I think that's what we're all wondering. I think we're really far away from a full ban really coming into effect. I think there are a lot of unanswered questions here. There are a lot of different proposals around banning TikTok across the country right now. There are currently 4 different bills, I believe, in Congress. So that's a consideration. If a ban actually makes it all the way through and they are considering enacting a ban, we still don't know how TikTok itself would respond. It's probable that they would sue in court and try to get that ban blocked, as they did in 2020 when former President Trump tried to enact a similar ban on TikTok. But so yeah, it's hard to say whether a full ban on TikTok is realistic, but it's an important issue that I think we should continue to pay attention to moving forward.
I mean, I think we're going to be paying very close attention, especially as this testimony gets underway here in just about 6 minutes. Skye Whitley, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Is there anything else that you do want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Just really, I think that, TikTok has 150 million monthly users in America, according to the CEO. So it's really one of the most popular social media apps in the U.S. right now. Small businesses have accounts on there. Creators have established entire careers by creating content on TikTok. So a potential ban would really affect a large number of everyday Americans. And I think it's just an important issue that they should continue to pay attention to and see where lawmakers are going to take a potential ban with this.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks so much, Josh.
All right, everyone. So I do actually want to take you inside the Capitol here, as we are expecting the CEO of TikTok to testify before Congress in just about 5 minutes. We are going to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does come in. I do want to go over some of the basics here, though, as the CEO will appear before congressional leaders, where he's going to be grilled about the company's privacy and data security practices, as well as TikTok's relationship with the Chinese government. TikTok rolled out updated rules and standards for content earlier this week ahead of this testimony here. A growing number of national and international governments have banned TikTok from devices that are used for official business over concerns that it poses risk to cybersecurity and data privacy. So far, there is no evidence to suggest that TikTok has actually turned over any user data to the Chinese government, but that is a real concern, according to lawmakers. As you can see, they are working to get some images there of the CEO of TikTok as he enters into the Capitol and does provide that testimony any minute now. In the meantime, I do want to set it over to Fox News' Doug Luzader, who provides a little bit more about what we can expect to hear, what we can expect to see when that testimony does get underway in just about 4 minutes.
A look for TikTok's CEO to offer some assurances to Congress today that U.S. data is safe, but there is no shortage of critics here on both sides of the aisle.
Make some noise!
Ahead of today's hearing, TikTok has been lobbying hard. And TikTok creators came to Capitol Hill, and the company's CEO has been stirring the pot.
Some politicians have started talking about banning TikTok. Let me know in the comments what you want your elected representatives to know about what you love about TikTok.
But what many of those elected representatives say they already know about TikTok is troubling. And this is coming from Democrats and Republicans.
We now have recordings of employees at TikTok that say that everything is seen by China.
We suspect that the owners are mostly Chinese Communist Party oligarchs. There's no transparency about any of this because they're not a public corporation.
And TikTok has made assurances about the security of its data and its independence from China. But Congress is considering giving the president power to institute a nationwide ban. The White House has expressed concerns about TikTok as well, even banning it on government devices. But as recently as St. Patrick's Day, President Biden has appeared on TikTok videos, something the administration struggled to explain.
It's not for use on government devices, and I don't have anything more for you on that.
And TikTok does have defenders on Capitol Hill.
Let's not be racist towards China and express our xenophobia when it comes to TikTok, because American companies have done tremendous harm to American people.
And while there is a lot of talk about a possible ban, TikTok loves to point out that the app has some 150 million users here in the U.S. alone. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, that hearing about to get underway here any minute now, I would say in about 1 minute. So we'll bring you inside as we do see that testimony begin. In the meantime, take a look at the stock board here. We are up to in the green. That's always good to start the day, 0.6% when you're talking about the Dow Jones. It looks like it did start the trading day there in the green and has continued to go up. We'll keep an eye on the stock board, though, and bring you more information as we do get it. Want to take a look at one of the other top stories that we are following at this hour here, and that is the latest on the possible indictment of former President Donald Trump. Let's go over what we know as we take a live look here over at the courthouse in Manhattan. The New York grand jury investigating the former president and alleged hush money payments during his 2016 campaign expected to reconvene today, and they could hear from at least one more witness. Wednesday's scheduled grand jury session was postponed by Manhattan prosecutors. That is according to the Associated Press, but a reason for that postponement not provided. The panel is probing Trump's involvement in a $130,000 payment made in 2016 to adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels to keep her from going public about a sexual encounter that she did have with President Trump years earlier. So again, this is all over that potential hush money payment that was made. Again, we know that around noon, that is when the grand jury is expected to reconvene here. Trump claimed over the weekend on social media that an indictment was, quote, imminent. Trump has denied the claim and insists that he did nothing wrong, saying the investigation by the Manhattan DA is politically motivated. Prosecutors recently invited Trump to appear before the grand jury, but he declined that invite. Insiders have told the Associated Press and Fox News that at this point, at least one more witness is expected to be called. Much of the grand jury's work is done in secret, though it does appear that they have been meeting on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Again, we will continue to bring you the latest on that. In the meantime, it does appear that that hearing in Congress is getting underway. The TikTok CEO expected to testify here any moment now. Let's bring you inside and pop up that audio.
The committee will come to order. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to address the guests in the audience. First of all, thank you for coming. We think engaged citizens are welcome and a valuable part of the political process. I do want to remind the guests in the audience that the chair is obliged under the House rules and the rules of the committee to maintain order and preserve decorum in the committee room. I know that we have deep feelings on these issues, and that we all may not agree on everything. But I ask that we abide by these rules and be respectful of our audience members, our viewers, and our witnesses. The chair appreciates the audience cooperation in maintaining order as we have a full discussion on these important issues. The chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Mr. Chu, you are here because the American people need the truth about the threat TikTok poses to our national and personal security. TikTok collects nearly every data point imaginable, from people's location to what they type and copy, who they talk to, biometric data, and more. Even if they've never been on TikTok, your trackers are embedded in sites across the web. TikTok surveils us all. And the Chinese Communist Party is able to use this as a tool to manipulate America as a whole. We do not trust TikTok will ever embrace American values, values for freedom, human rights, and innovation. TikTok has repeatedly chosen the path for more control, more surveillance, and more manipulation. Your platform should be banned. I expect today you'll say anything to avoid this outcome, like you are 100% responsible for what TikTok does, that you suddenly endorse a national data privacy standard, that Project Texas is more than a marketing scheme, that TikTok doesn't harm our innocent children, or that your ties to the Chinese Communist Party through ByteDance is just a myth. We aren't buying it. In fact, when you celebrate the 150 million American users on TikTok, it emphasizes the urgency for Congress to act. That is 150 million Americans that CCP can collect sensitive information on and control what we ultimately see, hear, and believe. TikTok has repeatedly been caught in the lie that it does not answer to the CCP through ByteDance. Today, the CCP's laws require Chinese companies like ByteDance to spy on their behalf. That means any Chinese company must grant the CCP access and manipulation capabilities as a design feature. Right now, ByteDance is under investigation by the DOJ for surveilling American journalists, both digital activity and physical movements through TikTok. We also know that many of your employees still report directly to Beijing. Internal recordings reveal there is a backdoor for China to access user data across the platform. Your employees said, quote, "Everything is seen in China." A gateway to spy is not the only way TikTok and ByteDance can do the bidding of the CCP. TikTok has helped erase events and people China wants the world to forget. It's even censored an American teenager who exposed CCP's genocide and torture of Uyghur Muslims. The facts show that ByteDance is beholden to the CCP, and ByteDance and TikTok are one and the same. TikTok also targets our children. The For You algorithm is a tool for TikTok to own their attention and prey on their innocence. Within minutes of creating an account, your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children. It encourages challenges for them to put their lives in danger and allows adults to prey on our beautiful, beloved daughters. It's also a portal for drug dealers to sell illicit fentanyl that China has banned, yet is helping Mexican cartels produce, send across our border, and poison our children. In China, the CCP proactively prohibits this type of TikTok content that promotes death and despair to kids. From the data it collects to the content it controls, TikTok is a grave threat of foreign influence in American life. It's been said it's like allowing the Soviet Union the power to produce Saturday morning cartoons during the Cold War, but much more powerful and much more dangerous. Banning your platform will address the immediate threats. Make no mistake, this committee is also looking to the future. America needs to be prepared to stop the next technological tool or weapon China will use for its own strategic gain. We must prevent any app, website, and platform like TikTok from ever spying on Americans again. And we must provide the strongest protections possible for our children. That is why this committee is leading on a national privacy and data security standard. It restricts sensitive American data from reaching our adversaries to begin with, and what big tech and data brokers collect, process, store, and sell. It makes it illegal for any platform to track and target children under 17. Mr. Chu, the committee has requested that TikTok appear before us for a long time. For those we serve, we're glad the day has finally come. Today, the world is watching. ByteDance is watching. The Chinese Communist Party is watching. But the answers you owe are to the American people, a free people who cherish their God-given, unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. They deserve the truth. Complete honesty is the standard and the law you are being held to before this committee, as we seek to get answers and a full understanding of what happens at TikTok under your watch. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me say that I agree with much of what you just said, and I certainly appreciate your enthusiasm and your commenting on being a mother and concerned about children. And I am glad that we are having this hearing today. Big tech has transformed the information superhighway into a super spreader of harmful content, invasive surveillance practices, and addictive and damaging design features. Data is big tech's most valuable commodity, and by collecting far more user data than they need, big tech platforms can use, share, and sell information to generate billions of dollars in revenue. Today, the American people are powerless to stop this invasion of their privacy, and we can't wait any longer to pass comprehensive national privacy legislation that puts people back in control of their data. We must hold big tech accountable for its actions, and transparency is critical to that accountability. In the past several Congresses, this committee has heard from senior executives of other social media platforms about troubling and repeated instances where they put profits over people. Now, today we intend to bring more transparency to TikTok, which is controlled by its Beijing communist-based parent company, ByteDance. And while TikTok videos provide a new fun way for people to express their creativity and enjoy the videos of others, the platform also threatens the health, privacy, and security of the American people. And I'm not convinced that the benefits outweigh the risks that it poses to Americans in its present form. More than 130 million people in the United States use TikTok every month, including 2/3 of American teenagers. TikTok collects and compiles vast troves of valuable personal information to create an addictive algorithm that is able to predict with uncanny accuracy which videos will keep users scrolling, even if the content is harmful, inaccurate, or feeds destructive behavior or extremist beliefs. Now, the combination of TikTok's Beijing communist-based China ownership and its popularity exacerbates its danger to our country and to our privacy. The Chinese Communist government can compel companies based in Beijing, like TikTok, to share data with the Communist government through existing Beijing law or coercion. National security experts are sounding the alarm, warning that the Chinese Communist government could require TikTok to compromise device security, maliciously access American user data, promote pro-communist propaganda, and undermine American interests. Disinformation campaigns could be launched by the Chinese Communist government through TikTok, which has already become rife with misinformation and disinformation, illegal activities, and hate speech. A recent report found that 20% of TikTok search results on prominent news topics contain misinformation. Social media's profitability depends on growth and engagement. More eyes on their content for longer time leads to more advertising dollars and revenue generation. Addictive algorithms are fine-tuned to optimize growth and engagement without necessarily taking into account potential harms to users. Children and teens are particularly vulnerable. Frequent online use of interactive media on digital devices is associated with increased levels of depression among middle and high school students. Research has found that TikTok's addictive algorithms recommend videos to teens that create and exacerbate feelings of emotional distress, including videos promoting suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders. Public outrage and hollow apologies alone are not going to rein in big tech. Congress has to enact laws protecting the American public from such online harms. And we simply cannot wait any longer to pass the comprehensive privacy legislation that I authored with then-ranking member, now Chair Rogers, last Congress, that overwhelmingly advanced out of the committee. It ensures that companies, wherever they live, it ensures, I should say, that consumers, wherever they live in this country, will have meaningful control over their personal information. Our legislation establishes baseline data minimization requirements, ensuring that companies only collect, process, and transfer data necessary to provide a service. And it provides heightened privacy protections for children and teenagers. So I think it's time to make this legislation the law of the land. And we also have to examine the reforms needed to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The liability shield for social media platforms has for too long been abused and led to a lack of accountability for social media platforms. So I hope we can find a bipartisan path forward on that issue too, and I think you're having a hearing next week on it, so we can stop the very real harms to our country and democracy under the current law. I'd look forward to the discussion today as we continue to bring accountability to big tech. And let me say to Mr. Chu, I know this is about TikTok, but I am focusing all my attention not only on TikTok, but on these concerns, wide concerns about social media and the protection of privacy. And with that, I yield back. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for having this very important hearing.
Our witness today is Mr. Shou Chu, Chief Executive Officer of TikTok. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I am Shou Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born, as were my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military, I moved to the UK to attend college, and then here to the US to attend business school. I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world, including over 150 million in the United States. Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious, and where close to 5 million American businesses, mostly small businesses, go to find new customers and to fuel their growth. Now, as TikTok has grown, we've tried to learn the lessons of companies that have come before us, especially when it comes to the safety of teenagers. While the vast majority of people on TikTok are over 18, one of our fastest growing demographics are people over 35. We spend a lot of time adopting measures to protect teenagers. Many of those measures are firsts for the social media industry. We forbid direct messaging for people under 16, and we have a 60-minute watch time by default for those under 18. We have a suite of family pairing tools so that parents can participate in their teens' experience and make the choices that are right for their family. We want TikTok to be a place where teenagers can come to learn, which is why we recently launched a feed that exclusively features educational videos about STEM. STEM videos already have over 116 billion views on TikTok. And I think TikTok is inspiring a new generation to discover a passion for math and science. Now, I would also like to talk about national security concerns that you have raised, that we take very, very seriously. Let me start by addressing a few misconceptions about ByteDance, of which we are a subsidiary. ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder, and 20% owned by employees around the world. ByteDance has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China. We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore, and we have 7,000 employees in the US today. Still, we have heard important concerns about the potential for unwanted foreign access to US data and potential manipulation of the TikTok US ecosystem. Our approach has never been to dismiss or trivialize any of these concerns. We have addressed them with real action. Now, that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years, building what amounts to a firewall that seals off protected US user data from unauthorized foreign access. The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas. That's where Oracle is headquartered. Today, US TikTok data is stored by default in Oracle servers. Only vetted personnel operating in a new company called TikTok US Data Security can control access to this data. Now, additionally, we have plans for this company to report to an independent American board with strong security credentials. Now, there's still some work to do. We have legacy US data sitting in our servers in Virginia and in Singapore. We're deleting those, and we expect that to be complete this year. When that is done, all protected US data will be under the protection of US law and under the control of the US-led security team. This eliminates the concern that some of you have shared with me that TikTok user data can be subject to Chinese law. This goes further, by the way, than what any other company in our industry have done. We will also provide unprecedented transparency and security for the source code for the TikTok app and recommendation engine. Third-party validators like Oracle and others will review and validate our source code and algorithms. This will help ensure the integrity of the code that powers what Americans see on our app. We will further provide access to researchers, which helps them study and monitor our content ecosystem. Now, we believe we are the only company that offers this level of transparency. Now, trust is about actions we take. We have to earn that trust with decisions we make for our company and our products. The potential security, privacy, content manipulation concerns raised about TikTok are really not unique to us. The same issues apply to other companies. We believe what's needed are clear, transparent rules that apply broadly to all tech companies. Ownership is not at the core of addressing these concerns. Now, as I conclude, there are more than 150 million Americans who love our platform, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them, which is why I'm making the following commitments to you and to all our users. Number one, we will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us. Number two, we will firewall protected US data from unwanted foreign access. Number three, TikTok will remain a place for free expression and will not be manipulated by any government. And fourth, we will be transparent and we will give access to third-party independent monitors to remain accountable for our commitments. I'll be grateful for any feedback that you have, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
All right, so the CEO of TikTok there testifying before Congress. We're going to bring you those comments as they happen live, raw, and unfiltered. He is now going to be answering questions from congressional lawmakers. It is 10:20 on the East Coast and 7:20 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to pop the audio back up and listen as TikTok CEO is testifying before House lawmakers.
Our heating process is approved by our local teams in the various countries.
The answer is yes. Thank you. Have any moderation tools been used to remove content on TikTok associated with the Uyghur genocide? Yes or no?
We do not remove that kind of content. TikTok is a place of freedom of expression. And Chair Rogers, like I said, if you use our app, you can go on it and you will see a lot of users around the world expressing content on that topic and many others.
Thank you. What about the massacre in Tiananmen Square? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The massacre in Tiananmen Square.
That kind of content is available on our platform. You can go and search it.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
I understand. Again, if you go on our platform, you will find that content.
Okay, thank you. Reclaiming my time, can you say with 100% certainty that ByteDance or the CCP cannot use your company or its divisions to heat content to promote pro-CCP messages for an act of aggression against Taiwan?
We do not promote or remove content at the request of the Chinese government.
The question is, the question is, are you 100% certain that they cannot use your company to promote such messages?
It is our commitment to this committee and all our users that we will keep this free from any manipulation by any government.
If you can't say 100% certain, I take that as a no. As I previously referenced, TikTok spied on American journalists. Can you say with 100% certainty that neither ByteDance nor TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques?
Chair Rogers, I first of all disagree with the characterization that is spying. It was an internal investigation.
Yes or no? Can you do surveillance of other Americans?
We will protect the U.S. user data and fire it all from all unwanted foreign access. It's a commitment that we've given to the committee.
So I guess my question is, I wanted to hear you say with 100% certainty that neither ByteDance nor TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques as you did with the journalists.
Again, I don't disagree with the characterization is surveillance, and we have given our commitments, Chair Rogers. The 4 commitments, I think it's our commitment that we will not be influenced by any government on these issues.
DOJ is investigating this surveillance right now. To the American people watching today, hear this: TikTok is a weapon by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on you, manipulate what you see, and exploit for future generations. A ban is only a short-term way to address TikTok, and a data privacy bill is the only way to stop TikTok from ever happening again in the United States. I yield back. I now yield to the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just start out by saying, Mr. Chu, that I don't find what you suggested with Project Texas and this firewall that's being suggested to whoever will be acceptable to me. In other words, I still believe that the Beijing Communist government will still control and have the ability to influence what you do. And so this idea, this Project Texas, is simply not acceptable. According to a recent report, TikTok is on target to make between $15 and $18 billion in revenue this year. Is that an accurate forecast?
Congressman, as a private company, we are not sharing our revenue numbers
that's what you
publicly.
would say. How much money will TikTok make by delivering personalized advertisements just to your users in the United States? Will you give me that information?
Again, Congressman, respectfully, as a private company, we're not disclosing that.
Look, the impression you're giving, and I know, I can understand why you're trying to give that impression, is that, that you're just performing some kind of public service here, right? I mean, this is a benign company that's just performing a public service. Maybe that's not what you're saying, but I don't buy it, right? My concern here is primarily about the privacy issue, the fact that TikTok is making all kinds of money by gathering private information about Americans that they don't need for their business purposes, and then they sell it. And I mentioned this legislation that the chair and I have that would minimize data collection and make it much more difficult for TikTok and other companies to do that. So if you want to make some commitments today, I'll ask you to make some commitments with regard to this legislation. And, you're going to tell me, well, the bill isn't passed, and so therefore I don't have to do it. But, you say you're benign, you want to do good things for the public. So let me ask you, why not, what about a commitment that says that you won't sell the data that you collect? Would you commit to that, not selling the data you collect?
Congressman, I believe we don't sell data to any data brokers.
You don't sell to anyone?
We don't sell data to data brokers.
I didn't ask you data brokers. You sell it to anyone. In other words, under our bill, you could only use the data for your own purposes, not to sell it to anyone. Would you commit to not selling your data to anyone?
Congressman, I actually am in support of some rules.
I didn't ask you whether rules. I asked you whether the company, TikTok, would commit to not selling its data to anyone and just using it for its own purposes internally.
I can get back to you on the details of that.
Get back to me. All right. Another thing that's in our bill says that we would prohibit targeting marketing to people under the age of 17. Would you be willing to agree to prohibit targeted marketing to people, Americans under the age of 17?
Congressman, we have actually stricter rules for advertisers in terms of what they can show to our users.
So do you prohibit, would you be willing to prohibit targeted marketing to those under 17? That's what's in our bill.
I understand that there's some talk and some legislation around the country.
Well, again, I wanted you to make that commitment without the legislation. Since you say you're a good company, you want to do good things, why not?
It's something we can look into and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, we also have in our bill a requirement of heightened protection for sensitive data, particularly location and health data. Would you commit to not gathering or dealing with location or health data unless you get affirmative consent from the consumer? In other words, under our bill, those are categorized as sensitive, and unless the person specifically says, I want you to collect that data, you wouldn't be able to, location and health data. Would you commit to that?
Congressman, in principle, I support that. Which, by the way, we do not collect precise GPS data at this point. And I do not believe we collect any health data.
All right, so would you be willing to make that commitment that from now on you won't collect location and health data without, you're saying at all? Is that
Congressman,
a commitment?
this is data that's frequently collected by many other companies in our industry.
I know other companies do it. I don't think they should without affirmative consent. You said you want to be a good actor. So why not make that commitment to me today?
We're committed to be very transparent with our users about what we collect. I don't believe what we collect is more than most players in the industry.
My problem here is you're trying to give the impression that you're going to move away from Beijing and the Communist Party. You're trying to give the impression that you're a good actor. But the commitments that we would seek to achieve those goals are not being made today. They're just not being made. You're going to continue to gather data. You're going to continue to sell data. You're going to continue to do all these things and continue to be under the aegis of the Communist Party through your organization that owns you. So, in any case, thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, for 5 minutes.
All right, so you are listening here as the TikTok CEO is testifying before Congress. This is going to be going on for several hours likely, so we'll keep dipping in and out of that. But I do actually want to head to a very brief 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. We will get back to that testimony from the CEO of TikTok coming up here in just a few minutes, but I do actually want to take you out to the Manhattan courthouse where that grand jury hearing testimony in the Trump probe was expected to meet in just about an hour and a half at noon. We have now learned from Fox News that the Manhattan grand jury will actually not hear testimony, deliberate or vote on the hush money case against former President Trump today. That is according to sources confirming moments ago to Fox News. Since the grand jury does not meet on Fridays, a vote on the Trump case not expected to happen at this week. The grand jury will meet Thursday about a different case, though, so they are still going to meet at noon. They're just not going to talk about that Trump probe. The grand jury has been considering other cases and also a special investigative grand jury. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been investigating whether Trump did violate the law by making alleged hush money payments to adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels in 2016. Now, at this point, this is a developing story, so no other information has been released. But again, Fox News reporting the Manhattan grand jury will actually not hear testimony, deliberate, or vote on that hush money case against former President Trump today when they do meet at noon. We'll keep you posted here on air and at at LiveNowFox.com. All right, taking a look here at another image that we do have. This is coming out of Houston here. This is where we have learned that multiple hostages have apparently been rescued by the FBI. So very limited information here coming in from North Houston. This shot from WKRIV there. The FBI saying that multiple hostages have been rescued and that one person is apparently dead after a multi-day operation that led to a large law enforcement presence there. That is the active scene that you are looking at right now. You could see law enforcement there in the distance working to collect as much evidence as they can. As we do get more information on that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's head back over into Congress, where we do see the CEO of TikTok there testifying and answering questions being grilled by congressional lawmakers.
With transporting people who are in the country who've been trafficked into the country, as well as contraband substances. Would you help us with that, understanding who you have removed from your platform?
Congressman, I'll be delighted to check with my team and get back to yours and be collaborative.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Eshoo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Chu, thank you for being here today. As members of Congress, our very first and top responsibility is to protect and defend. Protect and defend our Constitution and the national security of our country. So I view this entire issue. Now, there are many parts of it that are not part of our national security, in my view, but first and foremost for our national security. So in examining TikTok breaking away from ByteDance, I'd like to ask you some questions about that and how a severance in terms of the relationship with ByteDance, how user data, American users' data, would be protected. Now, under Beijing's security laws, Article 7 compels companies to provide data. Article 10 makes the reach of the law extraterritorial. Now, this is very clear. I don't need to read all of it into the record, but those are the laws of the PRC. How does ByteDance, how does TikTok, rather, how do you convince the Congress of the United States that there can be a clean break? Why would the Chinese government sidestep their national law, including Article 7, Article 10, in terms of user data?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I'm glad you asked this. As I said in the opening statement, our plan is to move American data to be stored on American soil by the American company.
I understand that, but you're sidestepping, or I haven't read anything in terms of TikTok, how you can actually say, and you spoke in your opening statement about a firewall relative to the data, but the Chinese government has that data. How can you promise that that will move into the United States of America and be protected here?
Congresswoman, I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data. They have never asked us. We have not provided.
Well, you know what? I find that actually preposterous.
I have looked in. I have seen no evidence of this happening. And in order to assure everybody here and all our users, our commitment is to move the data into the United States to be stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. So the risk will be similar to any government going to an American company asking for data. If that.
Well, I'm one that doesn't believe that there is really a private sector in China. And when you look at their national law and what specifically these two articles, Article 7 and Article 10, are very clear. So I think that there is a real problem relative to our national security about the protection of the user data. I don't believe that TikTok has, that you have said or done anything to convince us that information, the personal information of 150 million Americans, that the Chinese government is not going to give that up. So can you tell me who writes the algorithms for TikTok?
Today, the algorithm that powers the US user experience is running in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. Yes, initially there were parts of the source code, especially at the infrastructure layer, that doesn't touch the user experience. Now, that's a collaborative global effort, including built by engineers in China, just like many other companies, by the way. The phone you use, the car you drive is a global collaborative effort. Now, but today, the business sites and the main parts of the code for TikTok is written by TikTok employees. And, Congresswoman, what we are offering is third-party monitoring of our source code. I am not aware of any company, American companies or otherwise, that has actually done that. Because we are saying we want to give you transparency and rely on third parties to make sure that we get all the comfort that we need about the experience.
Well, my time is up and I yield back. Thank you.
Lady yields back. Pleased to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike the Chinese Communist Party, the United States believes in individual freedom, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That is, in part, why Congress enacted Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Our goal is to promote growth of the online ecosystem in the United States and to protect companies from being held liable for good faith efforts to moderate their platforms. Last year, a federal judge in Pennsylvania found that Section 230 protected TikTok from being held responsible for the death of a 10-year-old girl who participated in a blackout challenge, also known as the choking challenge. TikTok actively pushes video on her feed. Unfortunately, this is one of the many devastating examples of children losing their lives because of content promoted by TikTok. Section 230 was never intended to shield companies like yours from amplifying dangerous and life-threatening content to children. Do you consider this to be a good faith moderation?
Congressman, as a father myself, when I hear about the tragic deaths of people, it's heartbreaking.
Do you find that good faith moderation?
Well, Congressman, Section 230 is a very complex issue.
Yes or no?
We are very focused on safety, and all these dangerous challenges are removed when we find them.
Do you believe TikTok deserves this liability protection?
I'm sorry, Congressman.
Do you believe that TikTok deserves this liability protection under Section 230?
Congressman, as you pointed out, 230 has been very important for freedom of expression on the internet. It's one of the commitments we have given to this committee and our users, and I do think it's important to preserve that. But companies should be raising the bar on safety.
Let me follow up.
I really agree with that.
Let me just follow up real quickly from your own testimony. When you told us and you repeated it, we'll keep safety, particularly for teenagers, a top priority for us.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in D.C. as you are hearing from TikTok CEO testifying there before Congress. This is going to go on for several hours. He is answering questions from congressional lawmakers about several topics related to the app, including security risks or possible security risks. I do want to call your attention to the other boxes that you are seeing on your screen there. The top right, we have learned moments ago that a Manhattan grand jury is no longer expected to hear testimony, deliberate, or vote on the hush money case against former President Donald Trump today. That is according to sources who have provided that information to Fox News. Since the grand jury does not meet on Fridays, a vote on the case not expected this week. The grand jury will meet Thursday about a different case, though, and the grand jury has been considering other cases and is also a special investigative grand jury. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been investigating whether Trump violated the law by making alleged hush money payments to adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels back in 2016. So that grand jury not going to speak today about the Trump probe. We also have very limited information on a breaking story that you are seeing at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. The FBI saying that multiple hostages have been rescued and that one person is dead after a multi-day operation that led to this large law enforcement presence in North Houston, Texas. That is a live image of that active scene, and we will keep you updated as we do get more information. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up in D.C. and bring you the latest here as TikTok CEO does continue to testify. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back live to D.C. as we do have the CEO of TikTok testifying before Congress there, answering questions about the app, including questions about security.
News for you that computer savvy kids actually can bypass some of those restrictions quite frequently, and they can do it even if they have parental oversight. And so what I want to ask you is rather than putting the burden on young people and parents to accurately put in the birth date and so on when registering for TikTok, I want to ask you what TikTok can do to make sure to monitor this content. And I want to give you some examples of some of the extreme content. Mr. Latta talked about the blackout challenge and some of the dangers to young people's safety, but there's also extreme content around healthcare information. In one study, 13 out of 20 results for the question, does mugwort induce abortion? It talked about herbal so-called abortifacients like papaya seeds, which don't work. And so if people searching for information on safe abortions went on TikTok, they could get devastatingly incorrect information. Another study showed that TikTok had a hydroxychloroquine tutorial on how to fabricate this from grapefruit. Now, there's two problems with that. Number one, hydroxychloroquine is not effective in treating COVID, so that's one issue. The second issue is you can't even make hydroxychloroquine from grapefruit. So again, this is a really serious miscommunication about healthcare information that people looking at TikTok are able to get. And in fact, it's being pushed out to them. So I want to know from you, and I will give you time to answer this. You have current controls, but the current controls are not working to keep this information mainly from young people, but from Americans in general. What more is TikTok doing to try to strengthen its review to keep this information from coming across to people?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The dangerous misinformation that you mentioned is not allowed on our platform. It violates them.
I'm sorry to report it is on your platform, though.
Congresswoman, I don't think I can sit here and say that we are perfect in doing this. We do work very hard.
So how can you make yourself more perfect? I don't want you to say it's not there or you apologize. What can you do to limit it as much as possible, more than what you're doing now?
We invest a significant amount in our content moderation work. I shared that number in my written
I know you're investing,
yes.
but what steps are you taking to improve the AI or whatever else you're doing to limit this content?
For example, if you search for certain search terms, we do direct you on TikTok to safety resources. That's one of the things we have done. We will continue to invest in this. I recognize and fully align with you that this is a problem that faces our industry, that we need to really invest and address. This, I'm very in alignment. The vast majority of our users come to our platform for entertaining, safe content, but there are people who do spout some dangerous misinformation, and we need to take that very seriously, invest in it, proactively identify it, and remove it from our platform.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right now. I asked you specifically how you're trying to increase your review of this, and you gave me only generalized statements that you're investing, that you're concerned, that you're doing more. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for the parents of America. I'm going to ask you to supplement your testimony and have your experts tell me what you're doing to make this a higher level of scrutiny, not just pablum at a hearing. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Lady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Morse-Rogers, for holding this important hearing.
All right, everyone, it is now 10:52 over on the East Coast and 7:52 on the West Coast. We are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered here as the CEO of TikTok is testifying before Congress. We do have to step away for our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but on the other side, we will pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in Houston, Texas, where you can see the crime scene tape is up. The FBI does say multiple hostages have been rescued and one person is dead after a multi-day operation that led to a large law enforcement presence here in North Houston. On Thursday morning, the FBI confirming they were at the scene over on Esplanade Boulevard near Greenspoint Drive as, quote, part of law enforcement activity. Multiple other agencies also there for several hours, and again, you can still see them in the distance at what does appear to be a motel there. In an update, the FBI confirmed their agency was involved in a multi-day law enforcement operation to rescue hostages. During the operation, an agent was involved in a shooting, the FBI says. Now, according to the agency, no agents are injured, but we do know that one person is dead. The FBI also says that all the hostages have been safely rescued. The FBI says the operation was initiated to assist the Waller County Sheriff's Office, but no further information has been provided on what prompted that operation. The scene being processed by the FBI here, and the public is asked to avoid that area, but officials say there is no threat to the public at this time. Again, multiple hostages rescued, but it is not clear how many there are. In the meantime, I do want to head back to Washington, D.C. That is where the CEO of TikTok does continue his testimony before this House committee.
I do not believe so.
Okay. And so I don't believe so. Is that it? I mean, if, again, I'll allow you to come back in the written response if you could give me a definitive answer.
I will go back and check to be very sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'm also concerned about an issue that our chairwoman brought up about an apparent pattern of misinformation or misrepresentation from your company in regards to the amount and extent of data that you're collecting, as well as how much has been accessed from inside China. There are dozens of public reports that conclude individuals in the People's Republic of China have been accessing data on U.S. users, directly contradicting several public statements by TikTok employees. And I'm referencing Project Raven, which was first reported on by Forbes last October. Their investigation revealed, I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Congressman. We do not condone the effort by certain former employees to access U.S. TikTok user data in an attempt to identify the source of leaked confidential information. We condemn these actions. After learning about them, we found a highly reputable law firm to thoroughly investigate the incident. We took swift disciplinary action against employees who were found to be involved and are implementing measures to make sure this doesn't happen again. We have made this team available to you. I think they have briefed many of you in this committee very extensively, and I will continue to make them very available to you as part of our transparent commitment.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Illinois, Ms. Shurkowski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. So today, in the Wall Street Journal, they said today, China's commerce minister said that China opposes the sale of TikTok because it would involve exporting China's technology and would, and this is the important part, and would need to be approved by the Chinese government. Would need to be approved by the Chinese government. So all of what you've been saying about the distance between TikTok and China has been said to be not true in the paper today, and I would like to see what you have to say in response.
Congresswoman, I do disagree with that characterization. I think we have designed Project Texas to protect U.S. user interests and to move forward here in the U.S. Again, it's the protections of storing American data on American soil by an American company looked after by American personnel. And I do not think that our commitments to this committee and all our users is impacted by any event that you mentioned. Now, the whole discussion on this The resolution of this is an ongoing and developing event. So we will continue to pay attention to this, and we'll get back to you when we have more specifics.
So
But
if
my
it's a-
commitment stands. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's an ongoing debate, apparently with China, so it's hard to say with any certainty that China would not have any influence. But let me ask another question. Last fall, along with Gus Bilirakis, who were chair and co-chair of the subcommittee together, were told that TikTok had surveilled, was involved in surveillance of users, very personal information. And you might say, well, not more than other companies, and I agree with Ranking Member Pallone that I really don't want to go by that standard particularly, but that TikTok's in-app browser surveilled everything from Americans, including passwords and credit card numbers, et cetera. So I just want to ask you if TikTok did track and collect this sensitive data that Americans don't want to have disclosed.
Congressman, thank you. I'm glad you asked this question because, like you pointed out, we actually do not believe we collect more data than any other social media company out there. A lot of these reports, and we can talk about which specific one you're talking about, a lot of them are not that accurate. Some of them we have we have actually gotten in touch with the authors to help them understand the data that we're collecting. A lot of it is speculation. You know, this is something they could do. But if you look at the subtext, this is something that every company could do.
I'm running out of time. Let me just say that if TikTok chose not to take this sensitive information that you don't need for a transaction and support our comprehensive privacy bill, that would be very helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask, so really this is a yes or no, that does TikTok share user information from companies, from parent companies, from affiliated, or send user information to overseas?
In the past, yes, for interoperability purposes. Now, after Project Texas, all protected U.S. data will be stored here with the access controlled by a special team of U.S. personnel. Again, Congresswoman, this is something that, as far as I understand, no other company, including American companies, are willing to go. So maybe this is something that we can ask the industry to provide, not just us, to protect U.S.
In the case of sharing information, I do want to quote from employees that you had, and here's the quote. Everything is seen in China, is really what they said. People who were in touch with the sensitive data were saying that. How do you respond to that?
I disagree with that statement.
Well, I know you disagree with that statement, but my point is, how does that happen that employees of the company are saying that, in fact, that's not true?
I cannot speak to, I don't know who this person is, so I cannot speak to what the person has or has not said. What I can say is, you know, based on my position in this company and the responsibility that I have, that statement is just not true.
Okay, unfortunately, and I'll close, I guess I'm over my time, we need to look into the facts of this, and so do you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Kamek, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Shou, are you aware of Chinese Communist Party leader Chairman Xi Jinping's comments in May 2021 during a Communist Politburo study session where he instructed colleagues to target different countries, different audiences with short-form video? Are you aware of these comments? Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm not aware of these comments.
Okay. Well, and as was pointed out by Chairwoman Rogers, you have regular contact with Chinese Communist Party Secretary, Mr. Zhang Fuping, who is your boss at ByteDance, correct?
No.
No.
No, he's neither my boss, nor do we have frequent contact.
But you have regular contact with ByteDance.
With the CEO of ByteDance.
Who is Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor-in-chief.
He's not the
My
CEO.
colleague, Representative Burgess, a few minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirmed this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an
Yes or
American lawyer,
Yes.
veteran of Microsoft.
Also, my
many
colleague, Representative Latta, confirmed that your parent company, ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
We have to be more
Yes.
specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas, I'm asking now. Yes.
Some user data is public data, Congresswoman, which
So
means
you
everybody
confirm that.
can search
What's
for it on the
interesting to
internet.
me is that you have used the word transparency over a half a dozen times in your opening testimony and subsequently again in your answers to my colleagues. Yet the interesting thing to me is that ByteDance, your parent company, has gone out of their way to hide an airbrush corporate structure ties to the CCP, the company's founder, and their activities. You can look no further than the fact that ByteDance's website has been scrubbed. In fact, we found web pages from the Beijing Internet Association, the industry association charged with Communist Party building work of internet companies in Beijing. They have been archived, but since deleted. Makes you kind of wonder why. Yes or no, ByteDance is required to have a member of the Chinese government on its board with veto power. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. ByteDance owns some Chinese businesses, and you're talking about a very special subsidiary that is
Mr.
for
Shou,
Chinese business
Mr.
licensing.
Shou,
purposes.
I'm going to have to move on. You've said repeatedly that there is no threat, that this is a platform for entertainment and for fun. I have to ask you then, if there is no threat to Americans, if there is no threat to our data, privacy, security, why did an internal memo from TikTok corporate headquarters explicitly coach senior management to, quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance? Why would they say downplay the China Association and downplay AI? This is from an internal memo from your company. Why, if you had nothing to hide, would you need to downplay the association with ByteDance in China?
Congresswoman, I have not seen this memo.
You can't
What I
answer
can
that
say-
question. Mr. Shou, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind. Mr. Shou, that video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F at the House Energy and Commerce Committee on March 23rd of this year. This video was posted before this hearing was publicly noticed. I think that's a very interesting point to raise. But more concerning is the fact that it names this chairwoman by name. Your own community guidelines state that you have a firm stance against enabling violence on or off TikTok. We do not allow people to use our platform to threaten or incite violence or to promote violent extremist organizations, individuals, or acts. When there is a threat to public safety or an account is used to promote or glorify off-platform violence, we ban the account. This video has been up for 41 days. It is a direct threat to the chairwoman of this committee, the people in this room, and yet it still remains on the platform. And you expect us to believe that you are capable of maintaining the data security, privacy, and security of 150 million Americans where you can't even protect the people in this room? I think that is a blatant display of how vulnerable people who use TikTok are. You couldn't take action after 41 days when a clear threat, a very violent threat to the chairwoman of this committee and the members of this committee was posted on your platform. You damn well know that you cannot protect the data and security of this committee or the 150 million users of your app because it is an extension of the CCP. And with that, I yield back.
Can I respond, Chair?
No, we're going to move on. Gentlelady yields back. Chairman recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Matsui, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm really glad that we're having this very important hearing here today. And let me just say, make no mistake, the Chinese government represents a real and immediate threat. Look no further than even the vulnerable gear still in our telecom networks that needs to be ripped and replaced. But we can't lose sight of the important internet governance issues TikTok and other social media companies represent. I'm especially committed to demanding transparency from large platforms about the algorithms that shape our online interactions, especially for teenagers and young users. And that's why I introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act to bring greater visibility into this ecosystem. My bill would prohibit algorithms that discriminate on the basis of race, age, gender, ability, and other protected characteristics. It also would establish a safety and effectiveness standard for algorithms while requiring new forms of oversight. Now, this bill would require online platforms to publish annual public reports detailing their content moderation practices, which I believe should be a baseline requirement to enable meaningful oversight and consumer choice. Mr. Chu, just yes or no, do you believe a requirement for annual content moderation practices for social media platforms would be beneficial? Yes or no?
Yes.
This transparency bill would also require online platforms to maintain detailed records describing their algorithmic process for review by the Federal Trade Commission in compliance with key privacy and data identification standards. Mr. Chu, does TikTok currently maintain records describing their algorithmic processes? Yes or no?
Congressman, I will need to check and get back to you on what kind of specific records you are talking about.
I wait for that. Over the past few years, alarming information brought to light by whistleblowers have shown that social media companies are intimately aware of the effect their products have on young women, political extremism, and more. Despite this, they withheld those studies or declined to investigate further. In either case, it shows a pattern evasive or negligent behavior that I find concerning in the extreme. Mr. Chu, does TikTok conduct its own studies on the effect of its algorithms and content distribution models on mental health or safety? And if so, how and when are those findings made public? And if not, do you believe they are necessary?
Congresswoman, we rely on external third parties and fund their research to help us understand some of these issues. For example, we worked with the Digital Wellness Lab at the Boston Children's Hospital to understand the 60-minute time limit that we put for all our under-18 users. And we are supportive of legislation that provides more funding for research, like, for example, for the NIH.
Okay. Yeah. TikTok tailors its recommended content based on user activity to encourage people to spend more time on the app. While this practice is by no means unique to TikTok, given the prevalence of young users and the digestible nature of short-form video, I'm concerned about the app's tendency to exacerbate existing mental health challenges. Mr. Chu, does TikTok have different policies for amplifying content that would be related to depression or dieting versus content like gardening and sports? If yes, describe these policy differences. If no, why not?
Congressman, thank you for that. This is a great question. The answer is yes. We are trying out some policies together with experts to understand certain contents that are not inherently harmful, like extreme fitness, for example, but shouldn't be seen too much. And these are models that we're building, and we are trying to understand, together with experts, how to best implement them across our platform, particularly for younger users,
okay,
under
so
18. Yeah.
In cases where users have been engaging with potentially harmful content, I believe it's imperative that the app takes steps to moderate that behavior rather than continuing to promote it. I mean, in a sense,
I apologize.
About that.
I wasn't clear. First, anything that is violative and harmful, we remove. What I meant to say were content that is not inherently harmful. Like some of the extreme fitness videos about people running 100 miles. It's not inherently harmful, but if we show them too much, the experts are telling us that we should disperse them more and make sure that they're not seen to regularly,
So
especially
you're
by
very
younger users.
intentional about that then? It's something that
We are working on it,
moderate.
yes. Yeah.
You're working on it?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:15 on the East Coast and 8:15 on the West Coast. You are listening in as TikTok CEO is testifying there before Congress. This has been going on for about an hour and 15 minutes and will likely continue as he is grilled by congressional lawmakers about many issues surrounding TikTok, the very popular app in the U.S. In the meantime, I do want to call your attention to some of the other big stories that we are following here. Take a look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is a live look over in Houston, Texas. The FBI there says that multiple hostages have been rescued and one person is dead after a multi-day operation that led to a large law enforcement presence in North Houston. This morning, the FBI confirming that they were at the scene as part of a law enforcement activity. Multiple other agencies also present for several hours here. The FBI has confirmed their agency was involved in a multi-day law enforcement operation to, quote, rescue hostages. During the operation, an agent was involved in a shooting, the FBI says, but no agents were injured. However, we are told that one person is dead. The FBI also says that all hostages have been safely rescued, and the scene is now being processed, as you do see on your screen there. This is at a motel in North Houston. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Up to the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see this other breaking news that we are following, as a Manhattan grand jury will now not hear testimony, deliberate, or vote on that hush money case involving former President Donald Trump today. That is what sources are telling Fox News. Since the grand jury does not sit on Fridays, a vote on the Trump case not expected to happen this week. The grand jury will meet today about a different case, though. This grand jury has been considering other cases and is also a special investigative grand jury. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been investigating whether Trump did violate the law by making alleged hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels back in 2016. The grand jury also expected to meet Wednesday to hear from at least one additional witness in the case, but those proceedings were canceled. We will keep you updated on all of these breaking stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we will head back into this live testimony here as TikTok CEO is grilled on Capitol Hill. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, calling your attention to the top stories that we are following as one person is dead in North Houston after a multi-day operation. The FBI saying that several hostages have been rescued. That is a live image from above that you are looking at on the bottom right-hand side of your screen as the investigation is underway, and it appears that there could potentially be a news conference coming up as you can see the FBI walking toward the media there, possibly answering some questions. Up to the top right-hand side of your screen, we continue to follow the latest here on that Trump hush money probe and whether the former president will be indicted. We know now that the grand jury is not going to discuss that case today, and they do not appear to meet on Friday, so it is unlikely that an indictment will happen this week. In the meantime, the TikTok CEO is testifying on Capitol Hill right now, so let's pop that audio up and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Corrosive effect on our kids' mental and physical well-being. For many years, I've sounded the alarm in this committee of how big tech platforms like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram incessantly surveil, track, gather personal private information, and use it along with data brokers to target and influence our behavior. This is a much broader issue than TikTok in China. There are other malign actors across the world who gather data to use it as an element of social control and influence peddling and worse. And as I detailed in this committee last year when we passed our online privacy law, the harms to children are very serious and demand swift action. Big tech platforms profit immensely from keeping children addicted. They do not care about the privacy, safety, and health of our kids. They are the modern-day tobacco and cigarette companies that for so long resisted and misled Congress. And it took action by the Congress to actually protect our kids and to outlaw smoking by young people. In early 2020, based upon the growing body of evidence to harm to kids online, I introduced the Kids Privacy Act and the Kids Act. And I want to thank all of the researchers, the young people, the parents, the Surgeon General of the United States who have explained the correlation between social media usage and body dissatisfaction, disordered eating habits, anxiety, depression, self-injury, suicide ideation, and cyberbullying. Heck, Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, was right here and testified to us that Facebook and Instagram conducted research on this topic. They knew and understood the harms, but they continued to elevate profits over the well-being of children. And TikTok does the same. Last Congress, when we passed the ADPPA, the committee incorporated many of these important child online privacy and safety provisions from my bills, but we can make the 118th Congress's version of this bill, of this new law, even more protective of children, and I look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member to make that happen. Mr. Chu, TikTok has incredible sway over children in the U.S., but you don't have a very good track record. In 2019, TikTok was hit with the largest civil penalty by the Federal Trade Commission in a children's privacy case. 4 years later, TikTok still has not taken sufficient action to fix the problems. I assume because child users are incredibly profitable to your bottom line. So answer me this. TikTok allows advertisers to specifically target advertising to children aged 13 to 17, correct?
Congresswoman, I do want to disagree with the statement that child abuses are not allowed on our platform at all. It's deplorable conduct and it's not allowed on our platform.
Target advertising to young people aged 13 to 17.
We do serve personalized advertising at this point, but the policies are very safe for them.
How much money does TikTok make selling ads targeted to minors?
Congresswoman, can I clarify minors in what age?
From just say age 13 to 17.
For the teenage population, I want to clarify that we do have a under 13 experience and zero advertising on that platform. For those,
Well, that's a whole other topic.
between 13 and 17, if you don't mind, I'll check into my team and get back to you on those answers.
You know, TikTok could be designed to minimize the harm to kids, but a decision was made to aggressively addict kids in the name of profits. And it's our responsibility, members, to act swiftly to address this. This has gone on for too long. We've dilly-dallied too much. This committee, thankfully, we've taken responsibility and acted, but we have an enormous responsibility to act swiftly and get this bill to the floor of the House and passed into law as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm an information technology professional, been doing it for the most of my life. You've been evasive in many of your answers. I'm going to talk to you in some language that maybe you'll better understand, ones and zeros, okay? Let's talk about the Citizen Lab report. This is something your team frequently mentions in hearings as a way to exonerate yourself. For example, in the limitations section, it reads, we could not examine every source code component and test in the apps in every circumstance, which means our methods could not find every security issue, privacy violation, and censorship event. So it's an incomplete assessment. The report notes that TikTok's data collection using third-party trackers was in apparent conflict with the GDPR and that multiple themes were censored by TikTok. What is shocking to me is the shared source code between TikTok in the United States and the CCP-censored Douyin. The Citizen Labs report says that many of the functions and classes were identical and that the differences in behavior between TikTok in the United States and Douyin in China are slight changes in hard-coded values. Incredibly, specific censorship parameters from Douyin are present in TikTok, but just turned off. The authors say that for unknown reasons, the parameter variable itself is preserved. So while Citizen Lab may have been afraid to say the obvious conclusion, Mr. Chu, I am not. TikTok's source code is riddled with backdoors and CCP censorship devices. Here's the truth. In 1 million lines of code, the smallest shift from a 0 to a 1 on just one of thousands of versions of TikTok on the market will unlock explicit CCP censorship and access to American data. Mr. Chu, as CEO of TikTok, why have you not directed your engineers to change this source code?
Congressman, thank you for the question.
Have you directed them to change the source code?
Like what we are offering and
Yes
my
or
fourth
no?
commitment?
Have you directed them to change that source code?
Congressman, if you give me a bit of time to just
No,
explain.
I don't. It's a yes or no question. Have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I'm not sure I understand.
Why are you allowing TikTok to continue to have the capacity for censorship, and yet you claim here that you don't? Let me
It
remind
doesn't.
you of something. Do you realize that making false and misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I am giving third-party access monitoring by experts. And Congressman, you are an expert on this. You could agree with me that no other company
TikTok
does
source
this.
code is the same as Douyin? What percentage?
I can get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Where was the source code for TikTok developed? Was it developed in China or in the United States?
It's a global collaborative effort, like a lot
Was
of
it
code for a
developed
lot of
in,
companies.
was it developed in China? Some of it?
Some of it is.
Okay, at ByteDance. When it's compiled in the compilation process, can bytecode be manipulated? We've talked a lot about source code. What about the bytecode, the ones and zeros that actually execute on the device? Can it be manipulated? Yes.
Congressman, to give you comfort, that's why we're giving third-party monitors.
Yes,
As an expert, I think you can agree that very few companies
I've got
offer
the
to do this.
report here by Citizen Lab. I want to read you something from Ron Diebert. Specifically, in your written testimony to Congress, you stated on page 9, Citizen Lab found that there was no overt data transmission by TikTok to the Chinese government and that TikTok did not contact any servers within China. You implied that Citizen Lab exonerated TikTok from any information sharing with China. Well, the director of Citizen Lab saw this and issued a statement correcting the record yesterday. And I'm quoting Ron Diebert, the director of the lab. I am disappointed that TikTok executives continue citing the Citizen Lab's research in their statements to government as somehow exculpatory. I've called them out on this in the past, and it's unfortunate that I have to do it again, unquote. He goes on to say, and I quote, we even speculated about possible mechanisms through which the Chinese government might use unconventional techniques to obtain TikTok user data via pressure on ByteDance, end of quote. Mr. Chu, you sent Congress written testimony citing this lab as a support of your claim that China cannot access user data, U.S. user data. And now this lab has come out to say, we never said that. That's misleading, Mr. Chu. I hope you understand what that is. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, this is yet another instance of TikTok attempting to mislead Americans about what their technology is capable of and who has access to their information. Madam Chair, I'd like to
respond to that very
Ron
quickly,
Diebert and the Citizens Lab into the record.
Without objections?
With that,
All right, so it is now 11:31 on the East Coast, and it is 8:31 on the West Coast. We are listening in as TikTok CEO is testifying before Congress, being grilled on a lot of different questions here, including security possible risks there as a result of that major, very popular app used by so many Americans. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to pop that audio back up in D.C. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to pop the audio back up over in D.C. as we do have TikTok CEO testifying before Congress.
Their interests, and they can drive this conversation, I think, perfectly well. But it's not a fair fight, is it? I mean, the algorithms are on one side of the screen. The human brain is on the other side of the screen, drowning in these algorithms. In many instances, at an age where the brain's not even fully developed yet. So those addictive impulses are being sort of perfected by the technology. And again, it leaves the users sort of helpless in the face of that. Are you looking at ways to redesign core features like the ones I mentioned to be less manipulative, and addictive for users? And can you commit to making some of those modifications here today?
Congressman, thank you. We do want to be leading in terms of safety of our users, particularly for teenagers. We were the first to launch a 60-minute watch limit.
Yeah, let's talk about the 60-minute launch.
And I'm very glad to see people, others in our industry follow. For many of your recommendations, we'll study them very seriously. Yeah. We actually have a series of features. Like, for example, if you're under 16, you cannot use a direct messaging feature because we want to protect those younger users. If you're under 16, you cannot go viral by default. If you're under 18, you cannot go live. And
let me go back to the 60-minute limit because my understanding is that teens can pretty easily bypass the notification to continue using the app if they want to. I mean, let's face it, our teens are smarter than we are by half, and they know how to use the technology, and they can get around these limits if they want to. Are you measuring how many teens continue to exceed the 60 minutes of time on that app?
We understand
sense how that's working.
We understand those concerns. Our intention is to have the teens and their parents have these conversations about what is the appropriate amount of time for social media. That's why we give the parents what we call family pairing.
Let me ask you this question before I run out of time. If you concluded that putting some reasonable limits in place and trying to find a way to enforce them would lead some percentage of your users to leave TikTok and go somewhere else, is that something that you're prepared to accept?
Yes.
Really? Well, I'd love to get the research on how these limits are being implemented, how they're being bypassed, and the things that you're taking, the measures you're taking to address those issues going forward. Please bring that information back to our committee as we move forward.
I'll be happy to.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. I appreciate the time. Mr. Chu, your terms of service specifically state that TikTok does, and I quote, not allow the depiction, promotion, or trade of drugs or other controlled substances. Despite this content being against your terms of service, and I brought this up with other service providers, but despite this content being against your terms of service, content on your platform related to illicit drugs like fentanyl, drug trafficking, and other illicit activity is pervasive and racks up hundreds of thousands of views. For example, in 2020, the Benadryl challenge resulted in the death of an American teenager. And we heard of another challenge earlier today that brought a death of a teenager. While you were at ByteDance, if you were the CFO for ByteDance, did doing allow related illicit drug trafficking or challenges resulting in death or injury to kids?
Congressman, I represent TikTok here today. I can tell you that TikTok does not allow illegal drugs content on our platform.
Does do it did in China?
I believe they don't allow this, but I will need to check. I don't run their business.
I
can tell you TikTok does not allow this.
Because what we're concerned about, and my guess, and it would DoIN allow for 41 days a threat against a member of the Chinese Communist Party to stand on their site for 41 days?
Again, I cannot speak for DoIN, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of what you said.
Well, we had a threat against the chairman of our committee that was on your site for 41 days. My guess is that would not be allowed in China.
That content is, if it's violative, I would look into the specifics, and if it violates our guidelines, it will be taken down on TikTok.
Yeah, it surely appears that it does. But the problem is what I'm trying to get at is you seem to be able to prevent this content in China, but so not even taking it down, just prevent it from being posted, and yet it's on your website. So I have a couple of questions about, you said earlier, as soon as you find this information, you take it down. So how quickly does your algorithm detect keywords or content that involve illicit drug trafficking before these posts are self-reported or used by others?
We have about 40,000 people working on this now, together with the machines that we train. I don't think any company in our industry can be perfect at this. This is a real big challenge for our industry, but our goal is to get any violative content, including illegal drugs, down to a very, very small number.
That's the problem. When we have these hearings, we have CEOs of different companies and of your colleagues and competitors, and we always hear apologies, and we always hear, we want to do better at this, but it just doesn't seem to keep improving, and we see hearing stories of our children, and obviously this has been talked about today. So how many posts and accounts have been identified and removed from TikTok due to content posted related to illicit drugs or other controlled substances?
Congressman, we do publish that in a transparency report. I can get my team to get the information to yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, we understand that the way that people use TikTok or other platforms similar to yours is that they ensure flagged user content isn't permitted to jump from. So my question, so what we've heard is that the instances the users see a drug advertisement and then give a code to go to another site. So my question is, do you work with other platforms to ensure flagged user content isn't permitted to jump from one platform to others?
I will check with my team. I would love to work with our industry to make sure that we stamp out these problems. Violative content should not be allowed on any platforms, in my opinion.
Well, so what's kind of frustrating to all of us here is that we look at what's happening on your sites and others, and particularly that we know, because we've done a research, that you can't have access to illicit drug information or others on Douyin, which is a sister company, as you say, in China. And so it absolutely, if you can prevent it on one and not the other, you obviously have the ability to stop it from moving forward, and yet you don't. Would you like to expand how one of your sister companies can prevent that and you not? I know you don't represent Douyin, but they don't allow it, but it happens on your platform. What's the difference?
First of all, the majority of the content on TikTok is fun, entertaining, informative, and very positive for our users. Like other companies that operate in this country, we have to deal with some bad actors who come and publish some content on illegal drugs. Other
the bad actors don't seem to be able to access Douyin.
The TikTok U.S. experience should be compared to other U.S. companies because this is a common challenge.
But your parent company has the technology to prevent it because you prevent it in China, but you can't prevent it here. What's the difference? That's why I'm asking.
Oh, Congressman, there is no technology that is perfect in doing this. We have to deal with the reality of the country that we're operating in. And here in the United States, as with other companies, we share this challenge. We are investing a lot to address the challenge, but we are, it's a shared challenge.
But you invest a lot to seem to be able to address it in China.
All right, everyone, we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as the CEO of TikTok is being grilled there by Congress. He is speaking, and as you can see, of course, different members of Congress, different lawmakers are able to ask him questions, and he is responding. It appears that they do have a limit of about 5 minutes or so for each conversation, so we're going to keep dipping in and out, but I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Before we pop that audio back up and listen in live, I do want to remind you, as you see in the top right-hand side of your screen there. It does appear now, Fox News reporting that the grand jury that has been meeting to discuss the probe into former President Trump is not going to be discussing that today when they convene in just about 15 minutes. They do not meet on Friday, so it is unlikely that an indictment will be handed down this week. But as we get more information on that, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's now head back into D.C. there, where you can see the TikTok CEO is testifying before Congress.
Before we set the 60-minute time limit for under 18s, if you spend too much time on our platform, you can try it. If you spend too much time, we will actually send you videos to tell you to go out and get some air and get off the platform.
What percentage of content that a user sees is considered potentially harmful?
I will need to follow up with my team and get back to you on that, if that's okay.
Ballpark.
I will need to follow up with my team.
So are teenagers in particular shown more distressing content?
The opposite is true. We actually put in more restrictions to make sure that our teenagers get a better experience.
Are expectant or new parents shown more distressing content?
I know of many parents, including one I met recently, who actually use our platform to find communities, to connect with other parents and learn a lot more. I've heard amazing stories of creators who have difficulties, and
reclaiming my time. Are individuals with eating disorders shown more distressing content?
We do not. We remove all content that glorifies eating disorders, and we have worked with experts to look at certain certain content that may not inherently be harmful, like diet trends, and make sure that we disperse them more throughout our algorithm.
What about those with mental health issues? Are they given more distressing content?
If a user searches, words that expresses mental health issues, we actually redirect them to a safety page. Like, for example, if you, I don't know if I should say this in public, if you search, "I want to die," we will redirect you to a safety page, for example.
So what about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
I'm sorry, Congressman, I missed that question.
Those suffering from addiction, are they given more distressing content?
I missed the first few words. I apologize.
What about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
Those suffering from
addiction.
Addiction. Do you mean drug addiction or?
Yes. Or any order of addiction.
If people search for content, and you can try on a variety of subjects, we will actually direct you to a safety page to give you more resources. And a lot of recovering addicts have actually found the communities on TikTok, and it's really helped them, find their voices and the community and the courage to really overcome their addiction. I personally have heard stories of that.
Well, I appreciate your answers, but I was looking for yes or no, and we did not get those. And again, I think the more that they watch this distressing content, the more profit TikTok makes, and that's distressing.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're glad that you're here, Mr. Chu. As Chair Rogers and Representative Burgess mentioned this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that China will firmly oppose any forced sale or divestiture of TikTok. And this is based not on conjecture, but it's based on comments provided by the official spokesperson at the Ministry of Commerce, who said that any TikTok sale or spinoff would amount to a technology export and would have to adhere to Chinese law and approval. This spokesperson was quoted as saying the Chinese, and I quote, "The Chinese government will make decisions according to the law." The Chinese government. Mr. Chu, do you agree with this official? Yes or no?
Congressman, I cannot speak on behalf of a Chinese government official.
Do you agree with that official?
We will need to look at this because Project Texas is designed to move forward here in the United States, and we are not discussing this, so I don't have specifics.
Your company is valued at upwards of $50 billion and has been on the verge of forced sale or ban for 3 years at least, correct? Do you expect this committee to believe you haven't already discussed this scenario with your team? And you should have an answer to this, yes or no, I agree with the Communist Party, or I don't agree with the Communist Party. So, I guess I would say at that point, you disagree with the Communist Party. Explain your discrepancy.
Congressman, for 2 years, we spent $1.5 billion US to build Project Texas This is after very extensive discussions with
Project
relevant
Texas,
folks.
Project Texas is just something expanded for the future. We're talking about now. We're talking about what you're doing now, what your expectations are now, what your relationship is with the Communist Party, which is our major concern of what the impact that will be with a country. Let me rephrase that. With a Communist Party that doesn't care about America and sees us as standing in their way for superpower. That's our concern, and for you to have direct relationship, direct ownership with ByteDance, and to not have a characterization or an agreement or disagreement that you say explicitly with this party policy, it's hard for us to believe what you're saying. Let me move on. Following up on what Mr. Latta asked about data accessed by Chinese engineers. In responding to Mr. Latta, you talked about where American user data would be stored in the future. But the question was about access today, storage in the future versus access today. This is total redirection. This blows up any trust we could desire to develop. So to be clear, Mr. Chu, today, do ByteDance employees in Beijing have access to American data?
Congressman, we have been very open about this. We have relied on global interoperability.
You have access to American data.
Congressman, I'm answering your question if you give me just a bit of time. We rely on global interoperability, and we have employees in China. So yes, the Chinese engineers do have access to global data.
You have access to global data.
We have heard.
Not storage.
No, storage has always been in Virginia and Singapore. The physical service.
You have no access to storage, to American data today.
That's not what I said. I said.
So you do have access to American data, and you have storage of American data.
The American data has always been stored in Virginia and Singapore in the past. And access of this is on an as-required basis by our engineers globally. By engineers for business purposes.
By engineers?
This is a private
ByteDance?
ByteDance.
The Communist Party?
No.
Why? How can you say that?
This is a
access.
private business. This is a private business, and is like many other businesses, many other American companies, we rely on the global workforce.
So the global workforce that includes ByteDance, which is connected directly to the Chinese Communist Party,
that is a characterization that we disagree with. Now, in the future...
That's not what we can disagree with. That's a fact.
It's not, unfortunately.
With the CEO of ByteDance and your relationship to them.
Congressman, respectfully, in my opening statement...
All right, so what we are listening to there is that testimony that's now been going on for about 2 hours there as TikTok CEO answers questions from congressional lawmakers. You can imagine that we will be following that throughout the day, as well as a lot of other top stories here. Mike Page is going to be in the driver's seat momentarily and joins us live from all the way over in Phoenix. Mike, how's it going?
Good morning, Josh. Yeah, we are going to be focusing in on this TikTok hearing that you've been bringing our viewers. We'll continue to showcase that. Then we'll go out to Utah, where we have Gwyneth Paltrow. The trial there of the skiing collision continues. It is day 3. We will be bringing that to everyone and then continuing to update everyone also on the Trump situation. Grand jury stalling for a second day in a row. We'll have all of the latest details coming up on Live Now from Fox. It should be a busy Thursday.
Seems like it. All right, Mike Page will be in the driver's seat right after we come back from this 2-minute commercial break.
measure disparate impact, and require risk mitigation. It is vital that the diverse culture of the United States is reflected online, but I'm concerned the algorithms and content moderation practices employed by TikTok are ignorant to the fundamental diversity while also failing to remove content that is harmful, like child sexual abuse material, hate speech, or domestic terrorism content. My next question to you is, it's my understanding that users must be in good standing to be eligible for compensation from TikTok's Creator Fund. For example, they can't have violated community guidelines. Is this correct?
There are some details there, but directionally, yes.
If TikTok's algorithm is flagging content incorrectly, resulting in creators violating community guidelines when in fact they have not, those creators would not be eligible to receive compensation under the Creator Fund, correct?
We do have an appeals process.
You have an appeals process, okay.
Yes,
In my view, if TikTok employs algorithms that disproportionately remove content from Black creators, it disproportionately silences and excludes Black creators from compensation opportunities. And this problem happens in parallel to the lack of adequate recognition, attribution, and compensation to Black creatives for their content. The exploitation, cultural misappropriations, the erasure of Black creatives' ownership of their fashion, art, and media is nothing new. We need transparency, accountability, and bold action to mitigate against misinformation, bias, and exclusion of certain communities from the opportunities present on platforms like TikTok. So let me just say this. I'm concerned about transparency. I am concerned about algorithmic accountability. And I'm not clear that your organization holds those values. So I want to ask that you take a look at this because this is all part and parcel of what we're concerned about with respect to social media platforms and the misappropriation, the ways in which those algorithms can discriminate within the context of the social media platform. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Congresswoman, is it okay if I just very quickly respond? This is a very important topic.
Unfortunately, we only have 4.5 hours with you, and I'm going to try to get to every member, so we're going to keep going.
It is very important. I would love to follow up.
Well, there will be other opportunities. The lady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crew, welcome to the most bipartisan committee in Congress. We may not always agree on how to get there, but we care about our national security. We care about our economy, and we sure as heck care about our children. We sure do. And that's why you're here today, because 2/3 of all the youth in our country are on your app. They spend an average of 95 minutes on your app. And you know, research has shown that TikTok is the most addictive platform out there. And the reason for that, as we've been told, is because it has the most advanced algorithm. And the Chinese Communist Party knows this, and I don't speak for everyone, but there are those on this committee, including myself, who believe that the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in psychological warfare through TikTok to deliberately influence U.S. children. You know, you see behind me, if you'll look behind me, Mr. Crew, you see some of the challenges that we've seen on TikTok. You know about them. You know about the milk crate. You know about the blackout challenge. You know about the NyQuil chicken challenge, the Benadryl challenge, the dragon's breath liquid nitrogen trend, or the challenge that promotes car theft. I want to ask you, as I understand it, there's a sister app in China, Douyin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. Do they have these same things over there? Do they have these kind of challenges in China?
Congressman, I'm really glad you asked this question.
Do they, yes or no?
I'm not sure because...
Yeah, whoa, come on now. You're not sure?
I really am not sure.
Remember, you took... The chair lady, she said, you got to tell the truth, okay? Do you know whether they have these kind of challenges like this over in China? Because it's my understanding they don't.
I'm not sure because I spend my energies running TikTok.
And you don't look at any of your other competitors or look at anything similar to yours. So you don't know whether they don't have this over in China.
I did.
We have it here, but they don't have it here. And that's why I'm asking you this. Why is it that TikTok consistently fails to identify and moderate these kinds of harmful videos? Why is it? Why is it that you allow this to go on? We've already heard, God bless you, from parents who are here with us, who have lost children. I submit to you, everybody up here cares about the children of this country. Tell me why.
This is a real industry challenge, and we're working
No, it's
very
not
hard.
industry. This is TikTok.
It's
We're talking about TikTok. We're talking about why is it that you can't control this? And although I believe in giving credit where credit's due, I want to thank you. It's my understanding that the video that threatened the life of the chairwoman has been removed. Thank you for doing that. Sorry we had to bring it to your attention here, but it's been removed. Tell me why this goes on.
This is an industry challenge for all of us here operating in this country.
Okay, so much for industry challenge. I want to shift gears real quick. I want to talk about biometric matrix, and I want to talk specifically, can you tell me right now, can you say with 100% certainty that TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should be amplified by the algorithm? Can you tell me that?
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users. We do not.
You don't?
No. The only face data that you get, that we collect, is when you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face. We need to know where your eyes are. And
Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
And that data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial. Again, we do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users.
I find that hard to believe. It's our understanding that they're looking at the eyes. How do you determine what age they are then?
We rely on age gating as our key age assurance.
Age
gating, which is when you ask the user what age they are. We have also developed some tools where we look at their public profile to go through the videos that they post to see whether...
Well, that's creepy. Tell me more about that.
It's public. So if you post a video, you choose that video to go public, that's how you get people to see your video. We look at those to see if it matches up the age that you talked about. Now, this is a real challenge for our industry because privacy versus age assurance is a really big problem.
Look, you keep talking about the industry. We're talking about TikTok here. We're talking about children dying. Do you know how many children have died because of this? Do you have any idea? Can you tell me?
Congressman, again, it's heartbreaking.
Can you tell me how many children in America have died because of challenges like this?
The majority of people who use our platform use it for positive experiences.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, tell me the number of children, of U.S. children who have died because of these challenges.
Congressman, again, the majority of people who come on our platform get a good experience.
I'm not talking about the majority of children. I want to know a number.
Dangerous challenges are not allowed on our platform. If we find them, we will remove them. We take this very seriously.
Obviously, you found one today and you removed it. We had to bring it to your attention, and I know I'm out of time. Thank you for being here. Welcome again to the most bipartisan committee in Congress.
Gentleman yields back. We will now take a brief recess and resume in 10 minutes. The committee stands in recess.
All right, so you just heard it right there. Big back and forth exchange there from members of Congress. They are taking a brief 10-minute break, and they're still expected to go. About 2.5 hours still left in this hearing, everyone. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on this, of course, right here for you on Live Now from Fox, but happening outside of the hearing room and outside of the Capitol right now is a rally called Moms Against TikTok. So we will be bringing this to you here in just moments. I want to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. You won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the day's top stories and top headlines. And, of course, when breaking news happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Coming up in just moments, we'll take it back out to the Capitol Hill in-demand hearing on TikTok there, where the TikTok CEO is talking and testifying in front of Congress. Of course, we'll have it for you. They are in a short break. But I want to take you right outside of the Capitol right now. This is a rally centered around, it's called Moms Against TikTok. And they are obviously in full support of banning TikTok in America. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Are already banning the app on the government devices. Half of them. Some of them even being controlled by liberals. But right now, there is not one federal law in place to protect our children from TikTok in the United States. And this is deeply disturbing. In 2021, folks, Donald Trump, the greatest president in my lifetime, signed an order to ban TikTok if it wasn't sold by ByteDance in 45 days. And after Joe Biden took office, what did he do like everything else he does? He revoked this order. Under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and Joe Biden, the Democrats voted and passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, which banned TikTok on federal devices. And it was signed into law in 2022. What doesn't make sense to me is, who did we have here yesterday? You had Jamal Bowman, the Democrat from New York. He was here yesterday advocating for TikTok when last Congress he voted for the ban of TikTok on the federal devices. Makes no sense to me. TikTok has over 150 million American users, and 1/3 of these are our teenagers. If one Chinese spy balloon poses a big enough threat to our country that it requires military action, boom, we shoot it down. It hung up there too long. I don't agree with that, but boom, we shoot it down. Imagine 150 Chinese spy devices in your homes. This is happening every day. It's happening every day, and it enhances the hold TikTok truly has on American lives. And do you want Chinese government officials teaching your children? Absolutely not. Many people don't know that if the TikTok app is completely different than it is here in China. It's different here than it is in China. And think about that. We know that TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a company that is located within China and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In China, folks, listen, in China, their version of TikTok is actually used to educate their children and promote pro-social and pro-Chinese messaging. However, in the United States, the Chinese Communist Party is spreading addictive and harmful videos to young Americans through its algorithm. Additionally, while American children waste countless hours a day, countless hours, you got children, you know who they are, they're on this device countless hours a day on videos fed by the Communist Chinese Party, Chinese children are restricted to just 40 minutes. So I'm a little confused there. They can only have 40 minutes in China, but here, our kids are on it all day long. They like that idea, don't they? They love that. Even when the Chinese Communist Party, and they know how addictive this is, this should be the first indicator, folks. This should be the first indicator that TikTok is not safe and has no place in our country. And let's consider a different perspective. How do you think China, Xi Jinping, would feel if I created an app for their children that that shows the videos that promotes America and out front of? So this is it. Breaking news, folks. Every media out there, this is breaking news. Congressman Troy Nehls is creating the app. It's called Ameritalk. Ameritalk. And my app, it's going to go global. We're going to focus on you, China. We're going to focus on you first. It's going to talk about freedom and individual rights. It's going to talk about limited government. That's what this app is all about. It's going to talk about private gun ownership, capitalism. It's going to talk about the Americans. Hey, we should have an opportunity to go over there and buy a few acres, right? They're coming over here buying all of our land. We're going to go over there and buy a few of their acres. Maybe they'll want to sell some to us. And then, of course, responsible premium cigar smoking, like I do here with my friends from Ashton. What do you think Xi Jinping would do? What do you think if I presented this to him? Do you think he would bring this into the fold and say, great idea, let's allow this Ameritalk to come over and start infiltrating their society and infiltrating their children? You think they would go for that? You all should be shaking, absolutely not. It's not going to happen. Then why in the hell do we allow it to happen here? A few years ago, an account was created for a 13-year-old teen, and the type of videos it showed, it made me sick. Our kids have been shown videos that encourage them to hurt themselves. And as a father of 3 girls, it breaks my heart. Truly, truly breaks my heart. They were graphic videos that were not fit for our young children to view. And how can we continue? How can we continue as Congress allow this to happen? Nearly 90% of my constituents, I polled them, 90% of my constituents think that we should ban TikTok, and I completely agree with them. It is time that we take a stand against TikTok and China and stop them from harming our future leaders under our own roofs. And don't forget, folks, don't forget, under Donald Trump, he was absolutely right. Donald Trump was absolutely right. TikTok is a Chinese surveillance tool and a threat to our country. I would now like to introduce Haya for a few moments.
Thank you. TikTok is a weapon being used to groom our kids. Every single day in America, our children are under attack. Predators are lurking everywhere, trying to get access to your children to groom them. They're in classrooms, hospitals, colleges, and of course on social media, mainly TikTok. Some estimates claim that nearly 2/3 of American teens are on the app. TikTok is designed to attract our impressionable youth, and groomers and predators know this and are using it to their advantage. Over the past few years, TikTok has become a cesspool for LGBTQ activists to target children with propaganda. Take Jeffrey Marsh, a transgender activist who famously makes TikToks directed at kids, telling them to cut off contact with their parents. Jeffrey has a large following on TikTok, where he constantly puts out videos directing kids to speak to him privately and not to trust their parents. He even links his Patreon in his TikTok bio, where he offers kids the opportunity to have a private consultation with him. He's using TikTok to prey on vulnerable kids. That is predatory behavior. Or take the pediatrician from Washington, whose video I recently posted. She created a TikTok telling users, mainly youth, that puberty blockers are completely safe and reversible. That's an absolute lie. So a kid goes on TikTok, goes on this app, and they think they're getting good, correct information from a credentialed doctor, a pediatrician, and what she's saying can actually cause a kid a lot of harm and irreversible damage. And TikTok is purposely feeding this content to American youth. Through TikTok, trans activists have a platform to groom children by telling them to cut off contact with their parents and offering them guidance on gender transition using harmful information. Over the last 2 years, I've spent hundreds of hours going through the depths of TikTok to expose its harmful effects on children. TikTok is destroying our youth. I'd like to introduce Landon and Robbie Starbuck. They're an incredible power couple who've been doing a lot to fight for our kids.
I'm Landon Starbuck. I'm the founder of Freedom Forever, an organization that works to protect children from all forms of child exploitation in America. TikTok is not just an undeniable national security threat. TikTok is a weapon of ideological subversion deployed by our greatest foreign adversary, masquerading as a social media company. What kind of country allows a foreign adversary to deploy psychological warfare on its children without consequence? America. Sadly, it wasn't enough for this administration or Congress to act to protect kids from social media companies like TikTok, who've allowed and enabled child exploitation and promoted dangerous suicidal content and extremely sexually explicit content to children. This generation of kids is engaging with platforms that their parents are being told have parental control features, but these protections are superficial and inadequate. No American user has informed consent about this Chinese-controlled service because they've evaded transparency. TikTok has a lot to hide. While under Chinese communist control, they've been invited to maintain access to the most valuable data on Earth, the minds and intimate lives of the next generations of Americans. It's unacceptable that they've encouraged kids to come to their platform knowing that they've caused significant, calculable harms to children. Their exploitive and psychologically damaging algorithms and policies foster an ideal environment for predators. And children have paid the price. TikTok is a threat to public health and safety, and it's a national security threat. 141.7 million pieces of CSAM, that's child sexual abuse material, was flagged on TikTok in 2021, and less than 0.5% was forwarded to NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, to be acted upon by law enforcement to protect our children. Between 2019 and 2021, the number of TikTok-related child exploitation investigations by Homeland Security has increased 7-fold. TikTok must be held accountable. Protect children, protect Americans, and ban TikTok.
So I'd like to speak directly to any members of Congress who are still on the fence about how they're going to vote on this and the American people. There's a very simple question that we all need to answer, and it's this. If China had soldiers showing up after school to American schools, picking up kids, taking them to indoctrination centers, and then teaching those kids what they want to teach them to produce a future where our children hate our own country, we would all stand up against it. Congress would act. This wouldn't be partisan, and it shouldn't be partisan. If you care about our kids, you have to realize this is not an app. This is a weapon. And you act when your foreign adversaries use a weapon against your children, period. There's not a country on earth standing that has let an enemy go act against their children and did nothing about it that still exists. You must stand up. We ask you, we demand that you stand up and you ban TikTok. And it's not enough to simply go, oh, we're going to try to do some sort of other ticky-tacky thing where we divest or something along those lines. We all know the code is poisoned. This is a toxic platform. There's no removing China from the insides of this vile machine. We have to make this hard decision, and that's what you were elected to do. Our elected leaders were elected to make the hard calls where sometimes some people aren't going to agree with you. Some constituents might be upset about it. But it's your job to relay that this is a weapon, not an app. So do the hard thing. And my message to somebody like Jamal Bowman, the Democrat from New York, who came out and said, Republicans want to ban this because they don't have swag. Well, you know what? Maybe we need more members of Congress who are more focused on protecting our country and our kids than if they look like they have swag on TikTok. That type of immaturity... That type of immaturity is how we got here. It's how a nation of children were turned against their country. Patriotism's been defeated in our schools. And we see kids being poisoned every day with ideologies that are harming them. And the harm is something no one can deny. We see the videos, we see the evidence, we see the crimes and the reports of the crimes. This is happening, folks. And for the people who think it can't happen to their kid, can't happen in their town, it's happening close by you, and it's happening to somebody's kid whose parents said that exact same thing. So it's time to move on from this, make the hard choice, ban TikTok. And it's like that story, is the last thing I'll say. You know the story of the snake? President Trump told it all the time. Where there was a snake, the old lady saw it was injured, she let it in, and she nursed it back to health, and before it went back outside, it bit her. It was venomous, and it killed her. And before she died, she said, "Why did you bite me? I helped you." And he says, "Well, I was a snake. You knew that when you let me in." This is worse than that, because we let that snake into our kids' bedrooms. We gave them the phone that had the snake inside it, and the venom is right there. And we left them with really no oversight and said, "Snake, have at it. Do what you will with our children." It's time to stand up and draw a line, and today is that day. We need leaders who stand up and ban TikTok. Thank you. Next up, Tiffany. We've got Tiffany Justice. the amazing co-founder of Moms for Liberty, a group that is just unrivaled in the effect they're having in America on our schools.
Thank you very much. Robbie spoke to the members of Congress today. I'd like to speak to the parents of America. You don't need to wait for Congress to ban TikTok to get your kids off of this app. So the first thing that you really need to do is take a look at it. If you haven't looked at what Kaya has posted on Libs of TikTok, you should see it. These people are actively coming after your children. I got to listen to Chloe Cole, who's a detransitioner, talk about the effects of social media on the young girls that she's speaking about. We have a social contagion in this country regarding gender dysphoria and children who are being told that they have been born in the wrong body. And when they enter onto apps like TikTok, it brings them down this rabbit hole where increasingly every day they see more and more and more information feeding them this lie. So parents, ban TikTok in your house. Get your kid's phone, take it off. And you know what? If enough of us do it, then they can be mad at us for a minute, but eventually you'll say, well, you know what? So-and-so's mom doesn't let them have it either. So the more of us that say no to TikTok in our homes with our kids, the better off the future of our country will be. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Kara Frederick, and I'm the Director of Tech Policy at the Heritage Foundation, but I'm here because I'm a mom against TikTok. TikTok is one of the most noxious platforms in my entire life. Yeah, to begin with, my entire life. And you know, they had people come out, well-paid, sleek people come out yesterday and say, as Robbie said, Republicans don't have swag. Okay, if we don't have swag, we at least have moms and we have people who care about our children. That's what we have on our side, and I'll take that over swag any day. So all of these TikTok influencers who flooded this district today, they can always go to another app. They can always grow their social media following on another digital platform. But that mom in Pennsylvania, whose 10-year-old accidentally killed herself attempting the TikTok blackout challenge, she's never going to get her daughter back. That girl who paid attention to the social contagions that Tiffany talked about, that TikTok's algorithm supercharges, who can never have kids because she took those drugs and believed those influencers, she's never going to get her fertility back. We care about what this Chinese-controlled application is doing to the next generation, and especially what it's doing to their souls. Suicidal content, eating disorders, self-harm. Journalists have been conducting organic experiments registering as 13 and 14-year-olds on this platform, and they find within minutes, sometimes 3 minutes, these children are fed eating disorder content, suicidal content, that self-harm content, a veritable onslaught of deleterious material right into their brains, acting as young children. 67% of American teens are on TikTok. 16% of American teens said they are on TikTok almost constantly. 30% of parents claim that their preteens, 9 to 11-year-olds, use this platform. Studies in Britain are now showing that toddlers have been exposed to TikTok content. Guys, the next phase of teen despair, of children's despair is here, and it's delivered by a Chinese algorithm. We have to ban it today.
I want to thank the Heritage Foundation for gathering us here today to speak up in defense of our children and future generations. Being a mom and grandma has been the biggest responsibility of my life, and I can tell you I'm going to fight to protect our children. Our children are the hope of our nation. We're going to give account to God for how we treat our children, how we educate them and defend them. I can tell you Joe Biden and the radical left are on the wrong side of this issue. Americans are expecting their government, number one, to protect them, and most importantly, to be protecting their children. China is the top national security threat to the United States, and they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us while they use TikTok to destroy America's youth with the support of Joe Biden and the radical left. Chinese-owned TikTok is brainwashing American children with inappropriate, dangerous, and in some cases, sadly, it's deadly content. I introduced a bill to protect our children's privacy from big tech and affirm a parent's right to opt their children out of discussions in public school about sexual orientation and transgender ideology. But parents must understand that the impact, the danger their child's phone screen is. It's one of the most dangerous influences in their life. TikTok was specifically designed to be addictive and to have a brainwashing effect on our children during the critical developmental stages of their youth. Like my friend said, in China, the TikTok algorithm delivers educational lessons about math and science to their children, and it limits their daily use. But in America, by design, TikTok bombards our children with pornography, radical transgender ideology, and apocalyptic messages about carbon destroying our Earth. The result is a generation of children who are confused, depressed, and afraid. The Chinese Communist Party should not be allowed to conduct psychological warfare on our children and spy on our phones. I am so grateful for the work of the libs of TikTok, what they've done to expose the woke indoctrination that's taking place within our classrooms. No child should be brainwashed to join a transgender cult while they were at school. We will continue our important work to protect our children and ban TikTok. And I want to remind us again, we will give account to God for how we have protected and educated our children. Thank you so much.
I'll close this, but I'd like to thank Haya, Robbie, and Landon. Well said, my friend. Tiffany, Kara, Congresswoman Miller, for their words. All of you out there, the media, even the dishonest ones, get the message out there, folks. Get the message out there. TikTok is not good for this country. We must stand up. We must fight. We must fight to take this app and get it out of our country. If you want, spend a few moments. Promote my new one now, Ameritalk. Don't forget that.
All right, that was a rally outside, live right there outside of the Capitol in D.C. This, as the TikTok CEO right now is testifying in the House hearing. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and take you back out to that hearing. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
U.S. users? Yes or no?
Congressman, I need to check on these specifics. What I can tell you is right now we do not collect precise GPS location data in the United States.
All right. Does TikTok still use inferences that were made using, in part or in whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Does TikTok still use inferences that you've gained that were made using, in part or whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users in your algorithms?
That will be a very technical question. I will have to check and get back to you.
Has TikTok at any time provided the Chinese government with either precise GSP information collected from U.S. users or inferences made from that data?
That I can give you a straight and no.
Mr. Chu, even if Congress were to ban TikTok, I'm concerned that China or others would still have access to U.S. consumer data by purchasing it through data brokers. Will you commit not to sell any of TikTok's data to data brokers now or in the future?
We do not do that. We do not sell data to data brokers now.
Will you commit to not do it in the future?
There are certain members of our industry who do this. I think this has to be broad legislation to help us, the whole industry, address this problem.
I think I'm out of time. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair yields 5 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. When the Chinese Communist government bought a share of ByteDance, it's been described as the Chinese Communist government's way of quieter form of control, and that companies have little choice in selling a stake to the government if they want to stay in business. And what I'd like to know is when the Chinese Communist government moved to buy shares of ByteDance, were you informed beforehand, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Congressman ByteDance...
were you or anyone with TikTok asked for your opinion about the sale of shares of ByteDance to the Chinese Communist government? Yes or no?
This hasn't happened.
Did you or anyone employed by or affiliated with TikTok state any objections or concerns about the possibility of the Chinese Communist government, once they had shares in ByteDance, exercising control over content, using your platform for conducting misinformation campaigns, or restrictions ensuring nothing is posted that reflects badly on the Chinese Communist government, or for surveillance and data collection for use against anyone? Did any of you or anyone affiliated with TikTok raise any concerns about that?
Congressman, we do not collect, we do not promote.
I didn't ask you that.
We do not
yes or no.
promote.
Did you raise any concerns about it? Because that's why we're here.
But we do not promote or remove any content at the behalf of the Chinese government.
Did you communicate in any form or fashion with the directors of ByteDance that there might be concerns about government control over content? Yes or no? You either did or you didn't?
Congressman,
I
just want to make this clear. We do not remove or promote content at the request of the Chinese
TikTok
government.
insiders have already said that the company is tightly controlled by ByteDance. It even gets down to the hours they work. So obviously, you didn't say anything. There's a serious concern by Chinese companies, privately held companies, about doing anything against what the Chinese Communist government wants. I want to ask you this. Does TikTok screen against manipulative content from child predators, yes or no?
Do we screen?
Do you screen against them?
Yeah, we do. This child predator.
How about drug cartels?
Drug cartels, child predatory content. This is all
You had a
violative
drug
of
cartel that was engaged in a police chase with Spanish authorities, and they posted it on TikTok and got over 1 million views. Why wasn't that taken down? And are you doing it with human traffickers or terrorists? I mean, do you withhold content from nations that might be committing crimes against humanity? Yes or no?
Congressman, our platform is a place of freedom of expression, and users come here.
You talk about that, but yes or no, do you screen against content from nations that commit crimes against humanity?
Congressman, our users come and
yes or no?
Yes or no? Users come and present any points of views that they want, and it's a commitment to keep this free from interference.
Let me ask you this. Michael
from any
Beckerman,
government.
who is your vice president and head of public policy for the Americas, right? Is he part of the team that helped you prepare for this meeting, yes or no?
Can I clarify who you mean?
Michael Beckerman.
Yes, he is.
Okay, where is he at this moment?
I'm sorry?
Where's Mr. Beckerman at this moment?
He's probably here.
No, you know he's here. He's sitting right behind you. I want to know why, when Mr. Beckerman was on with Jake Tapper on CNN and asked repeatedly to condemn Chinese Communist government's treatment of the Uyghurs, when that treatment has been classified by the United States as a genocide, when a UN report classifies it as a crime against humanity, why, after multiple questions, Mr. Beckerman refused to address that? Are you afraid of the Chinese Communist government?
No, because you can find that content on our platform. Any content that our users want
why
to
couldn't
express
your
their
vice
views on this
president of
issue is
public
freely
policy,
available on our
the guy
platform.
who is head of public policy for the Americas, and on an American television news channel, why couldn't he condemn that?
I think it's very important to look at our platform, and if you use and open our app
I'm not
and
talking about
search
your
for any
platform. I'm asking
content,
about your personnel now, because personnel is policy. Everybody in this room understands that, except maybe you. Personnel is policy. Let me just conclude with this. And I hate to bring this up because this is part of the stuff that I've studied, but deception is fundamental to the Chinese Communist Party's political, intelligence, and military strategy. And you have repeatedly used the word transparency throughout this hearing, and every time you've said it, what I've heard is deception. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to tell you, Mr. Chu, as a father of a 16-year-old that likes social media, a lot of your evasiveness today in answering many of these questions really disturbs me, because I can tell you that the teenagers of today, they really don't want to be on Facebook. They want your platform, and you were asked to come before this committee to testify about many things, and a lot of us are worried about our kids' personal data. As the co-chair of the Congressional Voting Rights Caucus, I also worry that TikTok is the world's most powerful and extensive propaganda machine, allowing the Chinese Communist Party to use TikTok's platform to influence public opinion and undermine the integrity of our democratic elections. And I have a report called "TikTok and Facebook Failed to Detect Election Disinformation in the U.S. While YouTube Succeeds." And this report was published by the nonprofit Global Witness and the Cybersecurity for Democracy team at NYU. And the purpose of the study was to test platforms like TikTok and whether or not they can detect and take down false political ads targeted at U.S. voters, young voters, ahead of last year's midterm elections. And according to this report, 90% of election disinformation ads tested were approved by your platform. Again, that is 90% of ads containing false and misleading election misinformation went undetected on TikTok. And just to add some color to the type of misleading ads that were approved by TikTok, this included ads that were live on TikTok that said the wrong election day and actually encouraged people to vote twice. You do know that voting twice is a felony. Mr. Chu, you do know that it's legal to vote twice.
Congressman, any misinformation that comes around a political election is something we take very seriously.
Let me, I'm particularly troubled about this type of information because it can run rampant on TikTok. And given that TikTok, again, y'all are appealing to a very young and diverse user base, that is exactly the people that we've seen targeted time and time again with voter suppression campaigns run by malicious actors. Mr. Chu, do you agree with me that it is completely unacceptable that 90% of these ads were undetected on your platform? And can you detail for us right now TikTok's policy regarding election misinformation and paid political ads, and how the company monitors such information, and how you plan to get that number down to zero?
Whilst TikTok is a place for our users to come and express their points of views freely, we do take misinformation, dangerous misinformation, particularly around an election, very seriously. And we will work with third-party experts to identify misinformation.
You call allowing 90% of false content, political content, on your platform to be taken, you define that as being taken seriously?
I need to look into the specifics. I'm not sure where the number came from, but I can tell you, Congressman, that we are the only platform that I know of that doesn't actually take political ads. We don't accept money. I don't think other platforms can say that.
Mr. Chu, can you detail how you responded to that report? Did you respond to that report that I just mentioned?
I need to look at the specifics of the report, Congressman, and I can get back to you on that.
All right. Mr. Chu, I want to shift to Project Texas. I know that we've discussed this initiative throughout today's hearing, but I want to dive deeper into your notion that promises about Project Texas should give us any confidence in TikTok's ability to localize U.S. data and discontinue access to that data to ByteDance employees in China. Why? Because we've already had a TikTok executive appear before Congress and give sworn testimony about the comfort that we should take in TikTok's U.S.-based resources. Well, TikTok data security practices were being scrutinized by the U.S. government, and unfortunately, we've since found out from journalists and recorded conversations that those assurances were worthless. In your testimony, you also mentioned that Oracle has already begun inspecting TikTok's source code and has access to the platform's recommendation algorithm. Why should this give the American public any great assurances, particularly given that Oracle now owns a stake in TikTok and stands to gain monetarily the more revenue that TikTok and its algorithm generates?
Congressman, not only is Project Texas unprecedented in our industry in protecting U.S. user data and interests, we are inviting third parties to come in and monitor this, and we will, be transparent in that process. And this is more beyond all companies that I know of in my industry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm aware that on arriving in D.C. this week, you appeared on TikTok and boasted you had 150 million U.S. users, 5 million U.S. businesses. That represents a lot of data. You also referenced your appearance before this committee as a chance to share all that TikTok is doing to protect Americans using the app. Mr. Chu, has ByteDance spied on Americans at the direction of the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record this October 20th, 22 Forbes article entitled TikTok Parent ByteDance Plan to Use TikTok to Monitor the Physical Location of Specific U.S. Citizens.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The project assigned this to a Beijing-led team, and they were going to follow individual American citizens. I ask you again, Mr. Chu, has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think the spying is the right way to describe it.
All right.
This is ultimately...
We can differ on that.
This is ultimately an internal
Any
investigation.
TikTok or ByteDance data that is viewed, stored, or passes through China is subject to the laws of China, one-party authoritarian state hostile to all American standards of privacy. China's court system reports to and falls under the Chinese Communist Party. And like fentanyl analogs, which we all know are also manufactured in China, although they are illegal there, I fear TikTok will grow into a much bigger problem, a cancer, if you will. And I'm deeply worried that it may be too late to stop the spread of this cancer. Like fentanyl, another China export, which causes addiction and death, dangerous algorithms and Chinese Communist Party are not good for Americans, not good for our families, and definitely not good for the United States. Mr. Chu, prior to serving as the CFO of ByteDance, you served as a CFO and Director of Global Operations for ShowMe from 2015 to 21. Is that correct?
Are you asking me in 2015?
Very good.
Would you mind repeating that, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter another article into evidence. This is from the National Cybersecurity Center in Lithuania.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. This report outlines numerous data security risks, including how the privacy of European users was violated in clear cases of unauthorized collection of user data by ShowMe. This sounds exactly what many of my colleagues have been talking about today. Worse yet, the ShowMe phones sold to Europeans had a list of 449 words and phrases which would be automatically censored on the device. Censored phrases included the voice of America, and democratic movement, among others. This analysis was conducted on devices which were manufactured and sold to Europeans while you were the head of operations for Show Me. It does not follow that you expect us to believe that you would not censor on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party, since you've already done so.
I want to be unequivocal on this. We do not remove or promote content on behalf of the Chinese
TikTok, in
government.
your words, strives to deliver on their mission to inspire creativity and bring joy to American users, I assure you that is not the mission or goal of the Chinese Communist Party, which runs the People's Republic of China, that TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, is domiciled in.
Forward to your team.
Okay.
But yes, it's mainly based on interest signals.
Right. Okay.
Like,
So,
yeah.
so here's my question. How could looking at the algorithm confirm that it's free from foreign influence? Because the algorithm is just a neural net architecture with inputs and outputs and weights, and how to train that. I mean, the influence is an external factor. So I'd appreciate it if you could give us, I see we're out of time again, a written answer to that. But again, I'm concerned that what you're proposing with Project Texas just doesn't have the technical capability of providing us the assurances that we need. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer is not here. Ms. Barragan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, TikTok warns users when content is graphic or disturbing and labels state-affiliated media accounts to ensure the viewers aren't seeing propaganda. Does TikTok provide similar information to Spanish speakers, users, as well as English speakers?
I believe so, Congressman. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, and do you know if TikTok has a specific strategy for tackling Spanish language content that violates its trust and safety guidelines?
We do. I will get back to you on the specifics on that.
Okay. When offensive English language search terms or hashtags are blocked for violating community guidelines in English, is the Spanish translation of the term or the hashtag automatically blocked as well?
I believe so, but let me check the specifics and get back to you.
Do you have any idea how many people that you might have working at TikTok that addresses Spanish misinformation?
I know ballpark, it's quite a significant team, but I can get back to you on the details.
You said significant, so are you saying it's, do you have a ballpark at all you can give us? Would you say it's like 10% of your force or more
It's
than?
an important number, so I want to be precise, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Do you happen to know how if a TikTok can effectively ensure that Spanish-speaking users between the ages of 13 and 17 are not being targeted by ads promoting harmful content?
We have very strict policies for our users who are in the teenage age group, and regardless of what language they speak. So we want to make sure that they are given a very safe experience on our platform, regardless of the language they
Well, I know, I'm
use
just
it.
trying to I'm trying to ascertain resources you may be putting into Spanish speaking and Spanish language. Last year, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus met with TikTok. This was one of the conversations, and a source of the discussion was addressing Spanish language disinformation and misinformation. It remains an urgent priority for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus as Hispanics across the country increasingly turn to social media for vital information. We heard earlier in this hearing that there was, video, there was a TikTok post threatening the chair of the committee, and it took some 40 days to take it down. So I guess I'm a little concerned if your team doesn't have the resources and the capability to flag that, what kind of capability is it going to have to bring down misinformation, disinformation to Spanish speakers, which I'm assuming is a smaller fraction of the workers that you have at TikTok?
TikTok is a place for all our users to come and express their very diverse views, and we are open to all ethnicities, and we are open to all everyone to come here and freely express their views. So it is our commitment to make sure that the safety of those users, regardless of the language, and of course, the Spanish language user base is super important to us.
Okay,
We
so
need to
you
make sure
can't-
that we continue to
Okay,
invest
so
in
you
that.
don't have an answer then.
Okay, I will look forward in your coming back. We've heard a lot about the concerns about children who may be on TikTok. Mr. Chu, at what age do you think it would be appropriate for a young person to get on TikTok?
We have 3 different experiences here in the United States. There is an experience for under 13s, which is highly restricted.
I'm asking what you think would be the appropriate age to have a child get on TikTok.
Our approach is to give differentiated experiences for different age groups and let the parents have these conversations with their children to decide what's best for their family.
So you think that there is a sufficient safety mechanism for an 8-year-old to be able to access TikTok?
An 8-year-old's experience on TikTok will be so highly restricted that every single piece of content he or she will see will be vetted by Common Sense, our third-party child safety expert, and the 8-year-old will not be able to post, and the 8-year-old will not be able to see any personalized feed and 0 advertising in that experience. So I believe, yes, it is the appropriate experience for an 8-year-old.
Well, then why don't you let your 8-year-old child on TikTok?
I have seen these news articles. I would like to address that. My kids live in Singapore, and in Singapore, we do not have the under 13 experience. If they lived here in the United States, I'll let them use the under 13 experience.
Okay, so you're saying it's because of the country you live in doesn't have the same mechanisms. Is there a reason you don't have the same mechanisms everywhere?
In principle, we want to provide a good experience for our users in general. We don't want to monetize from people who are under 13. In the US, we are COPPA compliant, and as part of that, we will deem as I want to get these specifics right. We will deem as a particular type of audience, mixed audience app. I want to make sure that that's right. And as a result of that, we have to provide an experience to our under 13 users in this country as well.
My time has expired. Thank you. I yield back.
He yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, my children are getting ready to run a marathon, and I noted during this hearing that they'll be running for about the same amount of time that you'll be sitting in that chair today. Unfortunately, I only get you for 5 minutes, so instead of a marathon, I'd like to do a sprint with you. And I want to go back up to that 30,000 feet level. Would you agree with me that Section 230 was created to protect platforms like yours from lawsuits when you distribute information? Don't overcomplicate it, just like 30,000 feet. Yeah. So then would you agree that there's a line drawn between publishers of information and distributors of information, specifically in the Section 230 language?
I think 230 is a very complex topic.
I understand, but remember, we're at 30,000 feet. So in short, your platform distributes content that other people's publish. One of the early challengers to Section 230 was when AOL refused to take down a post of somebody that had inappropriately put associated a phone number with the Oklahoma City bombings. The courts ruled that AOL was not liable for that post because of Section 230. Now, I want you to do a hypothetical with me because I'm going to use the absurd to try to make a point here. Let's suppose hypothetically that AOL, instead of just posting that, actually wanted to magnify that voice, and so they took out an ad in the Wall Street Journal linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose they didn't stop there, but they went further, and they took out a Super Bowl ad linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose, hypothetically, they didn't stop there. They sent a flyer to every home in America linking that phone number to the bombing. And I guess the question is, would AOL have moved from a distributor to a publisher in this made-up example?
Congressman, I think respectfully,
I think everybody can see that they would. This is not a hard question. Moving that far away from the intent would have moved them to a publisher. So my question is platforms are protected because they post content, but I want this room to see, not just you, the protection has limits. And if AOL moves to a distributor instead of a publisher, they go outside of those limits. Now let's talk algorithms just super quickly. We've thrown that word around a lot today. Let me here again go 30,000 feet, and we'll use another platform so it's not sensitive. But Pinterest, I like to go on Pinterest. My wife and I are building a home, working on the yard right now. If you went on my Pinterest page, you would see swing sets and things made for my grandkids. Now, another hypothetical, let's suppose that there's some devious intent inside Pinterest, and they decide they want to influence John Curtis with these algorithms. And they want me to believe it's the end of the world. And all of a sudden now I'm buying bomb shelters instead of swing sets for my kids. Have they become a publisher and should not be protected from Section 230? And if you don't feel, I'm pretty sure the room understands that they have crossed this line. And you can tell me if you think they have or not.
Congressman, I will have to study that specific example and get back to you.
It's a hypothetical, but you can see at some point they've crossed the line and they have become a publisher and a distributor. So we've touched on this today, but I want to be super specific. Is it possible that TikTok had enough data, could get enough data on me, that you could use artificial intelligence and your algorithms and machine learning to write an algorithm that could persuade me to change how I view a policy issue? Does that possibility exist?
The way we look at it...
30,000 feet, we're on a sprint.
I will stay very high level.
Okay,
the way we look at it is our users come in and express whatever views they want.
But that's not the point. The point is you could write an algorithm that would change. And we've actually seen, the Washington Post reported, the Stop the Willow campaign shows how TikTokers are tackling climate change. I think that's all fine, right, and all good, unless somebody has interjected into that and magnified or diminished voices in that. And what I'm proposing to you today is that pushes them across the line from a distributor to a publisher if they make those decisions. Now, serious allegations have been made against your platform and others, many of them here today, and you're not new to these allegations. This isn't your platform, but some time ago there was an allegation that a platform recommended ISIS-related videos. We've talked about the weight loss videos. We didn't talk about it, but they're still in the elections. Whatever the motivation, I'm trying to point out that as you move from a publisher, as you manipulate this data with algorithms, that you step out from the protections of Section 230. Do you see that logic?
This is a very complex
I understand it's very complex, but you see the logic. In your mind, has TikTok ever stepped across the line from a distributor to a publisher?
Congressman, again, this is a very complex topic. I will need to get back to you on this.
I understand that. Okay, and finally, very quickly, you produced a video that now is well known about your visit here and today in Washington, D.C. Can you tell me 100% that no TikTok employees manually manipulated that to get more views?
I checked, and as far as I know, there was no boosting and heating. I went viral organically.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm sorry I'm out of time. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Blunt Rochester. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, as I'm sure you know, this hearing is part of an ongoing effort by our committee to examine data security and other concerns with social media companies broadly. And I have to tell you, I came to this hearing interested to hear the actions that TikTok is taking to combat misinformation, protect our young people, and ensure our national security. But I've not been reassured by anything you've said so far. And I think, quite frankly, your testimony has raised more questions for me than answers. As some of my colleagues already noted, platforms like TikTok can easily manipulate and undermine user autonomy with addictive features, invasive data collection practices, and disseminating misinformation and disinformation. That's why I will be reintroducing the Detour Act to mitigate this harm. Mr. Chu, yes or no, would you oppose legislation that banned the use of intentionally manipulative design techniques that trick users into giving up their personal information?
In principle,
it's just a yes or no.
In principle, I agree that that kind of practices is not.
And can TikTok users opt out of targeted ads? Yes or no?
At this moment in time, we believe that this is a very important part of the experience.
Yes or no? Time is ticking.
It is an important part of the experience.
Even if someone wants targeted ads, do you give a user a clear opportunity to prevent TikTok from using tools like pixels to collect their data and track them off of the TikTok platform?
We give our users a lot of tools to control their privacy settings on our app. And by the way, if you're below 16, it's private by default. So you cannot even go viral.
In August of 2022, response to a letter I wrote to your company on abortion misinformation, TikTok asserted several actions to address abortion misinformation. In light of recent attacks on safe and effective medication abortion, I'm remained worried by this misinformation. And following on Ms. DeGette's questioning, how many posts did you actually take down that contained abortion misinformation?
Contents and views on both sides of the on abortion is allowed on our platform. It's just freedom of expression. If it's dangerous misinformation, we rely on third-party experts to help us identify and remove them. I can get back to you on specifics.
Yes, please get back with us on the specifics. Mr. Chu, in your testimony, you indicated TikTok has taken several steps to implement Project Texas. You've said you've spent, in your testimony, $1.5 billion. You've hired 1,500 full-time employees. Can I ask for some specifics about the implementation? This $1.5 billion, what was it used for? The employees, were they people that you already had that you just transferred over? And what types of roles will they have?
Oh, okay. This $1.5 billion US is spread across many things, including the infrastructure we have to build, the migration of the data to a new cloud infrastructure, and all the third-party security partners that we're hiring, and of course the new employees. Now, this team will now be run by a gentleman who used to be this, who has spent his career as a chief security officer in other companies, and another gentleman who used to work, I believe, in
if you could just follow up with us, that would be very helpful.
I will.
Because we would really like to understand the details. Where's the money going? How many people are, and what will they be doing?
Okay.
As I put just kind of a finer point on this, one of my concerns is that we came here hoping to hear some actions that would alleviate some of our concerns and our fears. We got family members. We have a lot of folks here that are constituents, that are content creators. And for us, we were looking for action. We wanted to make us feel like we really can trust, as you use the word. What I leave here with is thinking about the fact that your company is, I learned that you have personalized data advertising for kids as young as 13. And we've heard until Project Texas is supposedly stood up, engineers in China still have access to personal data.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here, listening to this TikTok CEO in the House hearing right now on the security of the app right here in America. We will bring that to you in just a little bit here, but now we go out to the White House. President Biden is going to be making some remarks. This is the 13th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act here that was signed into law by then President Barack Obama. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Acosta. I'm a first-generation Cuban American from Dunwoody, Georgia, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm also a single mom to 3 very busy teenagers and an advocate for affordable health care. My youngest, Bauer, was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes just after his 6th birthday. He needs insulin in his pump every day to live. When I lost my job in 2020 because of the pandemic, I lay awake at night terrified to be losing both my income and health insurance. But the Affordable Care Act caught us from free fall. I was able to quickly enroll my family in an affordable insurance plan.
And before the president speaks, some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
And I could afford the insulin and medical care we rely on to keep Bauer healthy. The Affordable Care Act also gave me an opportunity to be an entrepreneur, to build a small business I had been dreaming about for years. The peace of mind that comes with having insurance and the increased premium subsidies helped to make it possible to launch Renzo's Fire, my own Cuban catering business. President Biden knows the peace of mind that comes with having good, reliable health insurance. He is fighting to protect health care for hardworking families like mine. He is fighting to stop Republicans from cutting health care benefits. I am also so thankful for the President's leadership to cap the price of insulin for my son Bauer and the 200,000 other American children with type 1 diabetes. It is my honor and the honor of my life to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Teresa. What a lovely introduction. You have such grace and calm and charm. I said on the way out, I said, if it gets confusing, just say, here's Joe. She said, I think I'll be okay. Look, 13 years ago today, we gathered in this room as President Obama signed into law the Affordable Health Care Act. Hard to believe, 13 days ago, 13 years ago. It seems like 13 days ago. I think it was the most I think most people agree, the most consequential piece of healthcare legislation since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. I talked to the President yesterday, got a chance to speak with him. We did a little thing together. And it's an extraordinary achievement by President Obama. And while the Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, Obamacare is the most fitting description. Obamacare. Many of you joined us that day after fighting for decades to make it happen. And I remember 3 words I used at the time. I thought it was a big deal. And I stand by the fact it was a big deal. I also called it at that time a historic day, because history is not merely what's painted and printed on walls and in textbooks. You know, it doesn't begin or end with the stroke of a pen. History is made when women decide that there's a greater risk in accepting a situation they cannot bear than stealing our spine and embracing the promise of change. You know, and no one has more in her spine than the greatest speaker in the history of this country, Nancy Pelosi. Nance, it's no exaggeration to say this would not be law without you. It would not be law without you. If it weren't for the Speaker's relentless push to get this law passed and then defended at every single turn, we wouldn't be here today. And Kamala, I want to thank you for everything you've done to defend this law as Vice President. As United States Senator. And as Attorney General, along with my son, Beau Biden, you both brought cases to defend it. And I also want to thank Kamala for her leadership and fight to protect reproductive rights for women. She's leading. Look, so many of you here worked so hard to make history that 13 years ago today. And I just want to start by saying thank you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, thank you. There's millions and millions of people who owe you because you stuck with it and you keep defending it. 13 years later, it's easy to forget what life was like for hardworking families before the Affordable Care Act. You know, but all of you remember. Remember when a parent with a heart disease or diabetes or a child with asthma couldn't get coverage because of a pre-existing condition? Remember when women had to pay more for insurance because they had a pre-existing condition? They were a woman? Not a joke. Say it today to people, they look at you like, you're kidding me. But that was the case. Remember when you couldn't leave a dead-end job because you couldn't risk losing your health insurance? Remember when a 22-year-old kid could get kicked off his parents' plan because he graduated from college? Remember the donut hole when seniors on Medicare reached a point every year when they had to pay the full cost of the drugs out of pocket? Remember when millions of low and middle income families, particularly those families, were locked out of health insurance because there was no way they could afford it, none. I said earlier, my friends heard me say this before, I can remember we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home, and my bedroom was up against the wall where my parents' bedroom was, and my dad's headboard was there. And I remember when I was like 14 years old. I remember my dad, I could see, he could hear he was just restless. And I asked my mom the next morning, went to work, what's the matter? She said, well, his company just told him they're not going to pay for health insurance anymore. How many people lie in bed, wake, wondering? Remember when insurance companies could cut you off halfway through chemo? Because you reached the limit, what they were willing to pay? I remember, I talked to you about this, Chris, when my son Bo was dying of chemo, dying in the hospital because he had stage 4 glioblastoma. And I got a call from someone asking me for help because they thought they were going to have their insurance cut off because they ran out of time. And I thought to myself, what in God's name would I do? Had they come along and said, sorry, you've run out of your coverage. Folks, at the most vulnerable point in a person's life, the moment when you really need it, you could hear the word, sorry, your insurance has run out. Folks, our MAGA Republican friends, and by the way, I want to be clear, there's some good, decent Republicans out there. I'm not suggesting this is all about bad Republicans. But this new crowd it's not your, this ain't your father's Republican Party. They may have forgotten all I just said, but I haven't. You haven't. All Americans deserve a peace of mind that if an illness strikes or an accident occurs, you can get the care you need. But the truth is, too many folks lie in bed at night and said, look, staring at the ceiling, wondering, my God, what happens if she gets breast cancer, or I end up with a serious cancer, or what happens to the kids? What then? What then? Do we have enough insurance? Can we afford the bills? What's going to happen? If it gets bad enough, maybe we have to sell the house. We don't have any more equity. You know, I think it's a matter of what you value. And I think all of us in this room value peace of mind for everybody. Everybody deserves a little peace of mind for things they can't control. That's why my administration is focused intensely on building on the progress of the Affordable Care Act, getting more people affordable insurance, lowering prescription drug prices, giving families more breathing room. We have passed historic laws to get that done. And now we're moving quickly to implement them so people can feel the effects in their everyday lives. The Affordable Health Care Act expanded Medicaid to cover an additional 20 million people. Before it was passed, 20 million people fewer people had insurance. So it expanded to cover 20 million more people in Medicaid. That means more cancers detected early, more mental health treatment available, less medical debt, fewer evictions. You know, I signed the American Rescue Plan, which went further and allowed states to extend Medicaid coverage to new moms for up to 1 year after they gave birth instead of only for 60 days. You remember, Gov, what that did, what you guys did? 36 states and counting, and now we're extending it to a full year coverage. The American Rescue Plan also increased coverage and lowered prices for the Affordable Health Care Act by saving 15 million people close to $800 a year on their insurance. My new budget, our new budget, makes these savings permanent. And we'll finish the job by expanding Medicaid to at least 2 million more Americans. Folks, look, we're making health care more affordable in many other ways as well. Last year I proposed and the Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which no Republican voted for, even the good ones. I don't mean good in moral sense, I mean the normal Republicans. As a result, this year, seniors on Medicare now get common vaccines, things like tetanus, whooping cough, shingles. They get them for free instead of having to pay up to $200 a shot. Americans spend more on prescription drugs than any advanced nation in the world. But for decades, we worked for decades, and I did this with Chris a long time. I would say Chris, Senator Dodd, a long time. We tried to take on Big Pharma, but we finally won. And instead of just paying whatever drug companies want to charge, Medicare is going to be able to drive down prices. We gave Medicare some of the same powers, again, the same powers to do with Medicare. We gave the government the same power to be able to do what they can do with the Department of Veterans Affairs, negotiate lower drug prices. And there's another example. There's another example how we're lowering costs. Insulin was invented 100 years ago. It only cost about $10 a vial to make, but drug companies are charging hundreds of dollars a vial. But beginning January 1 of this year, we capped that cost at $35 a month for seniors. But we need to cap that cost for everyone, including the 200,000 children with type 1 diabetes who need insulin every day to stay healthy and alive. So I called on Congress to do that as well in this budget. My budget's going to require it. But guess what? Earlier this month, Eli Lilly, and I spoke to the biggest insulin maker in the country, announced they're answering my call. They're lowering prices to $35 a month for insulin. And last week, the country's two other top insulin makers announced they're cutting prices as well. So folks, and here's something else the Inflation Reduction Act does to lower prescription drug costs. Drug companies that raise prices faster than inflation, now that's all right, we like babies. You don't have to worry about it. So it's okay, it's all right. Matter of fact, I like babies better than people. But look, any drug company that raises prices faster than inflation now has to pay Medicare back the difference beginning next year. Last week we learned the drug companies hiked prices on about 20 drugs above the new threshold last quarter. Now, manufacturers are going to have to pay the difference back to Medicare. The Department of Health and Human Services estimates it will make co-pays for those drugs hundreds of dollars cheaper for some seniors. And it's going to change the way drugs are priced and lower costs for seniors long-term as well. We also are capping out-of-pocket drug expenses for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year total, no matter what their costs are. $2,000 a year. And look, that's compared to and you know, maybe some even here know folks who are paying not just $2,000 a year, they're paying $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year for some of the expensive treatments like cancer drugs that have to be. But they'll never have to pay more than $2,000 for all their prescriptions in a single year. And we're going to give seniors certainty and peace of mind. And by the way, we're also going to give the federal government the money as well, lowering the deficit by $160 billion. Because they don't have to pay out that much money. 2 weeks ago, I released my budget, and it lays out what we support, and a stark contrast to the other team. My dad used to have an expression, Chris knew my dad, he said, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I will tell you what you value. Well, I value everyone having a decent shot. About fairness, it's about dignity. My budget continues to build on the progress we made in the Affordable Care Act. We value seniors, hardworking Americans who've busted their necks their whole lives. My budget lifts the burden on those folks so that at the end of the month, they have just a little bit of breathing room, just a little bit of breathing room. No one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes to pay for all that we've done. Not a single penny more. But our MAGA Republican friends in Congress have a very different value set. They want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. They value big pharma over lowering drug costs for seniors. We're trying to undo the Affordable Care Act ever since I started. This started 13 years ago. They voted to repeal or weaken the act 50 times in the first 5 years that it existed. They made repealing part of it virtually every Republican in every single Republican budget since the law was passed. And they're backing plans that would gut it again, gut Medicaid. Look, let's take a look at what the Affordable Care Act has done. The Affordable Care Act is a big reason why millions of people with pre-existing conditions can afford to have insurance, period. Because of the Affordable Care Act, millions of Americans get free preventive care like cancer screening. And by the way, saves the country millions and millions of dollars if they detect it early. Because of the Affordable Care Act, millions of Americans have access to basic services like maternity care when they wouldn't otherwise have that. Because of the Affordable Care Act, families all over the country have been able to keep their children on their policies until age 26. Today, North Carolina is about to become the 40th state to expand Medicaid. There are nearly 40 million Americans in this country who get their health care through the Affordable Care Act and the Medicaid expansion. 40 million people who have some peace of mind. The Affordable Care Act has been law for 13 years. It has developed deep roots in this country. It has become a critical part of providing health care and saving lives. We always talk about the cost, but it saves lives as well. Obviously, it doesn't mean much to our Republican friends, but it can be a matter of life and death to millions of Americans out there if they didn't have it. Even now, MAGA Republicans in Congress are intent on repealing the Affordable Care Act when it's clear it would have a devastating impact on the American people. We still haven't seen the House Republican budget. They want to negotiate. I say, I've laid down my budget in the ninth, you lay down yours, let's negotiate. I don't know where their budget is. No, I'm serious. There has been no budget. As my brother would say, go figure. But look, the budgets are going to show what they value. The former Trump director of budget advising the MAGA Republicans in Congress has a plan to slash $2 trillion from Medicaid. I guess that shows a little bit of their value set. He wants to end Medicare expansion under the Affordable Care Act and make additional deep cuts that could lead to nearly 70 million people losing critical services. 70 million people. Most of them are seniors, people with disabilities, and with children. And children, I should say. And some could lose their health care altogether. And there are a number of other areas that are cutting Medicaid or repealing the Affordable Care Act would have a huge impact. You know, what people don't really understand, my Republican friends always talk about how they care about rural America. Well, guess what? Just take a look at rural Americans' hospitals, which lose funding they need to keep the doors open. That's one of the reasons why so many are closed. Already, rural residents have to travel twice as far to get to a hospital as folks who live in cities, which is partly why trauma patients in rural areas are twice as likely to die before they get to a hospital. And more would close. Not a joke, more would close. They couldn't stay open. If our Republican friends get their way, more rural hospitals will shut down and the problem will even get worse. So I don't want to hear about they value rural America. If they get their way, seniors and people with disabilities could lose access to home health care, and with it, the ability to stay in their homes, which, by the way, shows it extends life of the people. People would much rather stay, if they could, just with a little bit of help in their own homes, rather than go to a home. And it's less expensive. Medicaid also pays for nursing home care for about 2/3 of all Americans who live in nursing homes. Well, it'd be different if they were able to stay home. Medicaid and the quality of care in nursing homes goes down when that happens. Millions affected by the opioid epidemic would lose access to drug treatment. And for the millions of middle class and working class currently covered by the ACA marketplace, even if they manage to keep their insurance, it could cost them thousands more each year. That's just a glimpse at the damage repealing the Affordable Care Act would have on gutting Medicaid would do. But our value set is fundamentally different than our Republican friends. So we will never let that happen. We're also strengthening Medicare and Social Security. In fact, my budget will extend the life of Medicare Trust Fund beyond 2050. And meanwhile, MAGA Republicans in Congress, MAGA Republicans are threatening to gut and eliminate these programs. You may have seen our back and forth at the State of the Union, eventually State of the Union. Never quite saw one like that before. And when the distinguished Congresswoman from the mountains of Georgia were saying, liar, liar, all of a sudden, and then others started, and I said, well, they said, we don't want to cut it. So I went through it all. You may remember my saying, you're not going to cut Social Security, Medicare. Holler, stand up. Well, a lot of them stood up. Tell the press, they're all on camera, all the ones that stood up. I sure hope it's true, but I'll believe it when I see it. You paid into Social Security and Medicare from the first paycheck you ever earned, and I'm determined to protect it. Let me close with this. 13 years ago, thanks to the leadership of Barack Obama and some of his staff are in this room here, helped get that passed. If I start to name them, it would take a long time, but I want to thank them. We made history when the Affordable Care Act became law. And we changed America. We gave millions of people peace of mind. We did something else. We also took a giant step toward realizing the fundamental principle that we hold as Democrats and as Americans, that health care is a right, not a privilege. Well, we're not all the way there yet, but there's more to do. So let's finish the job. Let's protect lower prescription drug costs for everyone. Let's expand health care coverage for more people so they get care. Let's keep building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. And let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and let's keep fighting to get it done.
President Biden wrapping up there, celebrating the 13th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act that was signed into law by President Barack Obama as Joe Biden was a vice president there, of course, at the time. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll have some updates regarding the Trump investigation into the Stormy Daniels hush money payments. A big update that came down earlier today. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us as we always try to come up with the top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. And coming up in just moments, we'll take you back out to the TikTok CEO that continues to testify in front of Congress. We'll be bringing that to you here in just moments. We want to show you also a live look here in Houston. This is a shot after the FBI says one person has been killed during a multi-day hostage rescue in Houston. All hostages are safe there, though. So the suspect there killed in this multi-day hostage situation unfolding there in Houston. Now I'm going to go out to Mar-a-Lago. This is former President Donald Trump's winter home at West Palm Beach there in Florida as the holding pattern continues in the Trump grand jury that has stalled now for a second day in a row. With the very latest, we go out to Fox News' Madeline Rivera with this update.
Another curveball in the hush money case involving former President Donald Trump, with a Manhattan grand jury not set to meet again until next week. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office once again canceling grand jury proceedings on Thursday, delaying a possible indictment vote against former President Donald Trump. The same thing happened on Wednesday, launching more speculation about possible dissension in the DA's office.
There could be testimony that the people weren't able to secure for evidence that wasn't able to be brought up before the grand jury.
On Wednesday, Republican House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan sent letters to two attorneys who worked in the Manhattan DA's office and had investigated Trump for financial crimes. They resigned last year after District Attorney Alvin Bragg refused to prosecute the former president. Jordan says he's seeking documents and congressional testimony he believes will show Bragg's sudden change of heart is politically motivated.
It's selective prosecution and it's wrong. The great people of this great country understand it's wrong. That is not how our constitutional system is supposed to work.
Meanwhile, the probe into Trump's handling of classified documents is moving forward. Trump attorney Evan Corcoran was seen heading into a federal courthouse in D.C. Thursday after an appeals court directed him to testify again before a grand jury. Corcoran was also compelled to hand over personal notes related to the investigation. Mr. Trump has denied any wrongdoing in both of these cases. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
We now take you back out right now to TikTok CEO testifying in front of Congress here. TikTok app is right now center focus for this House hearing there, as we are learning more and more about security concerns from congressional members and even just members of the public as well. Let's listen into a little bit of this right here on Live Now from Fox.
To your competitors, which we know are woefully insufficient. I strongly urge you to consider these terms, these commitments, make the case for why you're different from your American competitors and do better than them on transparency, which you've mentioned countless times today, but which we don't really have anything tangible to point to.
Yes, I don't want to make excuses for our industry or ourselves. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We take this very seriously. Nothing is not perfect. We need to keep investing to stay ahead of our growth. So I agree that we need to prioritize safety and continue to do that as part of our company. And
well, I look forward to getting back your comments and your commitments and those updated terms of service when you write back to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot today about the procedural safeguards, independent code review, server locations, and the corporate independence between ByteDance and the CCP. But I think there's something else a little more telling. When you were asked about Chinese censorship, you pivoted immediately to drug use in Singapore. You have absolutely tied yourself in knots to avoid criticizing the CCP's treatment of the Uyghur population. And I think it begs the first question, before we ever get to Project Texas, which I'll get to in a section. If the CCP demanded that ByteDance hand over all of the data that they had on U.S. users in their possession, and ByteDance refused, I wonder what would happen. I wonder if Jack Ma might have an opinion on that, and I wonder if he'd be allowed to give it. But let's talk about Project Texas for a second. Project Texas envisions a new US-based TikTok subsidiary. You have stated that this arrangement is unprecedented. I'd argue the reason it's unprecedented is because it requires continual oversight and monitoring by the US of a private business because it poses a national security threat. The new subsidiary's board would report to and be approved by CFIUS. CFIUS will also specify hiring requirements as well as interact with Oracle as it performs its data role. That is an extraordinary corporate governance structure. I have questions whether it complies with corporate law and fiduciary duty to shareholders. Yet the core concern is that the proposes unparalleled integration with the US government with a private company, which will require significant government resources. All of that to allow a continued operation of a social media platform that has serious national security implications. And CFIUS's workloads already dramatically increased in recent years, with a 30% increase in declarations and a 45% increase in joint voluntary notices. And there's bipartisan consensus that CFIUS needs to be expanded as we speak. Mr. Chu, can you identify a similar corporate arrangement that requires federal government to expand such resources to monitor an alleged data privacy and national security risk?
Congressman, I'm not an expert on this matter. I believe that there are certain similar arrangements, but I'm not the expert on this matter.
Well, the only one I could find was the UK created the Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Center in 2010 to assess Huawei's tech and to detect malicious activity and guard UK's networks. That's worked so well that the United Kingdom is now planning on kicking Huawei out of Great Britain. You stated that TikTok has invested $1.5 billion in Project Texas. Are you aware of any discussions or proposals that entail TikTok funding or offsetting the costs of CFIUS' role?
Those discussions are, I need to get back on the specifics, but I can tell you, yes, we did spend approximately $1.5 billion on our side.
You spent $1.5 billion on Project Texas. But do you have you agree that if CFIUS takes on this role, they're going to need a massive influx of dollars and human resources, right?
I cannot speak on behalf of CFIUS, Congressman.
Should the US government expend such resources to create this extraordinary arrangement for TikTok, especially considering alleged data privacy and national security risks?
Congressman, I cannot speak on behalf of the United
Well, but Project Texas doesn't work without CFIUS, right? Project Texas, as you guys have proposed it, does not work without CFIUS involvement.
The idea behind Project Texas is the firewall of US user data, make sure it's stored by an American company, overseen by American personnel, and we will invite third-party monitors to monitor this. So that, in essence, at least as far as I know, is the majority of the cost, because it will rely on not just us building the infrastructure, but us, finding and hiring these third-party monitors who are vetted to come in and monitor this structure.
You talked earlier about the shareholders' ownership of TikTok, and you said 60% is global investors, 20% is employees, and 20% is original founders. Are all those voting shares the same?
No, the founder has weighted voting rights, as is common in our industry.
So as far as a voting block of shares owned in ByteDance, do you know if the Chinese Communist Party, not Chinese government Communist Party officials, the Chinese Communist Party, do you know what their percentage of the actual voting block share of ByteDance is?
The Chinese Communist Party doesn't have voting rights in ByteDance.
Chinese Communist Party members is a different question.
Do
the founders control the voting block of ByteDance's shares?
I do know that the founder himself is not a member of the Communist Party, but we don't know the political affiliation of our employees because that's not something we ask.
Does the Chinese government know the political affiliation of their Chinese citizens?
I cannot answer that question on their behalf.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Yield to the gentle lady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. True, I just want to say I agree with all of the comments of many of my colleagues today that we need to take a close look at whether TikTok poses a national security risk. For today, I'm going to focus my limited time on how TikTok can better protect its youngest users. And I think a number of us have identified as parents today and have serious concerns as we relayed to you. Just this week, I heard from a parent in my district in Nashua, New Hampshire, whose child was served harmful content on TikTok and has needed counseling as a result. This experience is not unique to this family, and it underscores the need for better child protections on your app. I'd like to dig further into TikTok's current safety and privacy controls for children. I understand that TikTok restricts certain app capabilities for users under age 18 and has additional restrictions for users under age 16 or 13, such as limiting who can interact with them on the platform. However, these protections are worthless if any savvy child can easily bypass these age restrictions by deleting their own account and creating a new one with a different age. And by easily, I mean you can literally go in and open another account using the same email address. So I've been made aware by child safety groups, including Fair Play for Kids and Common Sense, that it is that simple for young users to bypass the age restrictions on TikTok. Yes or no, are you aware of this issue?
I apologize. I think that's a great question that you raised. If a user inputs an age and is blocked, my understanding is that if the user tries to do it again within a short period of time, and I won't disclose
We
publicly.
did it in our office yesterday. You can go right back in, use the exact same email address, and open a new account. So can I get your commitment that you will at least fix that bug?
I will go and have a look at it, yes.
Thank you. If we're here today to talk TikTok and not other platforms, but I'm happy to look at legislative solutions. In the interim, TikTok has a responsibility to do more to protect its young users, and I will accept your commitment to take a look at fixing that issue. Will you, let's see. Sorry, I recognize that TikTok has made efforts to provide parents and guardians increased options to monitor and limit their child's activity on the app, including family pairing and time limit features. But I still have concerns. In order to access family pairing, parents then must download the app onto their phone. And this sounds like a design to lure more users onto the app rather than a practical safety feature. Furthermore, downloading the app may not be a viable option for many parents. Mr. Chu, will TikTok commit to developing other methods for parents to monitor their child's use of the app without having to download the TikTok app on their phone?
I can look into that specifically and get back to you. But the family pairing that you mentioned is a very good tool that we developed. I encourage parents with teenagers to use it.
But it's not a perfect tool. And let me just say, one of my concerns is that the minimum time limit TikTok lets parents set for their children is 40 minutes, which for a young child is a very long period of time. Actually, giving parents control would mean providing them the freedom to set the screen time that makes sense for their family. Now, I've got a copy of the app page that shows just the 4 options. Would you commit to adding an other option so that the parent can easily set their own screen time limit?
I can take a look at that.
I think it's important. I think parents are looking for control. They're looking to allow their family to use these apps without TikTok taking over their child's media use. I've heard reports of users struggling to access the feature, and so I will look forward to hearing back from you on adding an other so that a parent can add a custom limit. So finally, I ask that you commit to report back to this committee and the American public on how TikTok addresses these safety issues and the steps that you are taking to default children's accounts to the most protective possible settings. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I yield to Chair.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being here today. I would like to start by inserting into the record a report entitled TikTok, ByteDance, and Their Ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which was published by the Australian Parliament just over a week ago. If I could add that to the record,
Without
please.
objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, we know that your company's algorithm has been exposed for delivering videos to China that encourages them to develop eating disorders, promotes challenges that have caused children to accidentally commit suicide, glorifies the use of drugs and pornography. Despite the constant media coverage of this issue, your company continues to feed our children this dangerous and harmful content. Can you explain to parents back in my congressional district why it should be their burden and not TikTok's to set up the guardian parental controls for their children so that they do not view content which encourages eating disorders or committing suicide?
Congressman, I take these issues very seriously. If the user is a teenage user on our platform, we actually have a differentiated experience, including certain models that we are building with experts to help identify certain content that's not inherently harmful, but could lead people to eating disorders. Anything that glorifies eating disorders is violative of our platform, and we remove that. And I want to assure you that I take this very, very seriously, this commitment.
Okay. Mr. Curtis, my colleague, mentioned the use of heating tool on your platform to make specific videos go viral or get more views. Does TikTok use a cooling tool where employees can manually limit the amplification of content that TikTok should hide, like content that promotes eating disorders, drug use, or suicide among children?
The only promotion tool that we have is approved by the local teams, so in the US by the US team, and it's for commercial purposes like Taylor Swift. I think when she onboarded, we,
So
heated
that'd be
a little.
yes or no?
I just want to make sure that I'm answering your question with specifics.
If this tool exists, why isn't it being used to cool then the spread of dangerous content? I mean, why is it still happening?
Dangerous content has that violates, we remove them. When we see them, we actually remove them from the platform.
Okay. The fact of the matter here is that despite whatever action you take, that TikTok is taking to protect teens, your algorithm continues to promote harmful content. Wouldn't you agree that indicates there is something inherently wrong with the algorithm your platform employs?
I do respectfully disagree with that. The algorithm drives a great user experience for many, many users. I talked about STEM content. That has 116 billion views on our platform. One more example. Book Talk is a trend that happened on our platform. It's to encourage people to read. And globally, it has 115 billion views, and it's fantastic. I've heard people telling me that they are reading more because of Book Talk. So there is a lot of good and joy and positive that can be derived from the TikTok experience. Yes, there are some bad actors who come in and post violative content, and it's our job to remove them. But the overwhelming experience is a very positive one for our community.
But if it's your job to remove them, it's been said many times here today about the 41 days that video stood up with addressing the chairwoman.
After this, I'm going to go and look into the specifics of that.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman McMorris-Rogers, and thanks to Ranking Member Pallone for holding today's hearing, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for appearing today. It's been a long day, but we're here to learn about a complex set of issues that relate to TikTok and how to address them. And I think that's what we're hearing from colleagues on both sides of the aisle today, is a real effort to grapple with the challenges that we see for national security and for the safety and protection of American citizens, especially our children and young adults. And we've already covered today a lot of the information about the extensive use of the app, the number of users who are children and young adults. But I think it bears repeating, as Mr. VC mentioned, that TikTok is the preferred platform of young Americans. And they use it for all kinds of creative and important things. And we have seen that. But there are also some dangerous things that we know it has and continues to be used for. And that also, that the data that's collected is posing additional dangers. And that's what we're here for. Most people using TikTok do not realize that TikTok is collecting data about their keystrokes or about their browsing history on other sites and so much more. And I agree with my colleagues that we need a comprehensive set of data privacy laws here in the country, and we've heard some very good ideas today. Mr. Chu, you've mentioned several times today that these are industry-wide issues, and I agree with you that there are industry-wide challenges here. But there are also some specific things relating to TikTok that I want to focus my questions on and really want to understand where there's a difference and how we can craft legislation that addresses the very real challenges that we've been hearing about today. As you know, states across the country have joined an ongoing investigation into possible violations of consumer protection laws by TikTok as they pertain to TikTok's effect on the mental health of American children and teenagers. As part of this investigation, states have requested to review internal TikTok communications that takes place on LARC. That's TikTok's primary instant messaging system. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does every TikTok employee have a LARC account?
It is very similar to companies that use Slack or any other instant messaging tool.
But LARC is a proprietary instant messaging tool. It's not Slack.
It is something that was developed, yes,
And
by ByteDance.
It was developed by TikTok?
No, it's developed by ByteDance.
It's developed by ByteDance. Okay. And so a couple questions stemming from that. Is it true that LARC video conferencing has a translation feature in which Chinese is translated to English text and vice versa?
That is correct. It helps with global cooperation.
Okay. And those translated conversations are somehow saved into the LARC system?
I will need to get back to you on the specifics.
Okay.
There is, I'll get back to you on the specifics.
Okay. That would be great to know. And I neglected to ask, but does every TikTok employee have a LARC account?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Including you? Do you have one?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And then do you have there's some kind of profile for your instant messaging system. So every employee identifies their manager and their department, who they work for, what they do. Is that all included in their LARC profile? Do you know?
It's very common for companies to have enterprise messaging tools that companies use.
It does, and I guess I'm asking specifically about LARC since it's specific to TikTok, whether it includes information like identifying who, for example, your manager is. Do you know whether that's something that's identified in LARC?
Yes, again, some of these HR features are built into a lot of enterprise tools that we use, and yeah.
So like for your own profile, does it identify who your manager is?
Yes, it does.
And who does it identify as your manager?
I report to the CEO of ByteDance.
Okay, and so that is Zhang Yiming, is that identified as your manager? That's the former CEO.
He has stepped down from the board and as the CEO, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Rubo is identified now as your manager on
yes.
the system? Okay. And as you mentioned, it was developed by ByteDance, so it's not just used by TikTok employees, it's also used by ByteDance employees, is that right?
Also by other companies now. I think LARC is selling it, and it's a good tool for instant messaging.
So LARC is available to third parties outside of the ByteDance system as well, like
yes.
Slack? And do you personally ever use LARC to communicate with ByteDance?
With employees at ByteDance? Yes, I do.
You do, okay. Well, I'm running out of time, and I'm sorry to say, because this is really interesting. I do think it underscores some of the concerns that have been raised in this hearing. So I think it's clear we have work we need to continue to do here in the Congress to address data protection and privacy. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I thank you, and I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Committee stands in recess and will reconvene immediately following the third vote being called.
All right, there you have it. So they will be taking a quick break here. They have about 45 minutes left there in total that we will be hearing from lawmakers just grilling the TikTok CEO there over safety concerns and security concerns in the U.S. and even talking about some of those really harmful viral trends that we have seen in the past there on TikTok there. So we will continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to go out in the meantime to Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida, giving in a speech about civics education in Florida. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Manny Diaz, where'd they put them? Okay, you're right over there. Okay. We also have Michael Taft, a civics teacher from Green Cove Springs Junior High, who's going to speak, and then Brittany Bishop, a 5th grade social studies and language arts teacher from Coppergate Elementary School. And then, of course, thank you all for coming here, and we really appreciate being hosted yet again in Clay County for more education. It seems like when we're doing different things, whether it's salary increases for teachers, whether it's some of the other initiatives we've had, we always end up in Clay County doing either a bill signing or an announcement or something along those lines. Today, we're going to make an announcement of meeting an important landmark for our emphasis on getting American civics back front and center in our school system. If you think about what the purpose of the school system is, it's to give our young people a foundation so that they can lead productive lives. That's going to provide many people a pathway to go to a university. It'll provide others a pathway to go to get vocational training. Some will go to state colleges. There's a whole host of things that people will do to be able to better their lives. And you can take certain courses in high school, let's say, and you may never use some of those courses if you go in a certain direction in your life. But the one thing that you'll do, regardless of what you decide to do as a young person, everybody is going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And that is something that we take seriously in Florida. We think we have a responsibility to help graduate students out of our school system with a foundation of understanding what it means to be an American, a foundation of understanding what are the principles that have made our country unique and made our country great. And that's really been a lost art, I think, over the last generation. If you look at the civic knowledge of the population, it's abysmal. Less than half of U.S. adults can name the 3 branches of government. Less than 1 in 4 people can name the 5 freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment. More than half of college graduates don't know the process for amending our nation's Constitution. There was even one study about 7 years ago in which 10% of college graduates thought that Judge Judy was a member of the U.S. Supreme Court. So we clearly have a civics problem, and what we did when I became governor is we wanted to work hard to address that. And the legislature had done some good things over the years, but we really needed to take it to the next level. So one of the things that we did, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, was we created a Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement for teachers who go above and beyond to learn about the principles that make our country great and teach those principles in the classroom. And we created a financial incentive program so that the first 20,000 teachers that went through and we kind of said it's almost like a boot camp because there's a lot of information, that they would get a $3,000 bonus. And so we'll provide an update on how that's gone in a second. We've also established regional civics coaches and in-person teacher trainings to ensure every teacher has access.
That was Governor Ron DeSantis there in Florida speaking. We'll bring some more of his comments a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to go out to a live event
one time in his abdomen.
That is happening right now in Philadelphia, getting an update on a shooting that happened just about 3 days ago. It was a triple shooting, really a melee. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Great job. They quickly scooped up all 3 males and took them over to Lankenau Hospital, where they all 3 are currently at. 2 of whom are struggling for their life right now. And we're hoping that they pull through, but their injuries, they're extremely critical. And the third has injuries as well, is at the hospital at this time, but in stable conditioning. The scene consisted of over 70 pieces of ballistic evidence. It includes 45 caliber rounds, 40 caliber spent cartridge casings, 223 spent casings from an automatic gun, as well as some live 45 caliber rounds. And we also recovered a 45 caliber handgun in the rear of that 5600 block of Lansdale Avenue. We did put out some video that I know media has been running, and at this time we are asking for help. We need the community's help. That shooting occurred right just south of Lansdowne Avenue, which is a very vibrant area with plenty of people around. We believe somebody out there in that community, in that neighborhood, may have seen something, may have seen us, a small piece of this puzzle to help my investigators solve this case, hold these people accountable, and bring some justice for these 3 teenagers. Spearheading the investigation is Lieutenant Robert Brokenbrough from the Shooting Investigations Group, and this case is assigned to Detectives Fay and Detective Johnson. This is a very much active investigation. We are exploiting every lead that comes in. We need tips from this community. We know people were out there. We know people saw the shooting. We're hoping to get some more information. We also recovered some additional video where we see our 4 males exit a newer model gray Honda CRV. They was parked on Lansdowne Avenue. 4 males got out, and the driver remained. The males immediately got out, went to Fraser Street, and began shooting. We were trying to get that video together to put out to show that car, but we're also aware that the state police on March 22nd recovered a burned out Honda CRV at Chamonix Drive in Belmont. So there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle. The detectives, which I believe are some of the best in the country, are working every angle we can. We're using every tool in our toolbox to bring this one in and find some justice for these victims and hold these 5 males now accountable for their actions. Have any questions?
Yes. What district was this?
It's the 19th district.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that this shooting is connected to any other shootings?
No, there was a shooting approximately 40 minutes later at Allison and Lansdowne Avenue involving a 40-year-old man who was shot 2 times in each leg, but it is unrelated.
The car in this case, the CRV, was it stolen? And do you think that burned out car is the one?
Well, that's the question. You know, we're working with our major crimes unit. It was burned out. It's going to take us a little time to get through it, to identify the VIN number. But there's evidence there. There is definitely evidence there. We're hoping to exploit that evidence and find out if that is actually the car.
Were any of those cars reported stolen recently, or?
I don't know any specific Honda CRVs that were stolen, but that's definitely something we're looking into. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, well, if you see the video, these males exited that CRV within seconds, pulled out their guns, all of them, 4 of them, one with an automatic rifle, and fired at these teenagers. I would say it's targeted.
These teens were walking or on the street or what?
No, they were not. They were right in that area, right on that general area of the steps.
When you get out and you actually see the video, can you just talk about the types of guns that are used in this? Because you see kind of like what looks like a long rifle or something in there.
Yeah, you see an automatic gun going off with broad daylight on the streets of the city of Philadelphia. 4 males just shooting up the block, with no care in the world, it seems to me. It's very concerning. It's disappointing, and these people need to be held accountable.
Captain, it seems like almost every other day we're hearing and we're seeing in the news, we're reporting that a teenager, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old, 7-year-old is being shot. What's as far as juveniles being shot, are they up this year or the last year, down, or the same? How's it trending with regard to youth and victims of gun violence?
Yeah, we're looking at that. Right now, year to date, our shootings, we have the non-fatal shootings, as you know. Our shootings are down about 21%, which is a good thing, but there's still a lot of shootings out there. And our kids are getting shot. Yeah, I mean, it's concerning for us. It's concerning. We look at every shooting as serious as we do this one. But when you have 3 teenagers, 16 and under, shot, yeah, it's upsetting, to be honest with you.
Down 21% from this time last year?
Yeah, shootings are down 21%. But again, that's still, that figure's relative, right? There's still a lot of shootings out there. We are still, we're working hard to solve them and hold these people to justice.
That's all ages, right?
That's all ages. I'll have to go through and look at the numbers for juvenile victims and juvenile offenders.
The gun you recovered, do you believe that was one of the shooters tossing it away?
It's very much an active investigation. It's ongoing. We're obviously looking into that. It's a possibility. As you know, we're not ruling that out. But at this point, our concern is now identifying these 5 now. We know the one driver in the car, these 5 individuals to help us move this case forward.
They all seem pretty young.
They all do seem young.
The shooters seem really
They all do seem young.
Captain, there's 5
but they're all masked up as well. So, you know, we're hoping somebody out there knows them, somebody out there recognizes those clothes, somebody out knows that they were involved in that CRV earlier in the day or moments before. Somebody on Lansdowne Avenue seen them. Somebody on Lansdowne Avenue seen them get back in. Somebody at Shimoni, if that's our car, Belmont and Shimoni, somebody there may have seen them. We just need the help. You can call 686-TIPS. You can call us here at the Shooting Investigations Group at 686-3270. You can call 911. We want the information. You can be anonymous. You can come forward, however's more comfortable with you. But my detectives and my supervisors here, we are all looking forward to bringing this case in and identifying these males.
Captain, I know you've identified 5 suspects. Are you guys looking at there might be more?
We're looking at everything. We're looking at everything. Like I said, it's very active. You never know. We have not found the motive on this case yet. Is there something more to it? Could there be more people involved? Absolutely. Absolutely there could be more. I mean, you saw the video. Like somebody else here said, I mean, they look young, but to put it in an age range, no, I don't know. I mean, teens, 20s, you know, if we had to guess, we try and we don't guess too much. We try not to guess, but if I had to say, I'd say they're teens, 20. But more importantly, somebody out there knows them. You know, we would like for them to tell us.
In this part of the 19th district, is there any type of street rivalry, beefs going on that you don't know of, gangs, anything like that?
I mean, Philadelphia has issues going on with different neighborhoods, with social media. That's a concern, especially when you're involved in these ages of kids. Social media beefs seem to pop up now and then. I'm not sure yet if this is that, but it's something we're always looking into. We have embedded in the Shooting Investigations Group is the Gun Violence Reduction Task Force, who are responsible for handling social media and guns and getting those guns off the street. So we're working in tandem. We're working with the ATF with these NIBINs when these cases come back. So it's all hands on deck on this one, as all these shootings are.
Do you know, I mean, I guess you don't know definitively, but does it appear from the video that these 3 victims were the intended targets?
We believe these 3 victims were the intended target, yeah.
So no collateral damage, they were all made targets?
Yeah, I think them and whoever else was in that line of fire of those 70-plus shots that were done, we're all a target, which is what's concerning, right? Those bullets land somewhere, and then on that block, those, you know, it's very concerning to us. We haven't been able to talk to the 2 yet, so we're still working through it. It's still a very active investigation. No, the serial number was obliterated, so we're working through that. And, you know, like I said, we're still working on all leads. We're hoping to get some more information. We need the extra pieces to help put this puzzle together.
And where was that gun recovered?
That was recovered in the rear, 5600 Lansdowne. The 2 16-year-olds are in extremely critical condition right now at Lankenau, and we're concerned about they're struggling for their life right now. Anything else? Like.
All right, Philadelphia police giving an update there on the triple shooting that happened back on March 20th of this week. And more than 70 shots rang out there. Still looking for suspects in that shooting there. And the ones that were shot were taken to the local hospital there. But the investigation still ongoing. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, some more updates regarding the TikTok CEO on Capitol Hill. Facing some tough questions from both Republicans and Democrats. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us right here as we bring you today's top stories and headlines. Coming up in just moments, we'll take you back out to Capitol Hill, where it is a rare moment of bipartisanship on Capitol Hill today during this hearing. We're hearing from both Democrats and Republicans grilling the TikTok CEO over safety and security concerns about the app in the U.S. there, after even having threats there of banning it outright there. And we want to go out now to Fox News' Doug Luzader with the latest wrap-up of today's events so far on the Hill.
The committee will come to order.
A TikTok CEO Shou Zi Chew testifying before Congress for the first time. He's on a PR campaign of sorts to save his app from a nationwide ban and to highlight the good he says it's doing.
Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
Most lawmakers agree, though, that China could use the tech platform to spy on Americans. TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, has links to Chinese owners.
What about a commitment that says that you won't sell the data that you collect? Would you commit to that?
Your platform should be banned.
Congress is working on legislation to restrict the app that has 150 million monthly users in the U.S. A TikTok CEO says a ban isn't necessary because of the steps they're taking to protect users' data, using a third-party company based in the U.S.
I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data.
I find that actually preposterous.
And the other point of contention, the impact on young users hooked on the app.
Your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children.
We will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us.
Chew faces a chorus of bipartisan critics on this House committee, but he does have at least one supporter outside of it.
Let's not be racist towards China and express our xenophobia when it comes to TikTok.
China says it opposes a forced sale of TikTok, something the Biden administration would like to see. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Right there. Thank you so much there. And we are going to continue to wait for the TikTok CEO to come back there. They had to take a brief break after there is some voting right now on the House floor. But we want to continue our coverage here, keep you at the Capitol, and take you out to a rally that was being held with Republicans and a group called Moms Against TikTok, hoping that the app would be removed from the U.S.
That it poses to our children, and many Americans agree. Here it is. Half of our country's states are already banning the app on the government devices. Half of them. Some of them even being controlled by liberals. But right now, there is not one federal law in place to protect our children from TikTok in the United States. And this is deeply disturbing. In 2021, folks, Donald Trump, the greatest president in my lifetime, signed an order to ban TikTok if it wasn't sold by ByteDance in 45 days. And after Joe Biden took office, what did he do like everything else he does? He revoked this order. Under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and Joe Biden, the Democrats voted and passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, which banned TikTok on federal devices. And it was signed into law in 2022. What doesn't make sense to me is, who did we have here yesterday? You had Jamal Bowman, the Democrat from New York. He was here yesterday advocating for TikTok. When last Congress he voted for the ban of TikTok on the federal devices. Makes no sense to me. TikTok has over 150 million American users, and 1/3 of these are our teenagers. If one Chinese spy balloon poses a big enough threat to our country that it requires military action, boom, we shoot it down. It hung up there too long. I don't agree with that, but boom, we shoot it down. Imagine 150 Chinese spy devices in your homes. This is happening every day. It's happening every day, and it enhances the hold TikTok truly has on American lives. And do you want Chinese government officials teaching your children Absolutely not. Many people don't know that if the TikTok app is completely different than it is here in China. It's different here than it is in China. And think about that. We know that TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a company that is located within China and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In China, folks, listen, in China, their version of TikTok is actually used to educate their children and promote pro-social and pro-Chinese messaging. However, in the United States, the Chinese Communist Party is spreading addictive and harmful videos to young Americans through its algorithm. Additionally, while American children waste countless hours a day, countless hours, you got children, you know who they are, they're on this device countless hours a day on videos fed by the Communist Chinese Party, Chinese children are restricted to just 40 minutes. So I'm a little confused there. They can only have 40 minutes in China, but here, our kids are on it all day long. They like that idea, don't they? They love that. Even when the Chinese Communist Party, and they know how addictive this is, this should be the first indicator, folks. This should be the first indicator that TikTok is not safe and has no place in our country. And let's consider a different perspective. How do you think China, Xi Jinping, would feel if I created an app for their children that that shows the videos that promotes America and out front of? So this is it. Breaking news, folks. Every media out there, this is breaking news.
And that was just some of the protests there against TikTok from earlier outside of the Capitol. But we want to go back inside right now, live right here on LiveNOW from Fox. We do have the TikTok CEO continuing testifying in front of Congress there. It is now going on really 4.5 hours, give or take some 10-minute breaks in there. But let's continue to listen right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
To you on the specifics.
Is your team behind you?
It's my broader team. I will speak to them and I'll get back to you.
It's always good to have folks behind you, isn't it?
Not them.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, I got you. Here are my concerns with TikTok. Your claims are hard to believe. It's no secret to us that TikTok is still under the thumb of CCP influence. And let's be honest, TikTok is indoctrinating our children with divisive, woke, and pro-CCP propaganda, all while threatening our national security with Chinese spyware. In fact, let me look at my notes here. You had an exchange with Anna Eshoo. In your exchange with Congresswoman Eshoo, you said that, quote, extreme fitness videos shouldn't be viewed too much. Do you remember that exchange here today?
What extremist videos?
With Anna Eshoo out of California.
Any content that is has extremist content is not allowed on our platform, and we identify them. And
was that also true about the gun video that you saw today? Was that extreme content that should have been taken down?
I would need to look at the specifics of the whole video. There was a bit of lag just now. We couldn't see the whole video.
Okay, you know it threatened our committee chair here.
That is unacceptable.
Okay.
And, you know,
so you're aware of that extreme video. And why did it take 40+ days to get it down? Does it take literally an act of Congress? Should we plan to have a committee hearing every time, every day, every time there's something brought up so that we can limit the content on TikTok? Should Congress plan to do that, Mr. Hsu?
Congressman, we work very hard to remove violative content on our platform.
Okay, well, let me move on. With Congressman Huston, he asked you about your wages and your stocks, and you said you prefer to keep that information private. Now you know how we feel about American public's information. We prefer to keep it private as well. We don't think TikTok does that. So, Madam Chair, my time is up. And if this committee gets its way, TikTok's time is up.
Madam Chair, if I may, in my response to an earlier question.
I'm sorry, gentleman's time has expired, Chair recognizes Mr. Ruiz from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I echo my colleagues' concerns about TikTok's impacts on the health and well-being of the American public. As a doctor and the ranking member of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, I am troubled that TikTok is rife with medically inaccurate information, including dangerous misinformation and the intentional disinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines. TikTok's community guidelines state that the company will remove content or accounts that involve, quote, leading information that causes significant harm, unquote. However, since the early stages of the pandemic, TikTok has been used as a platform for people pushing misinformation, disinformation, including by those casting doubt on the safety and efficacy of life-saving vaccines. And despite TikTok's pledge to address harmful misinformation, these videos are being viewed millions of times. For example, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue found that a sample of 124 TikTok videos containing vaccine misinformation were viewed 20 million times. And Media Matters found that a sample of 18 videos with COVID-19 misinformation were viewed over 57 million times. Here's another shocking study. The Journal of American Medical Informatics Association found that when searching hashtag, quote, coronavirus on TikTok, almost 30% of the videos that came up contained misinformation. Videos in that sample containing a high level of misinformation were viewed a median of 9.4 million times. Mr. Chu, why are these dangerous videos falling through the cracks of your company's efforts to enforce its own community guidelines and remove harmful misinformation?
Before I answer that, in my response to an earlier question from Representative Dunn,
Mr. Chu, you're in my time. Answer my question.
I understand, but if I would like to clarify something.
Clarified. I have 5 minutes.
Okay.
In my time. You're in my time now. Answer my question.
Yes, any dangerous misinformation we partner with third-party experts to be able to identify and help us with subject domain expertise. And with the expertise that we recognize, we rely on those to develop policies to recognize and remove content that could be.
Your efforts have failed, and they're dangerous. Okay? It's public health risks that you're putting millions of people's lives at risk for not being able to do a better job. And I'm concerned that TikTok's features make it users uniquely vulnerable to the spread of this misinformation. For example, TikTok makes it extremely easy to reuse audio and videos to create content, which allows misinformation to quickly spread through the platform. And TikTok's algorithm to recommend videos means that a user viewing one video containing misinformation can easily result in their quote-unquote For You page becoming filled with videos containing similar misinformation. This is a dangerous feedback loop. So is TikTok taking any action to modify these features so that they no longer facilitate the spread of this misinformation or this misinformation feedback loop?
Congressman, again, like I said, any dangerous mis or disinformation, we work with third parties to recognize that, and it's proactively removed from our platform.
Okay,
so it doesn't need to get into those loops at all.
So I can go back and read you the data. And the Journal of American Medical Informatics, 30% of videos after searching for hashtag coronavirus had misinformation. Almost 1 out of 3, your third party and your company are missing almost 1 out of 3 misinformed videos. So you're telling me what you're doing. I'm telling you the data shows that you are grossly failing at that effort. The other question I have for you is that TikTok is also in Spanish, and Spanish-speaking populations have been specifically targeted to misinformation when it comes to many aspects, especially medical misinformation. And as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we reached out to you last Congress on this issue. So what is your intent, or how does your team look like to address Spanish versus English? How many staff do you have focusing on Spanish versus how many staff do you have focusing on English misinformation?
Congressman, I was, like I explained just now, the Spanish-speaking population is very important to our platform. We do have a lot of Spanish-speaking moderators, and we will continue to.
So how many Spanish-speaking staff versus English-speaking staff for misinformation do you have?
I can get back to you on the specifics, but dangerous misinformation is moderated regardless of language.
Not to the degree that it needs to be.
We can continue to work hard.
And when there's misinformation, people base their decisions that oftentimes put them at risk in exposures and their families at risk. And with the coronavirus, especially prior to the vaccines, the risk was their life. Thank you. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify something. In the follow-up question to Representative Dunn's question just now, I misunderstood the follow-up about ByteDance spying on behalf of the Chinese government. My answer to that question should be a no, because it came very rapidly. I just want to clarify that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman, or the chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chu, we've been going a long time here by now, and a lot of questions have been answered, and a lot of them have not been answered. And the primary thing I want to do is just share some thoughts of what I've seen, learned today, been exposed to. First of all, I've got to compliment you on having a product that's impressive. It is a very influential tool. It is addictive, and that's what you want users to be exposed to, is something addictive, and it is a data gathering masterpiece. So clearly, it's got the potential to sell products, connected like-minded people with that artificial intelligence capability in a viral fashion, and perhaps spread information quicker, better than anything else that's been developed out there. Now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not a subscriber, at least a willing subscriber. But probably in that database somewhere is my preferences with colors or foods or who I've spoken to or what I've said or my favorite newspapers. I don't know. But that's available to be sold or given to whomever or whatever. And the whatever is what bothers me. And I'll use myself as an example again. If, for whatever reason, I became a target in this, I became somebody you didn't like, and I know that'd be hard to believe because you gotta like me. But let's say you didn't, or your company didn't, or for whatever reason I became an app target. That artificial intelligence algorithm could be shared or spread selectively to a targeted audience that, with negative information that maybe has been paired up with that knowledge in that app to make me look really, really bad. Or to the converse. Same thing could be done to make me look really, really good. Here's the problem. It's someone else or some artificial intelligence algorithm that has inordinate power to subjectively combine strategic data with strategic audiences to shape whatever thoughts and news they want. And I've equipped it, not even knowing it. And that process could apply to anyone or anything. There's the danger. It could be the President of the United States. It could be their kids. It could be a company. It could be a political party. It could be a news outlet. Anything could be targeted for that selective viral spread of just some information. Mr. Chu, this may be genius, but that doesn't make it fair. It doesn't make it good, and it doesn't make it accountable. I wouldn't want my government to have that ability. I wouldn't want a company or a political party or my friend August here or my mother to have that capability. And I certainly don't want that to be accessible to anyone in China. Now, there's no question it's got immense value. And as proof of that, you're here. Because this hasn't been a fun day. I know that. Hasn't been a fun day for us either. Artificial intelligence is difficult to manage once it's on auto cruise control, and it's, as we've talked about, nearly impossible to wall off data. I know the idea, I know a little bit about databases, I know a little bit about corruption of those databases. It's very difficult to wall things off. And unfortunately, there's this thing called human nature where there's some dark components from time to time. There's always a temptation to monetize things or perhaps use some of these tools for nefarious purposes, and they can have absolutely devastating consequences. So, Mr. Chu, I'm going to wrap up my comments and just say that this is so attractive. TikTok poses as a Mr. Rogers neighborhood, but it acts like Big Brother. And that's got to stop. Madam Chair, I yield
Will the
back.
gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman yield?
Oh, gentleman yields.
Yield to Mr. Morgan Griffith.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chu, earlier we had submitted into evidence the TikTok ByteDance and their ties to the Chinese Communist Party report that was filed as an exhibit last week with the Senate in Australia. If you have any comment, I'd like to get it on this paragraph out of their summary. Our research confirms beyond any plausible doubt that TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is a PRC company, and ByteDance is subject to all the influence, guidance, and de facto control to which the Chinese Communist Party now subjects all PRC technology companies. We show in this report how the CCP and the PRC state agencies together, the party state, have extended their ties into ByteDance to the point that the company can no longer be accurately described as a private enterprise. You keep calling it a private enterprise, but all the countries in the world are saying it's not a private enterprise, it's part of the Chinese Communist Party. What say you, sir, yes or no? Is it part of the Chinese Communist Party, as everybody thinks, or are you still living in some mystical world?
I disagree with many
So
conclusions.
you're living in the
that
mystical
report.
world. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms.
And some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Chair, for yielding. Mr. Chu, I'm probably like a lot of parents who are also members of Congress out here. I know a number of us, when you testified earlier today, you mentioned that the over 35 segment was a growing group of potential users. As if over 35 is old, and I realize that my own children think that I'm ancient, our 4 boys. But like a lot of us up here, we understand that there is some potential good. And of course, many of your influencers are doing what they're doing for all the right reasons. But one thing in your testimony you said a lot was safety. But as a mother and as a member of Congress and as someone who's very concerned about drug use in our country, I was surprised that that didn't come up once in your testimony, no real reference to it here today. You know, I've raised my concerns in general about social media platforms serving as an illegal marketplace for drugs in prior big tech hearings, and I plan to continue that focus during today's hearing. Mr. Chu, a March 8th, 2023 article in the Washington Post detailed the fact that TikTok has made little progress in combating the sale of illegal drugs on your platform. In fact, Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser said that getting drugs on a platform like yours was nearly as convenient as using a phone to order a pizza or call an Uber. That same article mentions that law enforcement agencies have been frustrated by TikTok's lack of competition in the form of data sharing. In my view, TikTok has taken little action in response to this crisis. According to a May 2022 blog post from TikTok, you donated $125,000, or 0.001% of your 22 revenue, to an anti-drug effort on your platform in the form of ad credits. You also redirected #drugs, #fentanyl, and other obvious hashtags away from posts selling drugs to a community resources page, as if a teenager looking for drugs is going to look for them at #drugs. Drug dealers have easily worked their way around this, using emojis and slang to communicate that they have drugs for sale. To this day, it is possible for anyone to log into your platform and acquire drugs, and the consequences of that can be fatal. what are you doing to move past these token efforts to prevent teenagers from accessing drugs on your platform? Look, as parents up here today, we may not understand everything about your platform. I'm not a tech guru. Many of us up here may not use exactly the right language, but we know when our kids are at risk. And our kids are at risk on your platform. So what are you going to do to move past these previous token efforts?
Congresswoman, we do take illegal drugs content on our platform very seriously. It violates our guidelines to proactively identify and remove them. And as you pointed out, if anybody searches for any drugs on our platform, we do point them to resources to help them with that. At the same time, we have also taken product changes. Like, for example, we don't allow our under 16 users to use direct messaging. And the reason is because, we wanted to, there was a trade-off here. And we believe that, it will protect these younger users better from getting contacts from people trying to push illegal activity. So we will continue to work on it. Again, no company can be perfect at this. We're not saying we are.
Mr. Chu, I, with all due respect, the no company can be perfect line has been used way too much today. I'm going to reclaim my time. Clearly in the 3+ hours you've been before us today, what you're saying about Project Texas just doesn't pass the smell test. My constituents are concerned that TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party are controlling their data and seeing our own vulnerabilities. If you were an American company, we could look at your 10K, we could see who your shareholders are. The answer you provided earlier today, you'd rather not tell us what your compensation is or how it's derived. Well, no American CEO would like to tell us that, but they have to because they're an American company. So what you're doing down in Texas, it's all well and good, but it is not enough for us to be convinced that our privacy is not at risk. So how can you say that you're protecting American users' privacy with the CCP being so heavily involved with ByteDance? It's not possible. China won't even carry your product. How is it that you can convince us that our privacy is not at risk? And more than that, our kids' privacy is not at risk in this country.
In my opening statement,
thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentlelady's time has expired. We're going to have to continue on. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chief, for being here today. September 2021, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled "How TikTok Serves Up Sex and Drug Videos to Minors." This article gives a chilling depiction of the types of content that TikTok's algorithm is curating for our children. This article claims that your application served an account that was registered as a 13-year-old, quote, videos about drug use. It referenced to cocaine, meth addiction, and promotional videos for online sales of drugs. The algorithm was also found to have delivered countless videos depicting, quote, pornography and other adult content to the device of an account that was registered as a 13-year-old. Could you please explain to the members of this committee and parents across the country why your company deems it acceptable for such inappropriate content to be prominently featured on a child's For You page?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, Congressman, are violative of our own policies, and we don't think they're acceptable, and we will remove them when we identify them. We take this very seriously. I mentioned this. This is an industry-wide challenge. We're investing as much as we can. We don't think it represents the majority of the user's experience on TikTok, but it does happen. Some bad actors try and come in and post some of this content, and we're doing our best to invest as much as we can to remove them.
Well, I would say
some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute break right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Believe that such content is appropriate for minor children to consume?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, like porn, for example, is not allowed on our platform. So no, I do not think they're acceptable for young people to consume.
Earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled, quote, TikTok's Chinese partner has another wildly popular app in the U.S. This app is called CapCut. It is a video editing tool to help users go viral on TikTok. While for obvious reasons, most of our attention is focused on TikTok and ByteDance, other companies and their applications are also continuing to exploit the privacy of Americans. TikTok, CapCut, Lark, FaceU, all of these apps are also controlled by ByteDance and pose serious privacy concerns. In 2022, it was reported that TopBuzz, an international version of ByteDance's censored Chinese news app, was used to spread pro-China messages to Americans. When it comes to the data privacy of Americans, we must have a clear set of guidelines to ensure Americans' data is protected and not passed along to unknown third-party actors who could pose a threat to our security. I urge my colleagues to continue to work together to pass a national data privacy bill, not just one out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, but also through the House of this Congress. It is the only systematic way we can address privacy concerns. Unfortunately, I've been given no reason to believe that TikTok does not pose a threat and cannot be trusted to follow our laws when they conflict with the desires of the Chinese Communist Party. Your firewall that you're talking about, if you had a bad actor in your, what you call your Texas initiative, could get through that firewall and send any information that they wanted to send anywhere directly to the Chinese Communist Party. Would you deny that?
Congressman, this risk that you talk about exists for every company, bad actors.
I'm talking about TikTok, sir.
In fact, the risk is lower for us because these...
It is a risk, correct?
The personnel will be vetted. So the risk is actually lower than most companies in the industry.
Well, that is why we have to deal with your company. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for five minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, thanks for being here today. Your testimony discusses an effort your company has named Project Texas and the investments your company has made in creating a firewall between the United States user data and entities in China susceptible to influence by China's government. And with your company's recent announcement by CFIUS that CFIUS has instructed TikTok to separate itself from ByteDance or face a ban, TikTok's commitment to retaining this firewall is at a crossroads. So I want to ask you some questions about your company's long-term plans to ensure the safety and security of American data. And this, for me, is the crux of the concern for me about TikTok. First of all, does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for TikTok to agree to it?
Congressman, we have designed Project Texas to move forward in the United States. This is something that we have described at length in the written testimony and in my opening statement. The firewall of American data stored on American soil by an American company overseen by American personnel. This is designed to move forward in the United States.
But does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for you to agree to it?
We do not believe so.
How is TikTok considering the future of Project Texas in the event of a sale or other ownership changes? Are there elements of the Project Texas that TikTok would change prior to, or?
I cannot speak on this hypothetical or on, on potential, owners who I cannot represent.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know, yes.
Despite Project Texas's planned positive changes, it does include several broad exceptions that would allow large amounts of U.S. user data to routinely leave the country. I want to know a little bit more about these exceptions so I can understand whether Project Texas can live up to its promise protecting Americans' user data. I understand that under Project Texas, business data and public data will be permitted to regularly leave the United States. Is that correct?
Almost all the data is under that's not public, is under the definition of protected data. This accepted data that you mentioned, I can get back to your team on this, is really for interoperability purposes, to make sure that the business can still operate and American users are still getting the benefit.
Can you tell us
of a global platform.
where the data goes and how it's used by the company?
It will travel outside of the United States, but I can get back to you on the specifics. It's data that it cannot be used to identify users, so it really is data that ensures the interoperability of the platform.
And I understand that. I think we would want to have some understanding of how we would distinguish that by definition, and then also how it would be enforced.
I can get back to you on those specifics.
How is the U.S. data used to promote certain content back in the United States market, for instance?
I'm sorry?
So, what you'll have U.S. data feed the right. Can you discuss when you discuss where the data goes and how it's used by the company? How and at what points of data transfer does the U.S. data feed the PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok? How would the data that you're talking about?
TikTok is not available in mainland China.
The PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok, how does U.S. data get fed by that?
The algorithm that leads to the U.S. app is in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and is trained by U.S. and global data. Again, TikTok is not available in mainland China.
How can we trust that these exceptions for Project Texas won't be abused by China's government or by foreign adversaries?
This is the fourth commitment: transparency, third-party monitors, including the definitions of these exceptions, and we can be very transparent on how they're used.
Okay, I guess my question.
Some of you will be seeing our final break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
Interoperability that you suggest needs to be shared. With what data would it be shared?
It's again, it's first of all, public data is not part of the protected data definition, because public data is what users want to share globally. So if you post a video and you want someone in France to see it, just by definition, it has to leave the United States. Otherwise, the world cannot see it. Now, there are certain aggregated and anonymized data sets that's useful for interoperability for advertising, for example. Right. And that is part of what we're talking about.
Right.
I can get back to you on the specifics, but
I think we'd also want to know how it's anonymized and what oversight and enforcement we can count on.
Okay, I can get back to you on specifics.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I got to hand it to you. You've actually done something that in the last 3 to 4 years has not happened, except for the exception of maybe Vladimir Putin. You have unified Republicans and Democrats. And if only for a day, we're actually unified because we have serious concerns. Does TikTok support good? I mean, is TikTok a platform for good? Just yes or no?
I believe yes.
Okay. Does TikTok support freedom of speech?
Yes, it's one of the commitments I've given this committee.
Do you personally support the First Amendment?
Congressman, I'm here to talk about
TikTok. As the CEO of TikTok?
I'm here to talk about TikTok.
As the CEO of TikTok, do you support
TikTok supports freedom of speech.
Thank you. Does TikTok support genocide?
Again, Congressman, I'm here to talk about TikTok.
Does TikTok support genocide? Does TikTok?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I'm here to talk about
reclaiming my time. I'm going to go to a video now, and it's from Enes Kanter Freedom. And I'd like you to see Enes Kanter Freedom, who has spent his entire career post-MBA fighting against human rights violations within the Chinese Communist Party. Go ahead and play this video, which highlights a situation that allegedly shows some human rights violations inside China. Please play. Mr. Chu, this was a video that was posted on TikTok by Enes Kanter Freedom. Are you familiar with this basketball player?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of this, but I can tell you that.
Are you familiar with the player Enes Kanter Freedom?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with this. You just have to open TikTok and just search for this kind of content. It really exists.
I've read the moderation policy. Let me just quote what you've talked about: content moderation. TikTok has a moderation policy, yes?
We do have community guidelines. That
one of the guidelines says material that in the sole judgment of TikTok is objectionable. Is this an example? Banning Enes Kanter Freedom, is that an example of objectionable material inside the Chinese Communist Party in mainland China?
We do not take down content simply because it's critical of China.
He was banned 1 week after this video.
We do not do that. And I can check on the specific.
If you need a note, go ahead.
The note says he's not banned.
His account was taken off 1 week after.
We can check on the specifics.
We can check.
Yeah.
So Let's get to some other questions. Thank you for the slide. Your privacy policy states that you collect a great array of data, keystroke patterns, app file names and types, sometimes approximate location, GPS location. Are keystroke patterns and rhythms part of TikTok gathering, the data that is gathered by TikTok?
If you're talking, Congressman, specifically about keystrokes, keystrokes, we do not engage in keystroke logging to monitor what the users say. Is to identify bots.
Okay.
It's for security purposes, and this is a standard industry practice.
You gather a lot of data, it's safe to say.
We don't believe we gather more than any other social media company.
TikTok gathers a lot of data because your value proposition, as you sat in my office and told me, was to connect people to each other around the world. You told me this in my office. So you gather data on what they like and what they don't like, and then you show them things that they don't know they like, but eventually they may. You told me this.
I think that's, I don't think that's what I said. What I said is that we connect people together, yes. These are interest signals, and that doesn't mean that we collect more data.
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media on the platform?
We will label them clearly for our users to understand that.
Do you disagree with FBI Director Wray and NSA Director Nakasone when they said that the CCP could have the capability to manipulate data and send it to the United States? Do you disagree with their statement?
Their statement says could.
So do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so it is possible that the CCP, under the auspices of ByteDance, which is your parent company, which you get paid from, has the ability to manipulate content that is being shared with 130 million Americans, yes?
Congressman, I just want to make sure I'm understanding all these questions. I don't disagree with them that there are data risks in general. That's what I meant.
There's a big data risk
but
because
on us specifically.
Are there engineers located inside mainland China that work on TikTok? Not Douyin, but TikTok.
We are not the only company that has that.
Are there engineers inside mainland China currently working on the algorithm for TikTok?
Congressman, like I said,
as you told me in my office.
There are other companies that, as I told you in your office, there are
other
By the
way, I'm going to reclaim my time. Please rename your project. Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom and transparency, and we don't want your project. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes, Mrs. Harshberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for being here today. Both President Trump and now President Biden have backed forcing TikTok to sell to an American company. However, the Chinese Communist Party has put export controls on algorithms, ByteDance owns, that power TikTok. And of course, this has created a gauntlet of regulatory hurdles in China and the US that prevented the sale of TikTok. Now, as a longtime business owner, I want to tell you, Mr. Chu, that waiting until your hands are forced will only drive down the price of your app. And right now, both your hands are tied. And you're going to have to make a decision about whether you choose freedom from the CCP or you continue to be an agent of the CCP. And I'll tell you why I say it that way. As a former member of Homeland Security, I point blank asked FBI Director Wray, is TikTok a national security threat? And without hesitation, sir, he looked at me and said, yes, Congresswoman, it is. Now, how much data is ByteDance collecting through TikTok that's worth continuing to fight this regulatory gauntlet? Why not take the money and run like any other company would do?
Congresswoman, we built Project Texas in order to safeguard, and we listen to the concerns that have been raised, and we're building something that's unprecedented, that no other company is offering to protect U.S. user interests. And we believe it is rigorous and robust.
And the grilling continues, and we will continue our coverage here of this in-demand House hearing coming up here in just moments. But that's going to do it for my time here on the desk. Andy Mack is coming up for you in the next several hours covering this and many other top stories that have come across our desk right here on Live Now from Fox. That's coming up in just moments, everybody, right here.
TikTok is embarking on becoming a so-called super app. In other words, it's a one-stop shop with everything you do, as Representative Fulcher said. It's reported that TikTok TikTok's algorithms are so powerful that owner ByteDance has begun to license it to other companies. TikTok's recommendation engine drives usage on the platform, and this leads to promises of quick exposure and fame that leads to even more people joining. And when you sign up, TikTok starts collecting data about you, your location, your gender, your age, your facial data. The user never gets to the end of the content, and that's by design. And obviously, that makes you a lot of money. Now, I know that the Chinese Communist Party is preventing ByteDance from selling TikTok due to export restrictions on the technology, and this causes me to question, how are you going to power TikTok with your Oracle servers located in the U.S. with that Texas project, with ByteDance technology, if it can't leave China? How's that going to happen? I just want you to explain how it's going to happen.
Congresswoman, the way that we designed this is so that any piece of software that is impactful to the code that enters, that some technical details around this will be reviewed by a third party or a few third-party monitors, just to make sure that we're all comfortable with the code. I want to say this again. I don't know of any other company in my industry who is offering this level of transparency.
Well, why are there two different versions of apps, one in China and one in the United States?
It's just a different business.
Well, I think we all know the reason that the Chinese get a different version, because ByteDance puts China first and America last. And, TikTok has, with everything we've heard today, sir, when you see 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds, you see the degradation that's happening to our youth and our society. It's deceptive, and it's destructive comment, and it's comments, and the worst thing is that it's deliberate, sir. And that's not acceptable. And with that, Chairwoman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just like to thank our witness, Mr. Chu. Having been in the hot seat, so to speak, before when I was in State Senate, I know how challenging this can be, and thank you for your demeanor throughout all of this. But certainly, as you can see, in a bipartisan way, we have concerns, and those concerns are valid. And this is a yes or no question. Does TikTok track users' individual keystrokes?
Only for security purposes, for example, detecting bots, but we don't monitor what users say.
So the only purpose that you would monitor keystrokes is for security purposes?
I can get back to you on more specifics, but this is not unlike what many other companies in the industry does.
So the keystroke monitoring does not go beyond what common industry practice in comparison to platforms like Facebook or Instagram use?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And does TikTok keep records of users' credit cards and passwords?
I'm not aware of that. You don't need that to log in. Of course, I can get back to you on specifics if you make a transaction on an e-commerce platform. But regardless, all that US data will be stored within the Project Texas firewall, within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and overseen by American personnel.
So you would store credit card and password information?
I need to check on the specifics. We are launching a pilot e-commerce plan, and we're making sure that that data is very secure within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure.
I think you've made a point of saying that your platform is not different than other platforms on social media, and therefore are no more responsible than Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or the other social media platforms. The concern, however, comes with where the technology is generated and whom it is owned by. And in the case of other companies, it is generated in the U.S., under U.S. guidelines, under U.S. privacy laws, with certain parameters versus generated through a parent company, ByteDance, which, as we know, is susceptible to the laws of the Chinese Communist Party, which has access to all of that data and information. And I understand that TikTok has just reinstated Enos Kanter's account recently. So our concern, and the question I have for you is, why would China or the Chinese Communist Party be opposed to a forced sale of TikTok?
I cannot speak on behalf of the Chinese government. I can say that we designed Project Texas to take it forward here in the United States. And again, I believe it offers unprecedented protection for U.S. user data.
Yeah, I think the problem is when there is a lack of transparency, then that leads people to believe that there's something more nefarious and that there is, in fact, data that is captured, is stored, and poses a risk not only to children in the United States, but also poses a risk to national security. With that, I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Jay Obernolte.
Thank the gentlelady from Iowa for yielding. Mr. Chu, I'd like to continue our discussion about Project Texas and the technical details about what you're proposing to do. So you are migrating all storage of U.S. user data to the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and you think that that'll be done by the end of the year. Was that right?
Again, I can get back to you on the technical parts of it. The migration today, by default, all new U.S. data is stored by default already.
Sir, I'm just using what you said in your testimony in your opening here.
It is stored there by default. What I said in my testimony is I'm deleting legacy data that sits in Virginia and Singapore. That's the difference.
When this migration is complete, who will have access to that data?
Right now, a team called TikTok U.S. Data Security, led by American personnel, they have access to that. We have begun this operations already.
Okay, but the app itself has access to the data, correct?
Only through them. Any employees that have the data are through them.
What I mean is, like, if I lose my iPhone and I reinstall the app and I put in my username and password, my app will reconnect to the mothership and download some of that data, my settings.
That's not the way it works, no. That's not the way it works. It will go through the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and that team that looks after this.
Yes, I realize that. So let me ask you this. What would prevent then someone with detailed technical knowledge of the way the app is constructed from creating an almost identical version of the app that could also access that data?
That's what we are giving you third-party monitors and transparency.
Yeah, but they're monitoring the source code for your app. I mean, ByteDance, these engineers have been working on this app for years. What would prevent them from making an app that could also access that data?
Congressman, I think we're going into the area where, what if there's a hacker? What if there is this? This is a common industry problem, as you know.
Well, I mean, it's just, I see my time's expired. It illustrates the point.
Okay.
I'm just skeptical that you're technically able to do.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Chu, I recognize that we have run over. I appreciate your time. We have just a few members left and would appreciate the chance for them to get to answer or ask their 5 minutes worth of questions. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, you share legal counsel, lawyers with ByteDance, yes or no?
Yes, we do.
And you testified that you prepared extensively with your legal team for this hearing, yes or no?
With my team in D.C., including
some of your legal counsel?
Yes.
Right. And did they tell you about the report to the Australian Senate of March 14th that I referenced earlier? Did they tell you that that report was out there, yes or no?
I cannot recall how I found out about the report.
But you know about the report?
I can check, and yeah.
And did they tell you to favorably cite the Citizens Lab in your written testimony today, yes or no?
Congressman, I need to get back to you on specifics.
They helped you with the preparation of your written statement, though, didn't they?
A team prepares, yes.
Yes. And did they tell you that the director of Citizen Lab says he has called out your company for misrepresenting their report repeatedly and did so as late as yesterday? Did they tell you about that, yes or no?
Congressman, the Citizen Lab is saying they cannot prove a negative, which is what I've been trying to do for the last 4 hours.
All right. But you cited it favorably as saying that it did positive things for you. That being said, let me ask you this. You keep talking about transparency, but you haven't been transparent with us here today. You were asked earlier by Mr. Hudson if you owned stock in ByteDance. You said you didn't want to reveal that. Well, we're trying to figure out what the ties are between ByteDance and TikTok. I'm not going to ask you how many shares you own, but do you own shares in ByteDance, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, there you go. How about in TikTok?
Right now, all employees own shares in one entity.
I expected that. I just don't understand why you didn't tell Mr. Hudson that and were transparent earlier. Instead, you made us drag it out of you. All right. Now, let's talk about the kids. You told several of our folks that there was a 60-minute deadline. You also told us that if you were under the age of 18, you couldn't access the live section, the live option. So I texted my 17-year-old and my 15-year-old, and I basically got scoffs back, when I said, are you all limited to 60 minutes? My older son said, well, there is a notice I get from time to time that says I shouldn't be on more than 60 minutes, but it never has kicked me off. And my younger son said, oh, I'm on as long as I want to be. So I'm just informing you, whoever told you, particularly if it was your legal team, that that's not accurate, that they're on for more than 60 minutes and they can access the live section. I believe it was Mr. Carter that you said they couldn't, under 18, access the live, being on live section. He's done it. So whatever it is you think you're doing, it ain't getting done. Now, let's talk about the law for a minute. You share a legal team, but you keep talking about how you got a firewall between you and ByteDance. You can't have an effective firewall under the United States interpretation of such if you're sharing legal counsel, because anything that you say to your legal counsel, they can share internally. If you've got the same lawyers, now maybe you have two different teams of lawyers in the law firm, but that's not what you said to us today. You said you share lawyers. There is no firewall legally. I'm just telling you. So if you want to clean it up and be transparent, you need to do something about that. Wouldn't you agree, yes or no? That you need to do something about that.
Congressman,
You'll look into it. You'll look into it. You've been looking into it all the time. All right, you told Dr. Burgess when asked if your employees, if your employees who were members of the Chinese Communist Party had access to TikTok data from the U.S., you said you didn't know who was a member of the Communist Party. But then to Congressman Wahlberg, you said that the CEO of TikTok was not a member of the Chinese Communist Party. And to Congressman Kelly, you said the founder of TikTok was not a member of the Communist Chinese Party. Sir, either you know who is and isn't a member of the Chinese Communist Party or you don't. Which one is it? I submit that you know, and you just aren't giving us the straight story. Clearly, you know, but you denied that to Dr. Burgess.
I can ask one or two people, but we have no policy to ask all the employees. I can ask one or two people, but who are in.
But it's reasonable to assume that with a significant number of members of the country of China being members of the Chinese Communist Party, logic would tell us, you're a logical man, I assume. Logic would tell us that there are a fair number of your employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party, at least a dozen or so, who have access to this data. Isn't that so?
Again, like I said, I can ask one or two people. We don't have a policy to ask everybody.
I said earlier, you're living in some kind of a cloud world, because either you know or you don't know. I yield back. Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Chair recognizes for 5 minutes, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's been revealed today, there's not a degree of separation between ByteDance and TikTok. I'd like to enter in the record Heritage Foundation document, TikTok generation, a CCP official in every pocket.
Without objections, ordered.
And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Kelly Armstrong from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, the TikTok privacy policy details extensive data collection on users. One line states that we may collect information about you from other publicly available sources. What publicly available data is TikTok collecting and adding to the profiles of users?
It will be publicly available, but I can get back to you on specifics.
Okay, what is the purpose of obtaining even more data on your users beyond the data collected from the platform?
We collect data. We want to give our users, by the way, a lot of transparency on what data we collect. We give them choices on the controls of their own privacy settings. And it really is to serve them a better experience. This is the reason why so many people love the app. It's a great experience.
So how does the non-TikTok related data service relate to the service provided?
I need to check the specifics and understand the question and get back to you.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think the average TikTok user knows that you are and understands that TikTok's data collection extends to information outside the use of the app?
We do give transparent information on this, and like I said, I don't believe we collect more information than most of the social media platforms out there.
Well, and the reason I ask this is because I'm going to go back into the corporate structure. You described that TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance. Mr. Griffith just said that you guys share the same lawyers. You have stated that your direct report is the CEO of ByteDance, but you've also stated that at certain levels, TikTok operates without direct daily control from ByteDance. You have used content moderation as an example for that. TikTok's privacy policy states that you may share user data within your corporate group. Does that corporate group include ByteDance?
If you are talking about that one entity that has the share for Chinese media licensing purposes, I think it's called Beijing Douyin Services. If you're talking about that entity of the government share, the answer is, we have cut off, all access of U.S. data sets to that.
So
employees of the entity.
But your user privacy, so your corporate group, ByteDance is part of your corporate group.
ByteDance is the top company. So yeah, you're talking about the other entities within the group.
So you just testified that you firewalled this. Does that statement, so you're saying the TikTok's executives that operate independently of ByteDance, but does that statement not hold for sharing of access to data?
Well, I was talking about that one entity that has, many of you have raised some concerns, that's the entity that I'm talking about. The entity with the Chinese government's investment that is for the purpose of Chinese internet licensing for the Chinese business.
Let me ask it a different way. What other entities have access to TikTok user data?
Well, after Project Texas, we're going to move it so that only TikTok user data security has control the access of that data.
Okay, so, and we could bring you back either after Project Texas is done, but right now, what other entities have access to TikTok's user data today?
Only by requirement. It's really only by requirement. Certain employees require some access of data to help build the product. But for US, we have moved it for Project Texas, and by the end of this year, it will be firewalled away.
But this is your privacy policy today. Like, I understand what you're telling us, what's potentially going to happen in the future. I have concerns, again, about CFIUS and government involvement, private organization, all of that. I'm just saying, this is your user agreement today. So your user agreement says that you share access with your corporate group. You're telling me what's going to happen whenever Project Texas gets done. I'm asking you today, who has access to TikTok's user data?
In our user agreement, Congressman, in our privacy policy, we also added a link so that our users in the US can be informed about Project Texas. The link is there.
So the link is there to private, but I understand what you're trying to do moving forward. I have my own concerns about that, but we're sitting here today in a hearing, and your privacy policy is different than your testimony. Your privacy policy specifically says that you can share user data within your corporate group. So are you saying even though your privacy policy says that, you're not doing it?
Like I said, I don't think there's any contradiction here. Like I said, Project Texas, when it's done, we firewall off that data. We still have some legacy data in Virginia and Singapore that we started deleting, and will be done by the end of this year.
So at the end of this year, then you won't share it. Does that mean you're sharing it today?
I don't believe so, but there is some data.
Then why haven't you changed your privacy policy? Why haven't you updated it?
We did update it, and we gave our users more information on Project Texas. We did update it.
Oh, sorry.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for bringing Republicans and Democrats together. Appreciate that. I want to get right to the critical point of concern. So TikTok is able to collect massive amounts of personal data. We all know that. That means it could, if it desired, to use this data to influence narratives and trends, create misinformation campaigns, encourage self-destructive behavior, purposefully allow drug cartels to communicate freely and organize human and drug trafficking. Now, to be fair, all social media companies could do that. But here's the difference. It is only TikTok that is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. All these other social media companies are not. Mr. Chu, do you agree that TikTok is controlled by the CCP?
No.
Okay, I thought you'd say that. I disagree, as you thought I might say. Here's why I disagree. Your parent company is ByteDance, right?
That's correct.
It is correct. So many of the workers who work at ByteDance, they're Communist Party members, right?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I think, for example, the chief editor at ByteDance, Zhang Vuping, is the Communist Party secretary, correct?
He works on the Chinese business, not on TikTok.
Right. He works for ByteDance, the parent
He works
company.
on the Chinese business.
Right. The parent company of TikTok.
The Chinese business is called Douyin.
Yeah, but it's all associated with ByteDance, right?
So ByteDance owns a number of businesses.
Right.
They are
You all report to ByteDance. Everybody's part of ByteDance, okay? And do you know of any other employees that work for ByteDance that are part of the Chinese Communist Party?
Like I said, ByteDance owns Chinese businesses and they operate in China.
You don't know how many, but you acknowledge many must be card-carrying members of the CCP, right?
They're in the Chinese business, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the CCP holds what's called a golden share in ByteDance that allows the CCP to control one board seat in ByteDance. That's publicly
That's
reported.
not correct.
It's not correct? It's
No,
been
it's not
publicly
correct.
reported. They admitted to it.
You can, on our website, we have updated it, so we can give people more transparent information on this. They have a share in a subsidiary that is only for the Chinese business. It has nothing to do with TikTok. And it's for the purposes of content licensing in China.
So there's not an internal CCP committee, which is a regular thing that happens in China. They have a CCP committee internally inside the company.
I run TikTok. I cannot represent the Chinese business.
Talking about ByteDance. No arrangement in ByteDance? So
Again,
here's the main point of concern. China's 2017 national intelligence law states very clearly that, quote, any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and maintain the secrecy of all knowledge of state intelligence work. In other words, ByteDance, and also your TikTok employees that live in China, they must cooperate with Chinese intelligence whenever they are called upon. And if they are called upon, they're bound to secrecy. That would include you. So, Mr. Chu, if the CCP tells ByteDance to turn over all data that TikTok has collected inside the U.S., even within Project Texas, do they have to do so, according to Chinese law?
Congressman, first, I'm Singaporean.
That's fine, but there are employees of yours and ByteDance is in China.
We understand this concern. In my opening statement, we said, we hear these concerns, we didn't try to avoid them or trivialize them. We built something where we take that data and put it out of reach. This is what we did. We put it out of reach.
Out of reach, but they own you.
No, we put it out of reach by storing them.
ByteDance owns TikTok. If ByteDance is, and the CCP owns ByteDance because the CCP owns everybody in China. And so by law, they can make them do whatever they want, and they say that by law, you can't tell anyone about it. So they can make you hand over that data. Is that correct?
Data is stored here in American soil by an American company overseen by American
We thought that, but leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings shows that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China when you said it hasn't been. And here's the other thing, following back on my colleague's line of questioning, in your own privacy policy, it says that you may share information within your so-called corporate group. Is ByteDance part of that corporate group?
If you're talking about the share of the entity with the share, like I shared with the previous.
Is ByteDance part of the corporate group?
ByteDance as a holding company is part of the corporate group, yes.
It's part of the corporate group.
Yeah.
Okay, so your own privacy policy says you have to share data with ByteDance. And if the CCP says, hey, ByteDance, you're going to do what we say, and you can't tell anyone about it because by law, according to that 2017 national intelligence law, they have to do it. That's our concern. Maybe you haven't done it yet, but my point is that you might have to. And that's where our concerns come from. I mean, over 300 TikTok employees have worked for China's state-run propaganda media. That's just from looking at their LinkedIn profiles. Okay, so and my last point is this. I want to say this to all the teenagers out there and TikTok influencers who think we're just old and out of touch and don't know what we're talking about, trying to take away your favorite app. You may not care that your data is being accessed now, but it will be one day when you do care about it. And here's the real problem. With data comes power. They can choose what you see and how you see it. They can make you believe things that are not true. They can encourage you to engage in behavior that will destroy your life. Even if it is not happening yet, it could in the future. The long-term goal of the Chinese Communist Party is the demise of the American power, and that starts with our youth. At any moment, they could demand that all of TikTok's data be used to design an AI algorithm with the sole purpose of promoting Chinese interests and destroying our society from within. You want to know why Democrats and Republicans have come together on this? That's why we are so concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I remind the members they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask our witness to respond to the questions promptly. Pursuant to committee rules, I ask unanimous consent to enter the documents from the staff list into the record without objection. So ordered. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on April 6th. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
You're just seeing there the end of this hearing there before the Energy and Commerce Committee there as we watch the CEO of TikTok get grilled by many representatives there about this app as it continues to have security concerns in the United States. You saw there Dan Crenshaw at the final moments as they were making some remarks. Of course, plenty of people on this committee there expressing their displeasure for maybe how it is linked to China and potential data concerns, although the CEO for TikTok did push back saying they are not a part of the Chinese Communist Party, but they also have this very intense hearing taking place on Capitol Hill today. Of course, we'll replay many big moments for you in just a little bit of time. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us, of course, following all the top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. And you just heard the wrapping up, the culmination of that hearing on Capitol Hill with the CEO there of TikTok getting a lot of questions about their parent company as well as ByteDance as the feed now going out there on Capitol Hill. Of course, it's one of the most highly anticipated hearings of this Congress. TikTok CEO making his case to Congress that his platform that boasts 1 billion users worldwide is good for this country. But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, they were questioning and having some criticism for this popular app. Fox's Doug Luzader has a little bit of a recap from Washington.
The committee will come to order.
The TikTok CEO Shou Zi Chew testifying before Congress for the first time. He's on a PR campaign of sorts to save his app from a nationwide ban and to highlight the good he says it's doing.
Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
Most lawmakers agree, though, that China could use the tech platform to spy on Americans. TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, has links to Chinese owners.
What about a commitment that says that you won't sell the data that you collect? Would you commit to that?
Your platform should be banned.
The Congress is working on legislation to restrict the app that has 150 million monthly users in the U.S. A TikTok CEO says a ban isn't necessary because of the steps they're taking to protect users' data, using a third-party company based in the U.S.
I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data.
I find that actually preposterous.
And the other point of contention, the impact on young users hooked on the app.
Your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children.
We will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us.
Now, Chu faces a chorus of bipartisan critics on this House committee, but he does have at least one supporter outside of it.
Let's not be racist towards China and express our xenophobia when it comes to TikTok.
Now, China says it opposes a forced sale of TikTok, something the Biden administration would like to see. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much. And that's certainly not the last time we're going to be hearing there from TikTok as that ban potentially moves forward, as we'll see more developments on it, as it's been banned from several states as their devices as well. So we could see potential federal ban on the horizon, and we will keep you updated on that major headline. Another headline out of New York, and for a second straight day, that grand jury revolving around the hush money probe for former President Donald Trump has stalled. Fox News is learning the New York grand jury will not meet on Thursday about that Trump investigation. That comes after the grand jury proceedings were abruptly canceled just the day before on Wednesday. For more on this, we go out to New York City with Madeline Rivera.
Another curveball in the hush money case involving former President Donald Trump, with a Manhattan grand jury not set to meet again until next week. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office once again canceling grand jury proceedings on Thursday, delaying a possible indictment vote against former President Donald Trump. The same thing happened on Wednesday, launching more speculation about possible dissension in the DA's office.
There could be testimony that the people weren't able to secure for evidence that wasn't able to be brought up before the grand jury.
On Wednesday, Republican House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan sent letters to two attorneys who worked in the Manhattan DA's office and had investigated Trump for financial crimes. They resigned last year after District Attorney Alvin Bragg refused to prosecute the former president. Jordan says he's seeking documents and congressional testimony he believes will show Bragg's sudden change of heart is politically motivated.
It's selective prosecution, and it's wrong. The great people of this great country understand it's wrong. That is not how our constitutional system is supposed to work.
Meanwhile, the probe into Trump's handling of classified documents is moving forward. Trump attorney Evan Corcoran was seen heading into a federal courthouse in D.C. Thursday after an appeals court directed him to testify again before a grand jury. Corcoran was also compelled to hand over personal notes related to the investigation. Mr. Trump has denied any wrongdoing in both of these cases. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you so much. And so we continue to wait, as former President Donald Trump posted on social media last weekend that he expected to be arrested or indicted on Tuesday. We are now about 48 hours after that was supposed to happen, according to the former president. So we will wait until potentially that grand jury resumes on Monday. Of course, we're also learning more information right now about Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, as the district attorney investigating Donald Trump rebuffed House Republicans' request Thursday for documents and testimony about the case, dismissing it as an, quote, unprecedented inquiry with no legitimate basis. In a letter obtained by the Associated Press, the general counsel for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg slammed the congressional request as a, quote, unlawful incursion into New York's sovereignty. Quote, the letter only came after Donald Trump created a false expectation that he would be arrested the next day, and his lawyers reportedly urged you to intervene. Neither fact is a legitimate basis for congressional inquiry. The Republican chairman of 3 House committees on Monday sent a letter to Bragg seeking information about his actions in this Trump case. The Republican criticized the grand jury investigation as a, quote, unprecedented abuse of prosecutorial authority. So that story will continue to follow, and unprecedented seems to be the buzzword of the day as we continue to wait here on Live Now from Fox. Well, shifting our attention to the weather, and it was a wild one in Los Angeles yesterday as most of California deals with flooding, heavy snow, and damage from a bomb cyclone. A rare tornado ripped through part of Montebello near Los Angeles, injuring at least one person. Fox News correspondent Max Gordon has more from California.
It's the most powerful tornado to hit the Los Angeles area in 40 years. An EF1 tornado touching down here in Montebello on Wednesday, causing damage to more than a dozen buildings and leaving at least one person injured. You can see here roofs ripped off, buildings and cars destroyed as the tornado rolled through the town with winds up to 110 miles per hour.
In California, tornado is very highly unusual. However, if we look over a broader area, strong Pacific storm systems move onshore and create favorable conditions.
The National Weather Service says it was the result of a single thunderstorm that started around 11 a.m. local time on Wednesday. 17 buildings were damaged, 11 so badly that they've been deemed too dangerous to use. It was mostly confined to an industrial commercial business area where some say they feel lucky to have made it out alive.
That's the most important thing, man, to survive, to be alive, and we'll be all right.
The tornado here in Montebello came just hours after the latest bomb cyclone winter storm hit the California coast from San Diego to San Francisco, bringing flooding, high winds, and heavy snowfall to a widespread area. Now, as the storm moves east, folks are assessing the damage and looking ahead to the recovery process, but it won't be easy.
I mean, the wind blew 2 power lines down, knocked down a tree, and our fence is knocked down also.
There are still tens of thousands of customers without power as of Thursday morning, and around 14,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders due to flooding. In Montebello, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Thank you so much to Max for that latest report. And this was just a little bit ago as our Fox 11 team overhead in Montebello. As you can see, just those industrial buildings damaged by that EF0 tornado as the National Weather Service confirmed it. Touchdown there in Los Angeles County. Certainly a very rare sight, as they mentioned in that story, but not completely uncommon, but certainly some damage there, at least one person injured. You can see just the damage to the tops of these buildings thrown in several blocks. We had our Fox 11 team on the ground there talking to a lot of witnesses that had some video on their phones of what happened as this tornado touched down there in Los Angeles on a wild, wild Wednesday with weather around there. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We continue on covering all the top headlines of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to head you right back out to Washington as the House is right now debating the Parents' Potential Bill of Rights for Education, certainly on the minds of a lot of people as well. We're going to take that in 2 minutes' time. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly a very busy day here on Live Now. We want to take you out to Capitol Hill one more time as the House is debating right now a Bill of Rights, a Parents' Bill of Rights for Education. Certainly as this new legislation potentially reaching the national stage, the national spotlight, defending parents' rights in education has become a fan favorite state-level policy among Republicans, and the GOP majority in the House is set to shine the spotlight on the issue this week with a vote on the Parents' Bill of Rights. Of course, the measure will receive neither time nor attention in the Democratic-controlled Senate, but Republicans clearly think they found a winning message. Let's take you back out to some full remarks here from many members of the House, representatives from both sides, as they make these remarks here on Live Now.
Youth, even if it would put said youth in harm's way. One of the highest rates of youth homelessness is in the LGBT community, from parents who want to kick their children out in households that may be unstable or abusive. For so many children of abuse, school is their only safe place to be. But before they claim that this is not about banning books and not about harming the LGBT community, let's just look at the impacts of similar Republican legislation that has already passed on the state level. Look at these books that have already been banned due to Republican measures. The Life of Rosa Parks. This apparently is too woke by the Republican Party. Song of Solomon is unacceptable to Republican politics. 40% of banned books have reported are significantly addressing and specifically addressing LGBT issues. To say and talk about government reach and freedom, this Republican bill is asking the government to force the outing of LGBT people before they are ready. And talking about the rights of parents in this gallery today, the National Parents Union is here saying, don't do this. I have a letter that I'd like to submit where they are asking the Republican Party to keep culture wars out of classrooms. Our children need urgent and aggressive educational solutions. The American Library Association coming out against this Republican proposal. When we talk about progressive values, I can say what my progressive value is, and that is freedom over fascism. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Congresswoman Letlow of Louisiana for introducing this important piece of legislation, and Chairwoman Fox for her steady and unwavering leadership, and who guided the Education Committee through a 16-hour debate ending in a 2:23 a.m. vote a few weeks ago to pass this out of committee. This bill ensures that parents stay at the center of educating their children, regardless of whether that education occurs at home or in a public school system or anywhere in between. Until we can get the federal government completely out of K-12 education, federal legislation shoring up the rights of parents is absolutely necessary. H.R. 5, known as the Parental Bill of Rights, will keep parents and families at the forefront of their child's educational journey. It will also strengthen those critical partnerships between engaged parents and willing educators. And the beneficiary of such partnerships will undoubtedly be the school children nationwide. For generations, our classrooms have been a sacred place, a place where children dig in to understand this world and how it works, where they discover their passions and the reason for their creation, and where they prepare for a lifetime of pursuing those passions. I know this firsthand because before I entered my legal career, I worked in a public school system for multiple years. I married a public educator, and about 9 years ago, I helped to start and run an education foundation that supports the fabulous teachers in my local public school district who teach with innovation and passion. Currently, I have 4 children donning the doors of that very school system, a choice my wife and I proudly make. But public classrooms should not be a place for advancing personal agendas or political propaganda. The role of our public educators is to educate, not to indoctrinate. And although the overwhelming majority of educators that I represent in East Texas thankfully understand this, it seems to me that in so many other corners of this country, many others have forgotten this, or perhaps they have just simply forsaken this on purpose. In either case, it requires action by this Congress to stand firmly with parents in their partnership with educators. Neither parents nor educators are the enemy. The enemy here is an unchecked system and political agenda that excludes one of those two essential parties necessary for the proper education of students, namely the parents. In 1925, the Supreme Court unanimously held that, quote, the parental right to guide one's child intellectually and religiously is a most substantial part of the liberty and freedom of a parent. So this concept is nothing new. We are talking about the fundamental rights of parents. Parents should be at the center of the education of their children, not the federal government. As a member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I will continue to fight to keep the federal government out of our children's educational journey while working to increase the voice of our parents and families. As a member of that committee, I will also continue to applaud the dedicated work of so many educators in this country who have been doing the right thing by both parents and students for decades. For those educators in school districts, this legislation changes little. But for those who see parents as the enemy, this legislation changes much. Under this legislation, young and impressionable students will be safeguarded from propaganda and undue influence from those who should be educating, but who have instead chosen to deviate from this responsibility to pursue a political agenda. Nearly a century later, after the Supreme Court weighed in on this issue, I am proud to stand here in support of the Parental Bill of Rights, which will reinforce the fundamental rights of parents and guardians to make the decision that is best for their families and their children's academic career. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the Democratic leader, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5, legislation brought to us by the extreme MAGA Republicans that will put politics over parents. This legislation has nothing to do with parental involvement, parental engagement, parental empowerment. It has everything to do with jamming the extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and the parents of the United States of America. Now, House Democrats believe that every single child should have access to a high-quality, first-rate education. House Democrats believe that every single child throughout America should learn reading, writing, and arithmetic at the highest level possible. House Democrats believe that every single child should be exposed to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics so that they have the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. House Democrats believe that every single child in this great nation should have the opportunity to robustly pursue the American dream. And House Democrats believe that the parents of this great country should have the opportunity to be involved intimately and engaged intimately in the education of their children. We take a back seat to no one on this issue. In fact, we put resources into making sure that parents have the opportunity to be fully involved and engaged in the education of their children. The other side of the aisle, the extreme MAGA Republicans, have in fact voted against legislative efforts to empower parents in our schools, a deeply personal issue for all of us. I'm the father of 2 sons who are in public school every step of the way. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. And parental involvement and parental engagement is critically important. It was for their journey, for their success, and we want that for every single parent in America. But what we don't want is the extreme MAGA Republicans trying to tell the parents of America how to educate their children, how to raise their children, what books their children can or cannot be exposed to on their educational journey. That's what the Politics Over Parents bill is all about. Their educational agenda is pretty simple. They want to ban books. They want to bully the LGBTQ plus community. They want to bring guns into classrooms, kindergarten and above. That's their educational agenda. They want to ban books about history, ban books about the American journey, ban books about the Holocaust, ban books about slavery, ban books about the civil rights movement, ban books about the LGBTQ plus experience, ban books about the Native American experience, ban books about the Latino experience, ban books about the Asian American experience, ban books about our collective journey. As a great country, a gorgeous mosaic of people from all over the world who come here to pursue the American dream. That's what makes American exceptionalism so phenomenally important to our collective success as a country, and they want to take that away from the parents of America. They've already banned, because of what has happened in several states, more than 2,500 books in America, the highest number in recorded history. What kind of books have they banned? Are these books dangerous to the education of our children? They're too numerous for any of us to go through during the time that we have allotted for this debate, but let's go through a few of them. They want to ban a book called Mouse. It's about the horrors of the Holocaust, an egregious crime against humanity that we should never, ever forget. 6 million Jews exterminated. They want to ban Mouse, a book about the Holocaust. What's so offensive in that book? Let me read a passage. They took us from our papers, our clothes, and our hair. We were cold, and we were afraid. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the children of America to learn about the Holocaust. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. There's a federal holiday in honor of Martin Luther King, Jr., what he meant to the country, the civil rights movement, the march toward a more perfect union, liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, free and fair elections. They want to ban a book, I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. What's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. In my life, people tried to tell me I wasn't as good as they were, just because of the color of my skin. When someone hurts you like that, it can be tempting to hurt them back. You must refuse. When someone shows you hate, show them love. When someone shows you violence, show them kindness. That's the book that they want to ban. I Am Martin Luther King Jr. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called Melissa, a book describing, in very personal terms, the experience of a trans girl beginning to understand her identity. What's so dangerous about that? I was taught in my religion, growing up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, that we are all God's children. Shouldn't we learn about all of God's children? That's what my religion teaches me. What's so offensive about Melissa, what's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. Her heart sank. She had genuinely started to believe that if people could see her on stage as Charlotte, maybe they would see that she was a girl off stage too. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want your child to learn about the LGBTQ plus experience in America. That's not a decision that extreme MAGA Republicans here in Congress should make. The parents of America should be able to make that determination. What else do the extreme MAGA Republicans want to ban? Now, I grew up in America where we were taught whenever you were trying to identify something with this great country, that, well, there's nothing more American than baseball and apple pie. I'm sure if we searched hard enough, they want to ban something about apple pie. But today, we know they definitively have tried to ban a book about baseball, about Roberto Clemente, the first Latino baseball player to make it into the Hall of Fame. Why do they want to ban a book about Roberto Clemente? What are they trying to hide from you? Let me read a passage from this book. He had no money for a baseball bat, so he made one from a guava tree branch. His first glove he also made from the cloth of a coffee bean sack. His first baseball field was muddy and crowded with palm trees. Isn't that part of what makes America such a great country? That you can aspire to being part of what you see in front of you, in this case, baseball, young kid growing up in Puerto Rico, by the way, part of America, who decides that he wants to be part of this great American pastime. But the extreme MAGA Republicans want to stop your children from learning about the Latino experience in America, even when it relates to baseball and Roberto Clemente. One last example, I could be up here all day. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, which is about a Native teenager's high school experience. What's more American than Native Americans? But they don't want your children to learn about Native American history, experience in this country. What's so dangerous about this particular book? Let's see. It says, we Indians have lost everything. We lost our native land. We lost our languages. We lost our songs and dances. We lost each other. We only know how to lose and be lost. That's part of the Native American experience in this country. That's part of reality. That's part of our journey. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the parents of this country to have the opportunity to decide for themselves whether the children of America should have an opportunity to learn about the Native American experience. They want to jam their extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and parents in America. That's unacceptable. That's unconscionable, and that's un-American. And that's one of the reasons why we strongly oppose this legislation. We'll fight against this legislation. We'll fight against the banning of books, fight against the bullying of children from any community, and certainly from the LGBTQ plus community. And we're going to fight against your extreme MAGA Republican agenda that has no interest in dealing with the education of our children, empowering them, and offers up solutions like bringing guns into the classroom. We will fight against their efforts at banning books and bullying children and taking away the freedom of parents to make decisions on their own today. We'll fight against it tomorrow. We'll fight against it forever, and always stand with the parents and children of our great country. Vote no against H.R. 5.
From Virginia Reserves, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, here's the truth about this bill. This bill will not ban any books. I repeat, this bill will not ban any books. What's dangerous right now is when people misrepresent what is in legislation before us. I now yield 4 minutes to my distinguished colleague, the chair of the Higher Education Workforce Development Subcommittee, Mr. Owens, the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. I'm the father of 6 children and the grandfather of 16 grandchildren. I'm also the son of 2 educators. I know from experience that students succeed when parents and educators work together. Between crippling learning loss, school closures, and now teacher strikes, our kids have been through enough. They don't stand a chance if parents are kicked out of the driver's seat. Moms and dads are the primary stakeholders in the child's education, not the government, period. They have a God-given right to be involved in the child's education and development, especially in the classroom. But under the one-party Democratic rule in Washington, parents have been left behind, kept out of the classroom, and even labeled and targeted as domestic terrorists by the Biden's DOJ. In Biden's America, parents come last. Under the House Republican majority, we're supporting parents and fulfilling our commitment to America by making sure moms and dads have a seat at the table. The Parents' Bill of Rights is just good old-fashioned common sense. And here's the truth of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have a right to know what's being taught in schools and see the reading materials. Parents have a right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have a right to protect their child's privacy. And parents have a right to be updated on any violent activity at school. Unfortunately, this good old common sense in committee, 17 Democrats opposed protecting these God-given parental rights. Just remember, parental rights are non-negotiable. I'm proud to vote yes on the Parents' Bill of Rights and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to adhere to the protocols of the floor. If I did not, I would shout from the rooftops as a mother and a happy grandmother that I champion parental rights and parents. I'm happy to have been one and to continue to be one. And I view the parenthood and parents' rights as a cherished right. Not one Democrat here would argue against that principle. In fact, there is no doubt that we as Democrats have fought for parents and their rights. Child tax credits will now be made permanent. Taking care of additional child care for those parents who are burdened. Or for those who need housing, to invest more so that children have roofs over their head, and as well to ensure that no one is left alone looking for housing. But why I cannot support H.R. 5 is not because of my champion parents' rights. Before I came here from Houston, I was with parents fighting against the devastating takeover of a Republican governor and state education commissioner of a school district that has a rate of B. But I am against undermining nutrition in schools that is in this bill. I am against undermining vulnerable children, such as transgender children. I am against banning books, such as a book about a black astrologist, a scientist, Neil deGrasse, or the story of a man ultimately of peace who brought South Africa together, Nelson Mandela. Ban books. I am against that. I'm against it because I would want to make sure that parents wanted to have involvement of what their children learned. I'm against not wanting to hear the words of Elie Wiesel about the Holocaust that said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation." Don't we want our children to be kind? Don't we want our children to know that slavery was wrong, as I fight against slavery today that still exists? Don't we want our children to understand the basis of all of our history, the mosaicness of this nation and African American history? Don't we want teachers to get the salaries that they deserve? And don't we want to make sure that it's important, if you will, to ensure that our school buildings are repaired? That is why I want to submit into the record the first focus letter, and I want us to know that in supporting parents' rights, we must support not destroying public school education, and we must support the Houston Independent School District to
Gentlewoman's time has expired. She shall no longer be recognized.
You were just listening in there as our representative from Texas talking about Houston and the takeover from the Texas Education Agency as well. So a lot of LiveNOW looks right here on LiveNOW as we continue around the country. We want to give you a few LiveNOW looks of what we're seeing right now, including out of Utah at the Gwyneth Paltrow trial continues on there with that ski collision. You can watch that on our second stream on LiveNOW Vox, as well as a live picture out of Mar-a-Lago as Donald Trump, the former president, the grand jury probe into those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. It will continue on. It was stalled today, again, potentially going back next week. We'll have all those major headlines. And also, interesting story out of Scottsdale, Arizona. A small plane, a glider, has landed safely in the fairway of a golf course. So it looks like there's just some fire crew and emergency people on the ground there. But as you can see there, this little plane, a little two-seater potentially on the ground, lots of golf carts around it as well. So an interesting sight, to say the least, there in Scottsdale, Arizona, on one of these golf courses there. You can see as hopefully they'll pan out in just a little bit to give you a better look of what we're seeing from this scene there. But that small glider safely down on the ground in that golf course in Arizona. Also, I want to give you a live picture out of Los Angeles as the teachers strike there. You can see people with the pickets outside, the skyline in the background. Of course, a lot of discussion right now about education. We just heard from those representatives from the House floor talking about the potential Parents' Bill of Rights as well. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a little bit. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Well, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly a very busy day as we're covering all the top headlines and plenty of Live Now looks around the country there in Florida, top right of Mar-a-Lago, as well as Los Angeles, a teacher strike taking place, and also out of Utah at the Gwyneth Paltrow ski collision trial. A lot of Live Now looks here on this Thursday. I'm Andy Mack, and we're going to take you out back to Florida as Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, holding some remarks. A lot of discussion right now about children. We've had discussions about the Parents' Bill of Rights debate on the House floor. Let's listen to him as he talks about civics education from Florida.
Make today's announcement. I'm joined here by our Education Commissioner, Manny Diaz. Where'd they put them? Okay, you're right over there. Okay. We also have Michael Taft, a civics teacher from Green Cove Springs Junior High, who's going to speak, and then Brittany Bishop, a 5th grade social studies and language arts teacher from Coppergate Elementary School. And then, of course, thank you all for coming here, and we really appreciate being hosted yet again in Clay County for more education. It seems like when we're doing different things, whether it's salary increases for teachers, whether it's some of the other initiatives we've had, we always end up in Clay County doing either a bill signing or an announcement or something along those lines. Today, we're going to make an announcement of meeting an important landmark for our emphasis on getting American civics back front and center in our school system. If you think about what the purpose of the school system is, it's to give our young people a foundation so that they can lead productive lives. That's going to provide many people a pathway to go to a university. It'll provide others a pathway to go to get vocational training. Some will go to state colleges. There's a whole host of things that people will do to be able to better their lives. And you can take certain courses in high school, let's say, and you may never use some of those courses if you go in a certain direction in your life. But the one thing that you'll do, regardless of what you decide to do as a young person, everybody is going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And that is something that we take seriously in Florida. We think we have a responsibility to help graduate students out of our school system with a foundation of understanding what it means to be an American, a foundation of understanding what are the principles that have made our country unique and made our country great. And that's really been a lost art, I think, over the last generation. If you look at the civic knowledge of the population, it's abysmal. Less than half of U.S. adults can name the 3 branches of government. Less than 1 in 4 people can name the 5 freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment. More than half of college graduates don't know the process for amending our nation's Constitution. There was even one study about 7 years ago in which 10% of college graduates thought that Judge Judy was a member of the U.S. Supreme Court. So we clearly have a civics problem, and what we did when I became governor is we wanted to work hard to address that. And the legislature had done some good things over the years, but we really needed to take it to the next level. So one of the things that we did, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, was we created a Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement for teachers who go above and beyond to learn about the principles that make our country great and teach those principles in the classroom. And we created a financial incentive program so that the first 20,000 teachers that went through and we kind of said it's almost like a boot camp because there's a lot of information, that they would get a $3,000 bonus. And so we'll provide an update on how that's gone in a second. We've also established regional civics coaches and in-person teacher trainings to ensure every teacher has access to high-quality education about civics. When we did our course, people have been surveyed about some of the in-person civics professional learning series that we've done to provide them, and almost 90% of the people that went through that found it to be very, very valuable, which we're happy about. We've had a total of 4,500 teachers that have completed this endorsement program, and we'll talk about the bonuses here in a minute. But what we also wanted to do was increase access for students for things like civics and debate initiatives. So when we started this a few years ago, we had 30 school districts sign up. So basically, we created our own civics and debate initiative statewide in the state of Florida. We got a private donation of like $5 million, and we've put in some money every year to be able to keep it going. So we had 30 school districts, 59 different schools around the state in that 2020-2021 school year. That increased 21-22 school year, 45 school districts, 237 schools participating in the Civics and Debate Initiative. And then this year, our goal is to reach 67 school districts and to have 400 schools participating. We're not there yet, but we're on the pathway to be able to get there. And if you think about things like debate, and when you get into these debate things, you learn to think a little bit outside of your comfort zone. You know, you may have a situation where you're somebody that, really doesn't like firearms, right, or something like that. Well, you may be called upon to defend the Second Amendment rights of people, and you've got to look at it through a prism that maybe you didn't have, and vice versa. You know, you may be a big gun rights person as a high school student, and then maybe you have to take a side on the other way. So it gives students the ability to have their assumptions challenged. It gives them the ability to be able to put ideas out there and defend them with logic. And we need a little bit more of that. I mean, so much of the stuff that gets spewed in our political sphere nowadays is just nonsense. It's not based on sound reasoning. It's not based on evidence. It's not based on logic. But this really requires those students to get in there and achieve those skills. And I think that that's something really, really important. So we were able to do this, and we had the National Debate Championship in Florida in 2021, which was really, really good. So we've got a lot of great momentum with that, and we're going to continue to do that. And we wanted to be in all 67 counties and the other school districts that we have on top of that, Florida Virtual, some of the others. We think that's very, very important. We've also established what we've called the Florida Civic Literacy Exam, and this is to ensure that students graduate from high school are having their knowledge of civics put to the test. So it doesn't mean if you don't pass it, you don't graduate, although I'd like to get to that point, but we introduced it during COVID. It was a little bit difficult, so now we've got it. But what we do with it is if you get a passing score on the civic literacy exam, then you can get a waiver from our post-secondary civic literacy requirements. And so we've said the civics is not just K-12, it's also post-secondary. So students in Florida state colleges and universities are required to demonstrate civic literacy. Now, maybe you passed the test as a high school senior, great. Maybe you've done some other things, great. Maybe you're going to have to take a course in a state college or one of our universities, and we think that that's something that's very, very appropriate. We've also emphasized the idea that teaching people about the American experiment is important. We also want to give them a frame of reference so that they can better appreciate what we have here in America. So we're the first state that has identified a day, so we do every November 7th, teach students about the victims of communist regimes throughout history. And we've created a Portraits in Patriotism video series for schools. The series includes interviews with those who have lived under and escaped from communism. And what you find when you listen to those stories, these are people that realize that freedom is not something you can take for granted, because in many situations they were in countries that got taken over by communists, and they lost their freedom, and they lost everything. And so America really is kind of been the beachhead where people can go and know that they can be free. So I think it's very, very important that our students hear those stories. Our idea is we can sit there and pat ourselves on the back and act like they're unimpeachable, but they are contested in this world. I mean, you look at China and how they operate much differently than how the United States was envisioned to operate. And so these are battles that are going to continue to be fought, and we need to make sure our students understand what the stakes of these are. So this program with the teachers, where they're able to go through this,
I mean, we have the syllabus, and I think it's it's available. People can look. I mean, you're really providing from very well-known scholars from all around the country, people here in Florida, but not limited to Florida. And you're talking about things about, okay, how did our country come into existence in the first place? How did it end up where we ended up fighting a revolution and creating a constitution? And so that just didn't happen by accident. It was a logical outgrowth of a lot of the influences that our founding fathers operated under. And so when you're teaching this stuff with the teacher training, they're going into the ancients and how the founders looked to ancient Greece and Rome for guidance on things like civil virtue. They're talking about the Judeo-Christian tradition that had a profound influence on America. They talk about natural law and how that influenced people like Thomas Jefferson. They also talked about British constitutionalism. Our founders, by and large, when they were fighting the revolution, thought that they were fighting to vindicate the rights of being Englishmen. They felt that those were being infringed upon by Parliament and King George III, and so they really looked at that. But they looked to the British Constitution as kind of their exemplar. Now, the British Constitution was unwritten. It wasn't like our document. How did we end up with a written Constitution? Well, one of the reasons we did is because of the religious practices of the colonies. You had Congregationalist churches where they would get together and they would write down a covenant that would bind the congregation going in the future, and that created kind of a thought that, okay, a political covenant could be the same as a religious covenant. You write down the things that are fundamental, you bind the community to that going forward, and so our Constitution, obviously you let out the plan of government, you have Bill of Rights, things of that nature, but this was a logical step for them to go from an unwritten constitution in Britain to written constitutions here in the United States. You also talk about the different founding fathers' perspectives, and they were not uniform on everything, of course. They talk about religious liberty, how the founding fathers conceived of the role of religion in public life and government's role protecting the free exercise of religion. They do a deep dive into the Declaration of Independence. How did it get to where we were doing that? They talk about the early state constitutions, the failed Articles of Confederation. They go into talking about the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and all the different things that were discussed and the issues that needed to be hammered out for that. They talk about the role that slavery played during the Constitutional Convention. They talk about how that was a source of tension all through the Civil War. They talk about the debate between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. They talk about the importance of the Bill of Rights. They explain the three different branches of government and the powers that are vested under the federal Constitution. They talk about the other articles beyond the first three articles of the Constitution. We talk about Florida. They teach about Florida's political history and the constitutions that Florida has had over the years. And then there's so many other things that they do in terms of going through. They talk about the Bill of Rights, the substantive rights, the Reconstruction Amendments, 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, and really provides, I think, a tremendous foundation for teachers to be able to replenish knowledge. Because, I was looking through this again, and I remember when this was being put together, and there were things that I was like, oh yeah, that's really important to do. So it's great to just refresh, and I think it's provided, the teachers I've talked to have said, it's been really, really good to have this presented, and it's presented in a very understandable way, digestible way, and it's going to make what's provided in the classroom that much better. I mean, we can sit here and say these are standards and you got to teach civics or whatever, but we really want the teachers to be inspired by the material and be able to bring that to their students. And I think that that's what we're doing here with this. So this is a really, really great program. I've had legislators in other states come to me and say, we need to do what you're doing in Florida. Like, it's so great that you guys are taking this on, because I think people realize we do have a crisis of civic knowledge in this country right now, and that's important, I think, for any country, but it's doubly important for the United States. I mean, it's supposed to be, our motto is out of many one, and what is that kind of binds us? It's supposed to be an appreciation for the type of society that we have, where we're based on God-given rights, we're based on a constitution that has limited powers, that is supposed to be protecting our rights, and a whole bunch of things that went into that tradition. When you lose that, and when you don't have people that have that foundation at all, you know, we're kind of just like listless vessels as a citizenry at that point. And Abraham Lincoln talked about, when he first got into politics, how you know, you needed to have a civic religion in the country, and people needed to appreciate the sacrifices that people made, and they needed to appreciate what it meant to be an American. And I think it was true then, but I think it's doubly true now. You know, we probably wouldn't be as divided as we are as a country if everybody had a solid foundation in American civics and understanding the key aspects of what it means to be an American. So we're trying to remedy that. We're trying to do something about it, and we've had great success so far, and we're looking forward to building off the success. So today, and we're going to have some of the teachers come up, but we can now report that we've already had 4,500 teachers throughout Florida that have completed our Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement program. So they have now earned $3,000 bonuses for all those 4,500 teachers. So what they had to do to achieve that bonus is participate in at least 50 hours of instruction on topics, including many of the topics that I outlined: rights and responsibilities of citizens, value of civic pride, civics participation in government, comparing the United States with other governing philosophies like communist regimes, and also understanding the philosophical underpinnings of the American Republic. The program launched in January of this year, and the first 20,000 teachers who complete this course are eligible for the $3,000 bonus. Now, we thought having, and it's available regardless of you're a civics teacher per se. And the reason why we thought that that was important is because if you're teaching...
You're listening in there. Governor Ron DeSantis talking about that civics education in classrooms. Of course, a very hot topic today as we continue on live now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. And right now, one of the top headlines of the day is the TikTok CEO testifying before the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. We'll take you out to more on this top headline coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Before we go out to some of the rallies outside of the U.S. Capitol surrounding this TikTok hearing today, I want to give us a little bit more context into what we heard from earlier, as was one of the most highly anticipated hearings of this Congress, as TikTok CEO making his case to Congress that his platform that boasts 1 billion users is good for the country. But both lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are united in their criticism of this very, very popular app. Fox's Doug Luzader reports from Washington.
The committee will come to order.
The TikTok CEO Shou Zi Chew testifying before Congress for the first time. He's on a PR campaign of sorts to save his app from a nationwide ban and to highlight the good he says it's doing.
Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
Most lawmakers agree, though, that China could use the tech platform to spy on Americans. TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, has links to Chinese owners.
What about a commitment that says that you won't sell the data that you collect? Would you commit to that?
Your platform should be banned.
The Congress is working on legislation to restrict the app that has 150 million monthly users in the U.S. A TikTok CEO says a ban isn't necessary because of the steps they're taking to protect users' data, using a third-party company based in the U.S.
I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data.
I find that actually preposterous.
And the other point of contention, the impact on young users hooked on the app.
Your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children.
We will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us.
Chew faces a chorus of bipartisan critics on this House committee, but he does have at least one supporter outside of it.
Let's not be racist towards China and express our xenophobia when it comes to TikTok.
China says it opposes a forced sale of TikTok, something the Biden administration would like to see. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much. And the impact on young people revolving around this platform, this app, so popular, TikTok is growing, gaining some support. Of course, we heard from some moms as they were talking about this, some parents outside of Capitol Hill as this hearing was going on before the Energy and Commerce Committee. Let's listen into some of these remarks of moms against TikTok here on Live Now.
Our children in this great country. We know the dangers. They're out there. Everybody knows. You all know the dangers that it poses to our children. And many Americans agree. Here it is. Half of our country's states are already banning the app on the government devices. Half of them. Some of them even being controlled by liberals. But right now, there is not one federal law in place to protect our children from TikTok in the United States. And this is deeply disturbing. In 2021, folks, Donald Trump, the greatest president in my lifetime, signed an order to ban TikTok if it wasn't sold by ByteDance in 45 days. And after Joe Biden took office, what did he do like everything else he does? He revoked this order. Under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and Joe Biden, the Democrats voted and passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, which banned TikTok on federal devices. And it was signed into law in 2022. What doesn't make sense to me is, who did we have here yesterday? You had Jamal Bowman, the Democrat from New York. He was here yesterday advocating for TikTok. When last Congress, he voted for the ban of TikTok on the federal devices. Makes no sense to me. TikTok has over 150 million American users, and 1/3 of these are our teenagers. If one Chinese spy balloon poses a big enough threat to our country that it requires military action, boom, we shoot it down. It hung up there too long. I don't agree with that, but boom, we shoot it down. Imagine 150 Chinese spy devices in your homes. This is happening every day. It's happening every day, and it enhances the hold TikTok truly has on American lives. And do you want Chinese government officials teaching your children? Absolutely not. Many people don't know that if the TikTok app is completely different than it is here in China. It's different here than it is in China. And think about that. We know that TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a company that is located within China and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In China, folks, listen, in China, their version of TikTok is actually used to educate their children and promote pro-social and pro-Chinese messaging. However, in the United States, the Chinese Communist Party is spreading addictive and harmful videos to young Americans through its algorithm. Additionally, while American children waste countless hours a day, countless hours, you've got children, you know who they are, they're on this device countless hours a day on videos fed by the Communist Chinese Party, Chinese children are restricted to just 40 minutes. So I'm a little confused there. They can only have 40 minutes in China, but here, our kids are on it all day long. They like that idea, don't they? They love that. Even when the Chinese Communist Party, and they know how addictive this is, this should be the first indicator, folks. This should be the first indicator that TikTok is not safe and has no place in our country. And let's consider a different perspective. How do you think China, Xi Jinping, would feel if I created an app for their children that that shows the videos that promotes America and out front of? So this is it. Breaking news, folks. Every media out there, this is breaking news. Congressman Troy Nehls is creating the app. It's called Ameritalk. Ameritalk. And my app, it's going to go global. We're going to focus on you, China. We're going to focus on you first. It's going to talk about freedom and individual rights. It's going to talk about limited government. That's what this app is all about. It's going to talk about private gun ownership, capitalism. It's going to talk about the Americans. Hey, we should have an opportunity to go over there and buy a few acres, right? They're coming over here buying all of our land. We're going to go over there and buy a few of their acres. Maybe they'll want to sell some to us. And then, of course, responsible premium cigar smoking, like I do here with my friends from Ashton. What do you think Xi Jinping would do? What do you think if I presented this to him? Do you think he would bring this into the fold and say, great idea, let's allow this Ameritalk to come over and start infiltrating their society and infiltrating their children? You think they would go for that? You all should be shaking, absolutely not. It's not going to happen. Then why in the hell do we allow to happen here? A few years ago, an account was created for a 13-year-old teen, and the type of videos it showed, it made me sick. Our kids have been shown videos that encourage them to hurt themselves. And as a father of 3 girls, it breaks my heart. Truly, truly breaks my heart. They were graphic videos that were not fit for our young children to view. And how can we continue? How can we continue as Congress allow this to happen? Nearly 90% of my constituents, I polled them, 90% of my constituents think that we should ban TikTok, and I completely agree with them. It is time that we take a stand against TikTok and China and stop them from harming our future leaders under our own roofs. And don't forget, folks, don't forget, under Donald Trump, he was absolutely right. Donald Trump was absolutely right. TikTok is a Chinese surveillance tool and a threat to our country. I would now like to introduce Haya.
You're just listening in there as some strong words during this rally, Moms Against TikTok in Washington, D.C., as we saw that hearing with the TikTok CEO there, as they were getting a lot of questions from the Energy and Commerce Committee as well. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox as we continue to cover some of the top stories of the day. And we want to go out now to Florida, and maybe not at Mar-a-Lago like many of you think, but Florida's beaches attract tourists from all over the country. But this spring break, instead of the white sand and the blue water, tourists found reddish water and literally tons of dead fish along the beach. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Caroline Elliott. Thank you so much for joining us from Fort Myers Beach, where the country And that part of the country has been on cleanup mode for quite some time. Hey, Caroline.
Yeah, Andy Mack, for the last several months, as you know, there's been a lot of hurricane cleanup in this area, but the last couple weeks, it's been fish cleanup after this red tide outbreak. Now we're told that several counties in Southwest Florida have cleared literally tons of dead fish from the beach so far, and these fish died because of water conditions known as red tide. This is something that a lot of the locals here are familiar with, but tourists, not so much. Thousands of dead fish washed ashore on Florida's beaches, and it smells exactly like you'd imagine.
When it gets bad, it smells like dead fish.
Locals say the smell causes the island cough, and tourists are quickly learning why.
To somebody who didn't know, older people, elderly people, it could be worse. We thought it was COVID and stuff like that, and he went to the hospital, and it turned out to be the red tide.
Red tide produces poison that kills ocean wildlife and makes the surrounding air difficult to breathe. Scientists believe Hurricane Ian made the red tide phenomenon even worse this year. The toxic algae appeared just weeks after the Category 4 hurricane made landfall.
With Ian, we did see a shift in the currents, and we think that that was actually really important for bringing those cells closer to shore and helping them concentrate.
The current outbreak has killed thousands of fish, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission suspects 15 manatees have died from red tide so far.
Oh, the waves! If you see any animals that are like on the shore and can't, they seem bad, call the wildlife.
We're told people have reported respiratory issues, burning eyes, and even burning skin because of this. Thankfully, though, beaches have cleared up significantly, and we're told red tide conditions have drastically improved across the state the last couple days. In fact, some beaches have cleared up entirely. Andy Mack.
Thank you so much. And I know people down there in Florida, they deal with red tide somewhat on a yearly basis. They know what's to come with it, but tourists aren't. In terms of like restaurants and people eating out, obviously seafood on the menu at most everywhere. How does that maybe impact? How does red tide impact maybe the menu and restaurants as well?
Well, yeah, Andy Mack, like you said, a lot of the people who live here, they're familiar with this. This happens all the time, at least once a year. But the tourists are not familiar with this. And this really happened at the peak of spring break when you see a lot of people from out of town coming to this part of the country. Now, we have seen a lot of people complaining on social media about this, some canceling their vacations entirely. So we know that restaurants here and some hotels have been pretty upset about it.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your great reporting there as we approach hurricane season once more. So we want to make sure everyone in Florida stays safe as well. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much as we continue on here on Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly a live picture we want to get to right now out of Mar-a-Lago as we're also watching this, the residence of former President Donald Trump. Of course, that grand jury there being stalled once more after being canceled on Wednesday, delayed again here on Thursday, potentially leading to more developments next week. We'll keep an eye on that as well here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Maxwell. A busy week here as we await more and more news. You're looking at the two pictures there, Mar-a-Lago, Florida, the residence of Donald Trump as the stall continues in that grand jury, potentially hearing some news next week, and so we wait. Continuing. Also out of Utah, the Gwyneth Paltrow trial is now in a break. You can watch that on our second stream, gavel to gavel here on all those proceedings as she's being sued there by a person after a collision on a ski slope at a ski resort there in Utah. Right now, though, we want to take you right back out to Washington, D.C. as President Biden talking about the Affordable Care Act on the anniversary of that. Let's listen into his remarks here on Live Now.
Teresa, what a lovely introduction. You have such grace and calm and charm. I said on the way out, I said, if it gets confusing, just say, here's Joe. She said, I think I'll be okay. Look, 13 years ago today, we gathered in this room as President Obama signed into law the Affordable Health Care Act. Hard to believe, 13 days ago, 13 years ago. It seems like 13 days ago. I think it was the most I think most people agree, the most consequential piece of health care legislation since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. I talked to the president yesterday, got a chance to speak with him. We did a little thing together. And it's an extraordinary achievement by President Obama. And while the Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, Obamacare is the most fitting description. Obamacare. Many of you joined us that day after fighting for decades to make it happen. And I remember 3 words I used at the time. I thought it was a big deal. And I stand by the fact it was a big deal. I also called it at that time a historic day, because history is not merely what's painted and printed on walls and in textbooks. You know, it doesn't begin or end with the stroke of a pen. History is made when women decide that there's a greater risk in accepting a situation they cannot bear than steeling our spine and embracing the promise of change. You know, and no one has more in her spine than the greatest speaker in the history of this country, Nancy Pelosi. Nance, it's no exaggeration to say this would not be law without you. It would not be law without you. If it weren't for the Speaker's relentless push to get this law passed and then defend it at every single turn, we wouldn't be here today. And Kamala, I want to thank you for everything you've done to defend this law as Vice President. As United States Senator. And as Attorney General, along with my son, Beau Biden, you both brought cases to defend it. And I also want to thank Kamala for her leadership and fight to protect reproductive rights for women. She's leading us. Look, so many of you here worked so hard to make history that 13 years ago today. And I just want to start by saying thank you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, thank you. There's millions and millions of people who owe you because you stuck with it and you keep defending it. 13 years later, it's easy to forget what life was like for hardworking families before the Affordable Care Act. You know, but all of you remember. Remember when a parent with a heart disease or diabetes or a child with asthma couldn't get coverage because of a pre-existing condition? Remember when women had to pay more for insurance because they had a pre-existing condition? They were a woman? Not a joke. Say it today to people, they look at you like, you're kidding me. But that was the case. Remember when you couldn't leave a dead-end job because you couldn't risk losing your health insurance? Remember when a 22-year-old kid could get kicked off his parents' plan because he graduated from college? Remember the donut hole when seniors on Medicare reached a point every year when they had to pay the full cost of the drugs out of pocket? remember when millions of low and middle income families, especially particularly those families, were locked out of health insurance because there was no way they could afford it. None. I said earlier, my friends heard me say this before, I can remember we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home, and my bedroom was up against the wall where my parents' bedroom was, and my dad's headboard was there. And I remember when I was like 14 years old. I remember my dad, I could see, he could hear he was just restless. And I asked my mom the next morning, went to work, what's the matter? She said, well, his company just told him they're not going to pay for health insurance anymore. How many people lie in bed, wake, wondering? Remember when insurance companies could cut you off halfway through chemo? Because you reached the limit, what they were willing to pay? I remember, I talked to you about this, Chris, when my son Bo was dying of chemo, dying in the hospital because he had stage 4 glioblastoma. And I got a call from someone asking me for help because they thought they were going to have their insurance cut off because they ran out of time. And I thought to myself, what in God's name would I do? Had they come along and said, sorry.
You're just listening in there, President Biden making those remarks about the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. So we're following that major story there on Capitol Hill. Another major story we're following out of Capitol Hill involves TikTok, as the CEO there in place, getting grilled by the House there representing the Energy and Commerce Committee. We're going to be learning much more about this as we're going to bring in right now Chris Welch out of Fox 5 in New York. Thank you so much for joining us. What did we learn today, and maybe what were the biggest questions and answers we saw? Chris?
I would say one of the biggest takeaways today, Andy, was the fact that most lawmakers appeared to be already on the page of wanting to ban TikTok. And they went in with this attitude, and it doesn't seem that the CEO of TikTok was able to sway any minds. The hearing lasted for about 5 hours today. He was facing questions over concerns about national security and user privacy over TikTok's parent company's home base of China. Now, President Biden wants to, of course, force a sale of TikTok, either wants them to sell it, or he says the app will be banned nationwide. And it appears lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, this is rare here for Washington, are with him.
You remind me a lot of Mike Zuckerberg. Good dancer with words.
Democrat Tony Cardenas accused TikTok CEO Shou Chew of giving nebulous answers, and Republican Debbie Lesko wanted his response to the fact that so many nations and agencies have issued warnings about the platform, given it's owned by Chinese-based ByteDance.
How can all of these countries and our own FBI director have been wrong?
I think a lot of risks that are pointed out are hypothetical and theoretical risks. I have not seen any evidence.
In fact, there is no public evidence that the Chinese government has spied on anyone through TikTok.
I think some fears are warranted, but I'll add the caveat there that these fears are warranted in the sense we should be concerned about what all social media companies are doing with our data and our security and our privacy.
Jessica Maddox is a professor of digital media at the University of Alabama, and she says Chew did not seem able to win over any critics.
I don't see this hearing as changing any minds now.
Will you commit not to sell any of TikTok's data to data brokers now or in the future?
We do not do that.
But he would not commit to that in the future.
I feel like lawmakers on both sides have not really done their research.
Trevor Buffoni edited the book TikTok Cultures in the United States.
They're still talking about TikTok as if it's a silly place where teenagers are dancing, right? Which it doesn't have any meaning to our lives. And I think they're not actually listening to the truth of it, of the importance that TikTok has in U.S. culture right now.
So it's pretty clear, Andy, that most lawmakers today seem to be on the side of wanting to ban TikTok. But I want to point this out. CBS News released a poll today of where most Americans stand on the issue. Now, if you talk to Americans, the survey talked to Americans specifically who knew what TikTok was. That's point number one. But among them, 61% said they support a ban. But when you filter that number down to Americans only under the age of 30, that number drops down to 39% who support a ban. There is definitely a generational age gap when it comes to those who use TikTok. We all know that.
Yeah, and it was definitely a generational age gap between who was asking the questions, because obviously it was an older generation there asking the questions. One of the big parts was the fact that TikTok kind of under the umbrella of ByteDance, their parent company. Maybe give us a little bit of insight into that. Maybe how did they kind of try to separate themselves from ByteDance today?
Well, yeah, that's always been the big question here. TikTok has has offices in the United States, but they're owned by this company, ByteDance, which has offices in Beijing. So it's always been, there's never been concrete public evidence that's been released about TikTok and ByteDance doing anything in China. But the perception now is because China is owned by ByteDance and they're based in China, that something, privacy, user data, national security, something could be compromised. Are they tracking people? Are they checking locations? All of these questions, there doesn't appear to be any hard data. So it's this what if? It could happen. Could it happen? We don't want it to happen. But you heard from some of the experts there, you know, if we're going to be regulating apps like this, we should be doing it industry-wide for all apps.
Definitely a lot of differing opinions on this one. I know this one's going to get a lot of headlines as well. Chris Welch, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. As we continue on covering the top headlines of the day, certainly could be raised to President Biden on what they will do eventually about TikTok. Let's take you back out to the opening statements from the TikTok CEO from earlier today, as he would soon be grilled by those representatives getting questions. But let's listen into this opening statement.
Members of the committee, thank you for your time. I am Shou Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born, as were my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military, I moved to the UK to attend college, and then here to the US to attend business school. I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world, including over 150 million in the United States. Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious, and where close to 5 million American businesses, mostly small businesses, go to find new customers and to fuel their growth. Now, as TikTok has grown, we've tried to learn the lessons of companies that have come before us, especially when it comes to the safety of teenagers. While the vast majority of people on TikTok are over 18, one of our fastest growing demographics are people over 35. We spent a lot of time adopting measures to protect teenagers. Many of those measures are firsts for the social media industry. We forbid direct messaging for people under 16, and we have a 16-minute watch time by default for those under 18. We have a suite of family pairing tools so that parents can participate in their teens' experience and make the choices that are right for their family. We want TikTok to be a place where teenagers can come to learn, which is why we recently launched a feed that exclusively features educational videos about STEM. STEM videos already have over 116 billion views on TikTok. And I think TikTok is inspiring a new generation to discover a passion for math and science. Now, I would also like to talk about national security concerns that you have raised, that we take very, very seriously. Let me start by addressing a few misconceptions about ByteDance, of which we are a subsidiary. ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder, and 20% owned by employees around the world. ByteDance has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China. We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore, and we have 7,000 employees in the US today. We call this initiative Project Texas. That's where Oracle is headquartered. Today, US TikTok data is stored by default in Oracle servers. Only vetted personnel operating in a new company called TikTok US Data Security can control access to this data. Now, additionally, we have plans for this company to report to an independent American board with strong security credentials. Now, there's still some work to do. We have legacy US data sitting in our servers in Virginia and in Singapore. We're deleting those, and we expect that to be complete this year. When that is done, All protected U.S. data will be under the protection of U.S. law and under the control of the U.S.-led security team. This eliminates the concern that some of you have shared with me that TikTok user data can be subject to Chinese law. This goes further, by the way, than what any other company in our industry have done. We will also provide unprecedented transparency and security for the source code for the TikTok app and recommendation engine. Third-party validators like Oracle and others will review and validate our source code and algorithms. This will help ensure the integrity of the code that powers what Americans see on our app.
You're just listening in there to this opening statement from earlier today as the TikTok CEO there would be grilled by representatives on this Energy and Commerce Committee about this and safety concerns revolving the United States and China. Of course, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to turn our attention to the skies. The feds are highlighting some recent near disaster